Magic Reborn, Warriors of Magic, Book 3. Written by Jeffy Kennedy. Read for you by Deborah Baum. Which was at least one positive, as they'd need every drop of wizardry she could muster to get them across the Elal border and to a level of safety. Cillian could and would provide her with more magic, if she needed it, as unorthodox as it was for wizards to share magic, but she didn't like needing it, or taking it from someone who already gave to her so unstintingly in every way. Whether any of it would be enough to escape her father's vengeful pursuit was the next problem to deal with. All she could think about at that moment was getting out of Elal, house and land of her birth, more recently, her prison. "Incoming," Cillian said quietly, as if noting a change in the weather and not the fifth wave of spirit attackers. The librarian wizard, for all that he liked to self-deprecatingly describe himself as not ever hero material, possessed an enviable ability to remain calm under the most dire circumstances. Alise worried at times about Cillian's unshakable and apparently infinite faith in her abilities. She wished she felt the same. Instead, she dreaded the day she'd fail to the ultimate test to protect him, on top of all the ways she'd already failed him already. Today could be that day. Shaking off the fatalistic mood and incipient panic, and casting her wizard senses in the direction Cillian pointed, she wrapped mental arms around the barrage of fire elementals about to rain down upon their rollicking carriage. She untethered the creatures with swift ease. She was getting scarily good at this trick, cutting their ties to the wizards that sent them, and the newly feral creatures returning to the wild in burning, hooting streaks of fire. The ability frightened her because of how easily she could free more than elementals. She could break the bonds between wizard and familiar, ruin lives and fortunes, upend the very foundation of the Convocation and send their society into chaos. She didn't have Cillian's faith in her wisdom to use that power wisely. "Hairpin turn," Cillian advised in the same calm voice, but bracing himself with both arms against the walls of the antique House Harahel carriage that threatened to vibrate apart or fling them into a defile if they took one of those turns too fast, possibly both at once. Alise cursed under her breath and swiftly diverted her attention to keep either or both of those things from happening. Dealing with the unceasing bombardment would be enough to challenge any wizard. At the moment, however, she was also pouring prodigious amounts of magic into guiding the air elemental powering their carriage through the snaking canyon, leading to the last narrow pass through the Knifeblade Mountains before they'd reached the barrier border around Elal. Alise had tampered with the program settings of the tamed elemental, removing the restrictions placed on it by Elal production wizards. With her inherited ability to magically control non-corporeal entities, she could make the elemental faster and more powerful. With her own hard-won skills, she could guide the less than intelligent being through the sharp corners and switchbacks of the canyon. Those holiday sleigh tournaments back at Convocation Academy had come in useful for more than garnering the brittle admiration of her classmates. But very likely, none of her skills would be enough to prevent her father from recapturing her, and Cillian would face an even worse fate. Though they hadn't glimpsed their pursuers, Alise knew they were being chased as well as magically attacked. Lord Elal had certainly sent some of his minions in pursuit in order to physically drag her back to House Elal. The feel of their magic and rage drew ever closer, scraping against her nerves. That was her father's ultimate aim, to retrieve her and use extortion to enslave her to his plans again. Cillian had risked everything to rescue her, most especially from her own mistakes and self-delusion. If they were taken, her father would have the ultimate piece of leverage to use against her. He would have Cillian, the person who meant more to her than anyone in the world. She'd already handed herself over once, in place of her niece Bria, to save the infant from the claws of the newborn's rapacious grandfather. Thanks to Cillian's courage and wit, Alise had escaped her luxurious prison and the indoctrination that had her believing in so many terribly wrong things. But if they were recaptured, her father would have no use for Cillian, and plenty of rage for how he'd underestimated the librarian who'd tricked him into an embarrassing bout of illness and spirited his daughter away. Lord Elal wouldn't even care about avoiding a war with House Harahel, the house of Cillian's birth, and, not incidentally, led by Cillian's grandmother, Lady Orla Harahel. They were a high house, yes, with rank, but they also consisted of wizards devoted to archives and scholarly pursuits. Piers Elal wouldn't hesitate to burn them to the ground, and probably no one in the convocation would more than whisper an objection, and even then it would be too late to save any of them, especially Cillian, who would die first, and painfully, probably while her father made her watch. Her sister and brother-in-law could protect niece Bria, but Cillian had only Alise to stand between him and a terrible death. If she possessed the power, skill, and craftiness to fight her father and his wizard minions. The carriage wheel on one side of the rocky road went off the edge as they careened around the hairpin turn. Looking an unusual shade of pale green, Cillian coughed a little, maybe swallowing against an uneasy stomach. "Maybe not quite so fast." "They're catching up to us," she explained tersely. "We have to go faster, not slow down, or we're done for." "How far to the border?" He looked out the window, then with obvious longing at one of the atlases he'd brought with him from the comprehensive House Harahel library, but which had long since fallen to the floor of the carriage, sliding around with several others, making him wince every time they bumped into something. Cillian worried about the state of his books, only slightly less than the danger presented by Lord Elal. No doubt, if Alise weren't in jeopardy, the equation would tip in the other direction. Alise split out a sliver of her attention to assess the distance to the barrier. It seemed that boundary around Elal lands and magic had been a tangible part of her awareness all her life. She'd become so accustomed to its presence in the back of her mind that it was more of an effort to stop ignoring the vast looming magic of it. Built by ancient Elal ancestors originally around a much smaller territory, solely Elal itself back in the day, the magic of the barrier had been interwoven with the border of Elal territory and grew along with the land the family claimed, expanding ever outward in an uneven circle. The power of the barrier had been added to with each generation, making it unique in the Convocation. That is, most high houses guarded their borders to greater or lesser extents, but no one matched what Elal had in place. Unless tattooed as a resident with a special glyph or possessing enough Elal blood, no one could cross the border, going in or coming out, without a House Elal wizard minion altering the barrier to allow it. The area encompassed by the Elal border barrier exceeded that of any other high house in the Convocation, one reason for House Elal's enormous power and influence. Fortunately, Alise possessed more than enough ability to get Cillian through the border, if they could get there before the minions stopped them. "Only a few more minutes," she answered tersely, goading the air elemental to accelerate even more as they came out of the tight curve. "Watch out for the—" Cillian broke off on a yelp as they crashed over a rock that had fallen into the road. No, not a rock that had happened to fall, Alise realised, as another thumped on the roof of the thankfully covered carriage, followed by a rain of more. "Rock slide?" Cillian asked, trying to get a look out the window. "Ow!" he remarked, rubbing his face where a bit of gravel had hit him. "Watch it!" Frazzled, Alise frowned at the blood trickling down Cillian's face from the impact smeared by his rubbing at it. "Earth elementals lobbing rocks now. Keep your face inside." "Good advice," he retorted dryly. "Sorry, I just like your face. I like your face too. Like a storm beginning with a few drops, then increasing, rocks hailed upon them, battering the roof and making the carriage wheels bounce with bone-jarring abruptness as they encountered more rocks on the road. Soon, the aged contraption would just fall apart, dumping them out and stranding them to be retrieved like so much discarded trash. She was frankly surprised the antique had lasted this long. She needed to stop this attack at the source, or they'd be battered to bits in moments. "Where are you, little fuckers?" she muttered, mentally searching for the bonds tethering the earth elementals. "Can you— oh!" A rock as big as Cillian's head crashed through the roof, tearing a hole through the metal, leaving ragged shards hanging down, then plummeting through the floor, hitting the road and jouncing up again, nearly high-centering them. Alise poured power into the air elemental, wincing at the torn metal screech of the struggling carriage and inaudible howls of the earth elementals. As the carriage burst free, she ruthlessly squashed the attacking earth elementals. She didn't like to do it, even though they had no intelligence or self-awareness. Still, they were innocent tools of the wizards wielding them. Severing their bonds to their masters required a precision and deftness she couldn't muster at the moment. So she snuffed out their small, simple lives, feeling every bit the monster her father had relentlessly trained her to be. The barrage of rocks stopped immediately, but killing off the attacking elementals did nothing about the rocks already littering the narrow road. She had to slow down the carriage to a crawl, picking their way around the biggest ones when possible, easing the wobbling conveyance over them when it wasn't. "We could walk faster," she muttered. "We might have to." Balancing against the bouncing, Cillian began packing up his books. Alise took one mental eye off the road ahead to gaze at her darling boyfriend in sheer disbelief. "You can't carry the books." He blinked at her through his glasses, glancing down at the books stacked in his arms. "They're not mine. They belong to House Harahel. I can't simply abandon them." "If we live through this, I'll buy you new copies." Although it occurred to her that escaping her father meant disinheritance, so how she'd get the coin to do that was another question. "Several of these are very old, possibly one of a kind," he argued. "You might not be able to—" "Cillian," she interrupted, "you are one of a kind and impossible to replace. We're not risking our lives to save your books." "You say that like it's unreasonable," he retorted, but with a half-smile. "I adore you." She really did, her heart softening with the sweetness of feeling for him, even under the circumstances. But she still said that instead of telling him she loved him. "We're not walking yet. It's still possible that—" Something new impinged on her awareness. "Shit!" Cillian shoved the books aside and leaned out the window, looking and also listening with his wizard senses. "That stench. I recognize it from—" "Hunters," she confirmed with bitter anger. They'd battled the foul creatures at House Phel, relieving the siege set by rival houses. She shouldn't be at all surprised her father had sent hunters to fetch her back. After all, it had been clear for a while that Lord Elal employed the revolting things, and had possibly had a role in creating them. But somehow she hadn't expected this move. Hunters went most effectively after familiars, those who could generate magic and not wield it. She and Cillian were both wizards, and though Cillian claimed no ability with defensive or offensive magics, he should be able to easily fend off a hunter. But her father had sent them anyway, which meant this wouldn't be easy. This development worried her greatly. The stench Cillian referred to, a magical aura like rancid oil, an almost tangible odour, thickened palpably. Forcing herself to stay calm, Alise continued to guide the carriage out of the rock field. The earth elementals had done their job, fatally slowing the carriage just enough for their pursuers to catch up. The howling of the hunters, audible now in the near distance, rapidly grew louder. And just shy of the border, too, she noted with despair, catching the glimmer of it against the sky, just a few vertical lengths up the switchbacking road. Now would be a really nice time to shapeshift into flying creatures and take a shortcut out of Elal. Too bad neither of them had that ability. "Can you use your freezing spell on them?" "Too far away," he answered. "And, I need a bit of calm and preparation to cast it." Cillian had discovered the spell in one of his books and used it at the siege of House Phel to good effect when he had a circle of peace to chant the complicated verses. Not ideal. Worse, she perceived the hunters weren't alone. Not a surprise, but grimly terrifying. "I make at least 24 mounted soldiers," Cillian informed her. "Can't get an accurate count, but no less than that. Assuming the unarmed ones are wizards, there's another 5 to 7 of those." "7," she replied, well able to discern the looming presence of her father's wizard minions. None of them could take her on individually, but she very likely would be overwhelmed by 7, especially as she'd be hampered by protecting Cillian from them. Really, all any of them had to do was incapacitate and restrain Cillian, and she'd surrender. "You should run," Cillian said, reading her thoughts clearly. "What? No!" "They won't hurt me. They'll hold on to me, hoping to use me against you. House Harahel will ransom me. But you need to get across the border, and you'll be faster without me holding you back." "And if my father kills you just to hurt me?" she asked in a level tone that shocked herself. She might have exceeded her ability to cope with any of this, and would soon shatter. For a second time, Cillian blinked at her. "That would be unwise of him. The consequences would take a while to catch up to him," she bit out, then launched herself across the narrow aisle between them, aided by the lurching of the carriage over a particularly big rock, and threw herself into kissing him fiercely. "No more being separated," she told him, holding his face in her hands. "Promise me that you won't leave me alone. I fall apart without you. I lose my center. I need you to survive, Cillian." "I promise I won't leave you alone," he whispered, smoothing a hand over her short hair. "Never again." "That's right. Never again." They held each other's gazes, staring into each other's eyes as if they could find a solution or salvation there, or both. The carriage jounced to the side, shuddered, and flung them apart. For a moment, Alise feared the worst, but then found that, in a rare and welcome stroke of luck, they had emerged from the rock field. Alise poured on the speed. They might just make it. 2. Cillian watched Alise concentrate, helplessly in love with this powerful woman, and desperately wishing he could do more to assist. He probably should have planned the rest of their escape better, but he'd been focused on getting Alise out of House Elal and away from the controlling clutches of her father. That task had been daunting enough. If he'd thought farther down the road, to where they'd actually go, he might have talked himself out of the attempt. Still, he hated that so much of this stage of the escape fell to Alise. Her delicate face looked drawn and pale, both from stress and the prodigious drain of magic. He'd offered her some of his magic earlier, before the worst of the pursuit kicked in, but she'd declined, saying she had plenty and they might need his later. Cillian thought she could use his magic first. What was he going to do? Search an archive while they were being chased? And save her reservoirs in case they were separated. "Promise me that you won't leave me alone. I fall apart without you." Her declaration and plea had rattled him. Alise was the strong one in the relationship, the determined and talented one. How could she possibly believe she would fall apart without him? just that moment she met his gaze, her wizard black eyes intense and huge in her wan face. She smiled weakly, a closed-lipped twist of her full mouth. What will happen first? We reach the border, or they reach us? I have confidence you'll get us there, he said, mastering the tumult of his stomach as the carriage nearly went off the narrow road into the deep defile. He truly believed she could get them over the border, but not if they plummeted to their deaths first. Just getting across won't be enough, she replied with an edge of panic. With Elal wizards in that group, they'll be able to cross also. The road is still narrow on the other side, and this carriage is coming apart at the seams. They'll overtake us, and we'll have nowhere to hide or run. He'd forgotten that part, that the border barrier would be no obstacle to an Elal wizard minion. One had met him at the border on his way in, grudgingly admitting him to the sacrosanct lands only because Lady Harahel, who happened to be his grandmother, had lent her considerable weight toward obtaining passage for him. Considering he'd used that admittance to House Elal to steal away Lord Elal's heir and daughter, they probably regretted the decision to allow the likes of him into Elal. Too late now. Unless you can close the border against them, they'll just follow right through. Alise gave him an arrested look. Unless I close the border? You mean change the barriers so they can't get through? Can you do that? He eyed the looming switchback. Tight turn ahead, he noted as calmly as possible. He was beginning to run out of calm. With a grimace of concentration, she slowed the carriage by a tiny amount, not nearly what he'd have preferred. But then he also didn't want them to be captured, or worse, plummeting to their swiftly delivered deaths sounded good in comparison. Except he wasn't ready to die, especially when he'd just begun to live. I don't know that it would have occurred to me if you hadn't suggested it, Alise continued, as if they weren't teetering on the brink of that disastrous plunge. Where she got her iron constitution from, he didn't know, but Alise was fearless. Of course, so was her sister, Nick, and their father. Well, he lacked all human emotion, except the lust for more and more and more. Maybe I can, she mused, absently bracing a hand on the wall as the carriage leaned precipitously. I learned a great deal about the generation of spirit-fueled veils and barrier while I was at House Elal. Memories deepened the dark shadows under her eyes. They hadn't had time yet to talk about everything she'd endured during her imprisonment. He'd have to dig it out of her later. Her eyes sharpening, she met his gaze. But I'll need a little time. What can I do? I need a distraction. She looked out the carriage window. They were at last rounding the final bend on the straightaway for the barrier. Their pursuers had been fortunately also slowed by the tight switchbacks and rock-strewn road. Though still gaining, they were a few loops down. There will be a wizard stationed at the border who will have been alerted to stop us at all costs. I need to deal with them. Then once we've crossed, I'll need a minute or two to reconfigure the barrier. Cillian rapidly calculated the rates of speed and the remaining distance. There was no way. It will be close, he told her, deciding that the truth wouldn't help her at all. Trust me to handle the distraction. She nodded, accelerating the carriage to ear-popping speed as they barreled toward the crossing. Sure enough, the border guardian stood boldly in the middle of the road, hand extended, palm out, as if to halt them merely with the imperious gesture. The wizard was the one who'd admitted him the day before. Probably this would not be a convivial reunion. Her familiar, Fenny, stood just behind and to the side of the wizard, one hand on her shoulder, ready to be drawn upon to provide her with a reservoir of magic. Once again, Cillian fretted that Alise hadn't taken some of his own magic when they had the chance. Too late now. Alise brought the carriage to a halt. Stay here? He understood why she posed it as a question. He bore no illusions about his ability to defend himself, and the liability he posed for Alise in a fight. Back at Convocation Academy, in that strange, eerie battle for control in the midnight hallway outside the archives, Cillian had been used against Alise. It had been one of the worst moments of his life, and he had no intention of being that kind of problem for her again. So he nodded. "Go get him, Tiger." With a flash of a tight smile, she stepped out of the carriage. "Wizard Tierna," Alise called out with cold formality, "you will step aside and allow me to pass." "You shall not pass, Wizard Alise," the woman declared with barely concealed fury. "Unlike you, I am loyal to Elal. You are remanded into my custody. Surrender now." "I don't think so." Alise's wizardry gathered, a cloud of rose-scented red wine, redolent of summer heat. Cillian had, in part, fallen in love with the scent of Alise's magic before anything else. Certainly before they'd ever spoken. "Stand down. I will die to obey my Lord Elal." "I don't want to kill you, Tierna, but I will," Alise replied implacably. "You can try," the wizard sneered. "I knew you when you soiled your nappies and—" The woman's broken speech devolved into strangled gasping. Curious, Cillian angled himself to see. Tierna clutched at her throat while her face turned distinctly blue, shading into violet. His wizard senses revealed the air elementals enveloping the woman's head, gleefully bobbing as they took all her breath. Fenny, valiantly keeping physical contact with his wizard, sinking to the paved road with her, quivered in fear as he gazed up at Alise. "Please," he said, "don't kill her." Cillian held his breath. He knew Alise possessed the ruthlessness to do it. Certainly she had good reason, and no one in the convocation would blame her, much less hold her criminally responsible. Disgraced or not, Alise outranked Tierna. Any action she took against a House Elal minion would be considered private business. Her father might take exception, but only Lord Elal outranked Alise at this point. A reprimand or punishment, if he even bothered for a border minion like Tierna, would be between Alise and her father. No one in the convocation begrudged wizards exercising their power, unfortunately. Though only seconds ticked by, the moment seemed as airless as the bubble around Tierna's head. Alise dispersed the suffocating elementals with barely a flick of her finger. She didn't even need to do that much, but Cillian knew she'd done it so Fenny could see and be reassured. "Merely unconscious." Fenny collapsed, sobbing over his mistress's prostrate form. The carriage lurched unevenly into motion, hurtling across the border as Alise calmly walked to catch up. Belatedly, Cillian remembered he was meant to be coming up with a distraction, not watching the goings-on with avid curiosity. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief that Alise had found a non-lethal solution. Within the hard shell she'd built over the years to protect herself from a childhood of neglect and outright abuse, somehow a tender heart had survived, and the Alise he knew and loved might not survive if she lost her ability to feel compassion. With her back to the carriage, Alise faced the border from the other side. Transparent to the naked eye, though Cillian saw it easily enough with his wizard senses, the magical barrier stretched high into the sky. Only Elal wizards knew how high it went, though some scholars speculated it formed a full dome over the entirety of Elal lands. And according to the books Cillian had studied, it also reached well below soil level. No tunnelling under or diving from above. Beyond the barrier stretched the road, beautifully paved and embedded with fire elementals to keep it free of winter ice. It disappeared where it dipped into that first hairpin curve. Cillian kept an eye on that horizon, the sound of the baying hunters and onrushing carriages not in the least muffled by the barrier. Permeable to air, animals, and weather, the enchantment worked only to limit the passage of humans. For the first time, Cillian wondered if the hunters counted as animals. If so, he and Alise might be in even more serious trouble. But that was a problem for the future. True, a future about 3 minutes away, but nevertheless. Alise's magic swirled in the air, so thick he almost imagined he could see the crimson petals of roses and red wine currants. Alise perceived magic that way, as colours, an unusual synesthesia. Most magic sensitives registered magic, not something human senses had evolved to detect, as a smell or feeling. And he was falling into his bad habit of thinking about scholarly topics when under stress instead of coming up with a distraction. Although, maybe he'd get lucky and Alise would finagle the barrier before he needed to. The hunting party rose into view, like a full blood moon popping over the horizon with malevolent intent. Hunters led the front, a V-shaped phalanx of the human-sized creatures that looked like a cross between a jackal and a weasel. Dark-furred, with long muzzles full of more teeth than any natural creature would have, they loped in a sinuous undulation that made Cillian feel motion-sick, a sensation exacerbated by the nauseating smell of their magic, like rotten meat stewed in rancid oil. A second V of elemental-powered carriages followed them. Open to the sky, light and maneuverable for battle, these carriages held one person only. In each, a wizard stood, hair streaming and cloaks flapping as they goaded their air elementals to propel them ever faster. Even from a distance, their snarling anger visibly contorted their faces. Completing the picture of relentless vengeance, a cohort of spirits swirled through the sky above them. From tiny, almost invisible elementals to fully shaped monsters composed of air and mist, but fully capable of delivering physical injury, Cillian knew from experience. They boiled like a storm in the wake of the rapidly approaching entourage. It would take them less than a minute to close the distance on the straightaway. Fenny leapt to his feet, waving his arms. "Stop them!" he cried, pointing. "Murderers!" "Ungrateful wretch," Alise snarled, and he could hardly blame her. "I need another minute or two, Cillian." She tossed the words over her shoulder, no hint of concern, utterly trusting that he already had it handled. So, handle it. But what could he do? The freezing spell would take too long to cast. His library magic worked to index books, to search for information within a text, to preserve and archive materials using folded space, and... He'd never tried anything like this before. But then, since meeting Alise, Cillian had attempted any number of inventive and taxing uses of library magic. He was grateful, however, that he did retain a full reservoir of magic. "Cillian?" Alise's voice rose in a note of question. "Distraction happening now," he answered, hoping his voice carried all the confidence he certainly needed but didn't feel. With no time to dither further, Cillian began folding the ground under the feet of the attackers. The pavement resisted his library magic, not being books at all. He felt as if he tried to roll out dough with a hammer and chisel. But it worked. Kind of. Barely. And enough for a distraction. The hunters stumbled, losing momentum as their taloned paws grappled at the suddenly unstable surface of the road. Going too fast to adjust, the elemental-powered carriages barreled into the flailing hunters, ploughing over them with howls and snarls of pained fury. Cillian didn't feel too bad for the hunters. They were essentially immortal and would recover. And they had no mercy in their hearts for any living creature. The carriages were slowed somewhat by the impedance and by the undulating surface of the road. The elementals and wizards compensated, of course, but the distraction served its purpose. "I think I did it," Alise said, without turning around. Her magic smoothed out, flowing over the barrier. Cillian, unable to sustain the awkward pavement folding much longer, let it go. The hunters boiled around, yelping. One wizard from the side managed to navigate around the snarl, their carriage hurtling toward the barrier while they yelled inaudible threats. Fenny threw himself over the still unconscious body of his wizard, covering his head with his hands. For a long, breathless moment, Cillian thought the unrushing carriage would run right over the fallen pair. Alise raised her hands as if she could steer them. She probably realized at the same moment he did, or maybe she'd already thought of it, that she could change that disastrous trajectory. The carriage suddenly veered to the side, crashing into the sheer rock wall of the cliff. The wizard inside flew out and hit the cliff with a thud, Alise physically flinching at the impact. By then, another carriage had broken free of the melee and shot towards them, this time screeching to a halt before the pile of wizard and familiar. That wizard jumped out and skirted their fellows, ignoring the beseeching Fenny had extended to them, and ran at the barrier. And crashed into it. Sound still didn't penetrate, but their raging expression said everything. Spirits flew at the barrier, also unable to cross. "Got it!" Alise declared with a fist pumping in the air. She turned and flashed him a radiant grin. "Distracting, very well done, librarian." "Well done to you," he returned with heartfelt relief. She ran to him, and he folded her in his arms. He stood in that moment, savouring the enormity of this one thing. He would never again take for granted the sheer, simple pleasure of having her with him, having her trust the way she melted against him, her almost delicate body like a precious bird he enfolded with utmost care. He kept one eye open over her shoulder, though, at the enraged wizard now joined by several others. Feeling his attention, Alise turned, her small frame riddled with tension. "Even the spirits can't get through," she whispered in some awe. "I may have overdone it." "Did you change the entire barrier?" She gave him a wide-eyed look. "No, just this section. They'll find a way through sooner or later. And someone, definitely my father, will be able to change it back." "Let's be on our way then." In accord, they hastened to the considerably battered carriage, which hadn't looked all that prepossessing when he'd gotten it out of storage at House Harahel. One wheel, in particular, looked precariously attached. Too bad there wasn't any snow on the road now, or he could have switched it to sleigh mode. Not that they had time. He looked back. Definitely no time. Alise climbed into the carriage, speaking happily about her achievement and ways to apply that. "I should have thought of it sooner, to take over their elementals and stop them from continuing. I have to learn to think faster on my feet, though that wouldn't have stopped the hunters." "Do you think you can control the hunters at all?" he asked, hurrying her in and following close after. He goosed the elemental with his own magic, sending them into motion, surprising Alise as she was still settling. She frowned for both. "I was about to do that. And no, I doubt I could. I don't really have any aerial magic." "I was afraid of that," he said grimly. Following his thought, finally, she leaned out the carriage window and gasped, seeing what he had. The hunters had come through the barrier and were closing on them. 3. Nick paced around the library at House Phel, soothing herself with the movement as much as infant Bria in her arms. Sated from nursing, Bria had quieted into sleep, but would almost certainly awaken if Nick stopped. The baby liked whoever held her to be in constant motion. Fortunately, Bria didn't lack for people to patiently walk her about. As her mother, though, Nick liked to keep that privilege largely to herself. There was something about holding close the warm and cosy bundle of infant that soothed her. Dark Arts knew she could take all the soothing she could get. "I don't like this," she said, for probably the 100th time, maybe the 1000th. Her husband and wizard, Lord Gabriel Phel, sat behind his desk, elbows propped and fingers steepled under his chin, watching her pace back and forth. His silver-white hair flowed to his shoulders, framed his golden-skinned, broad-cheekboned face. The single black-as-night streak at his left temple echoed his wizard-black eyes. He'd gotten up with her when Bria wailed awake, hungry and lonely, and accompanied her to the library, thinking to get a start on the day's business in the early morning hours. The Ratziel courier awaiting them to report absolutely nothing on Alise, against all probability, and yet again, had felt like the worst possible news. Most people, looking at him, would have thought he was calm, even contemplative, but she knew her wizard well. He was bristling as much as she was, but internally. His silvery moon magic practically sparkled in the overcast morning like pointed dust motes. However, instead of drifting about aimlessly, these little stars hung in one place and rotated idly, as if awaiting a target. Gabriel had come a long way in mastering his magic. Yes, the moon magic tended to solidify into silver when he was agitated, but he could keep the precipitates of that wizardry contained and more or less still, as opposed to raining on surfaces or flinging themselves at whoever had awakened his ire. Likewise, his water magic still drew storms, hence the rumbling overcast outside, but he could restrain the torrential downpours of the past. Nevertheless, Nick kept an eye on him and his temper. As Gabriel's familiar, she took her job to keep her wizard on an even keel seriously. As his wife, lover, mother of his child, and partner in leading House Phel, she also knew how to rein in her own impatience, lest her agitation goad him into impetuous actions. All the same, she couldn't help herself. "There's no reason I can't go to House Elal," he pointed out implacably, also not for the first time. "We've been over and over all the reasons you can't," she argued, well aware they were going in circles and had been for weeks, but unable to pull herself out of the hopeless cycle. She'd squandered money they couldn't afford trying to get information on Alise's status in House Elal, to no avail. "There is no way in all the land that I'm letting you beard my father in his den without me there to act as your familiar. I don't care how powerful you are. He'd have access to the power stored in the House Elal Arcanium. Plus, I heard he bonded a new familiar." She swallowed down the bitter grief over that, with his previous familiar, her mother, not long in the grave. Even worse, rumour had it that the new familiar was a younger classmate of Alise's too. Nick hadn't been able to get more solid information than that. What she wouldn't give to be a wizard and be able to send her own spirits to spy on House Elal. You would have no backup, no resources. You would be alone. Maybe it was being a new mother, but emotions hit her at unexpected times. The prospect of Gabriel facing her father alone nearly had her in tears. "Nick," Gabriel said, "there is no way in all the land that we're leaving Bria here without either of her parents, and," he added more loudly, holding up a hand to stop her next words, "we're both agreed that there is no way in all the land that we're taking Bria inside the borders of Elal." "Not so loud. You'll wake the baby." Her lips twitched, though, at his deliberate echoing of her words. He always seemed to know when she needed to be shaken out of her doldrums. He snorted. "That child takes after her mother. House Phel could burn down around her, and she wouldn't even crack an eyelid." An affectionate smile broke through the oppressive storm of his expression. "She's so happy and safe and secure in your arms." Nick looked down at her sleeping daughter, overwhelmed with love and protectiveness. The brush of black lashes against her soft cheeks, the subtle violet of her eyelids, the perfect sweet bow of her mouth. Nick had to stop herself from showering that precious face with kisses, which, despite Gabriel's claims, would indeed wake the infant. She settled for inhaling Bria's scent, the powdery fragrance of baby mixed with the deep wine and roses flavour of the Elal magic she'd been born with. I want Bria to stay happy, safe and secure. You know that. But I'm worried about Alise. Why hasn't she answered any of my letters? Why is there no information? Undoubtedly, because your father is intercepting the letters and any attempts to gather information, Gabriel replied patiently, having said this more than once also. Or she's choosing not to reply, Nick replied darkly. She paced over to the gloomy windows. She could be angry with me. I let her sacrifice herself to save Bria, my own sister, and I gleefully let her submit herself to our father's abuse. Dark arts only know what she's suffering there. You were hardly gleeful about it, Nick, Gabriel replied with some exasperation. The silver motes grew longer spined and began rotating faster. Outside, a steady drizzle commenced. None of us were happy about that solution, but Alise saw, and forced us to recognize, that her going with Piers was our best option. It was hardly a good option, she retorted, too strongly, because Bria stirred. I said it was our best option, he answered evenly, even, arguably, our only option at the time, he added in a lower voice, having also noted Bria's restlessness. The baby had been awake most of the night, which meant both of them had been too. Neither of them was at their best. Once Bria had at last fallen asleep, they'd snatched a couple of hours of sleep before she jerked them awake again with her strident demands. Then, not only had the last spy she'd paid to infiltrate Elal sent word of utter failure, the row of Ratziel couriers waiting for them with messages had none from Alise, House Elal, House Harahel, Cillian Han, or Iliana. Surely, out of all those people and entities, someone could reply to her messages. Even Lady Harahel, who'd sent an actual person to deliver her request that Han and Iliana travel to House Harahel to assist Cillian with a project regarding archives relevant to House Phel interests, hadn't replied to Nick's human-carried requests for updates. Well, she said, making a heroic attempt to be conciliatory, let's not reiterate that particular debate. What can we do besides one of those three things? Because I can't take sitting here on my thumbs any longer. You're spending every waking moment caring for a newborn and grabbing insufficient sleep in between. You've hardly been sitting on your thumbs, nor, he added pointedly when she glared at him, has anyone else at House Phel. We've been over the legalities. The deal was fairly struck. Our only legal recourse lies in that we prepaid Alise's tuition, room and board at Convocation Academy, and your father's interruption of her education means we have something of a lever. But if Provost Uriel won't intervene with House Elal, we're dead in the water there. I know all of that, Nick flung at him in frustration. You seemed like you needed reminding. Ha! Well, I don't. We have no legal recourse to rescue Alise, only illegal ones. And yet, he commented, wizard black eyes tracking her restless pacing, you dismiss the illegal options. She rolled her eyes at him. We've only just gotten House Phel on a reasonably firm financial footing. Our enemies are at least leaving us alone for the first time in nearly a year. We might actually meet the metrics to be firmly reinstated as a high house, and being off the probationary period would give us far more negotiating power in the convocation. We can't risk any of that by engaging in illegal activities or heating up the current Cold War into an actively raging one. As we've discussed many times already. You seemed like you needed reminding, she shot at him. With a sigh that was half laugh, half exasperated exhalation, Gabriel flattened his palms on the desk and rose to his considerable height. Nick never ceased to be a little surprised by Gabriel's size, the breadth of his shoulders, the warrior's musculature so unusual in the wizard set. But then, Gabriel had never been the typical wizard in any way, from his unconventional upbringing to his lack of convocation education to his stubborn refusal to capitulate to social conventions. He came to her, and she experienced that intimate thrill, his wizard's magic and sexuality so heady they made her dizzy. The wizard-familiar bond between them hummed with the intensity of their connection, amplified by love, a meeting of minds, hearts, and bodies that transcended anything she'd thought possible for her to have. "My love," he said, setting his big hands on her shoulders, only compassion and no exasperation in him now. The simple words held a world of meaning. With Bria sleeping peacefully between them, sheltered in the circle of his loose embrace, Nick felt herself settle. The three of them, together, in this quiet early morning, the man's not yet awake, rain pattering outside. It seemed possible that all could be right with the world. "Let's try solving this conundrum via a new path," he suggested. "We all agreed to wait. We've been waiting." "For weeks," she interjected. "Soon it will be 2 months." "Right, for a long time. But we never defined what we were waiting for." She supposed that was true. I guess for things to settle down. Like Bria, she thought, looking again at her adorable, healthy daughter. "Yes, for Bria to get a bit older, for you to heal from childbirth." "For someone to contact us," she pointed out, "to find out something, anything." "Which is what set you off this morning, that we haven't heard anything from any of them." "Yes. I thought that Han and Ileana would at least have sent word. If we could find out what's so blasted important in those hidden archives from House Phel, we'd have negotiating power with the Convocation. But House Harahel isn't—" I know. He breathed a quiet laugh and squeezed her shoulders. "House Harahel isn't communicating. How about this? We agree that going to House Elal is a bad idea for anyone at all." He paused meaningfully. "Don't we?" She nodded reluctantly. He knew her well enough to suspect that she'd been, in part, scheming about a way to sneak off to Elal and speak to her father personally, perhaps visit with Alise to assess her sister's well-being for herself. It pained her to think of leaving Bria, but the baby was old enough now not to need her mother every moment, and Bria had a veritable entourage of people wanting to cuddle, carry, and feed her. Nick had even worked out a kind of plan for travelling to Elal. Only knowing how panicked Gabriel would be to discover her gone had stopped her. Well, that, and it wasn't a watertight plan. Watching her now with his keen black gaze, Gabriel dipped his chin knowingly. "I understand how very difficult it's been for you to wait all this time. I want you to know I appreciate it. That you've held back for so long shows me that you love me more than any words could." She swallowed back the sudden tears. "I do love you." "I know, and I love you." He flexed his fingers on her shoulders. "And because I do, I say, let's go to House Harahel." "Really?" Her heart lifted with such incredulous hope she realized just how heavily inaction had weighed on her spirits. She was not a person who was accustomed to letting others take action. Nick had always wanted to grab a situation with her own 2 hands and wrench it into the direction she wanted. Arguably, she'd gotten herself into trouble that way, what with trying to escape her arranged marriage, an unwanted pregnancy, and the future designed for her by the Convocation, but ultimately, it had all worked out. And look at her now, with a loving husband and wizard, a very much wanted child, and more control over her fate and future than she could have imagined. It's about time we paid a social call on some high houses in the neighbourhood. She arched her brows. House Harahel is hardly in the neighbourhood, and they are definitely not in the social whirl. No one pays them courtesy visits. He smiled innocently. Too bad I'm such a Phel outcast that I don't know these things. Laughing, she shifted Bria and extracted a hand to lay on his chest, right over his heart. I appreciate this. I really do. This, you, Bria and me, matter so much. But Alise is important to me too. I'm more than a wife and mother. More than my familiar? He teased with an arch look. She flushed at the reminder of some of their early arguments. More than that too. You're your own person, Nick, he said firmly. I'm well aware that you need to be part of what Alise, Cillian, and the others have been working on. Yes. I can't know that I could be doing something and am not. It matters to me too, not just for House Phel's future, but for the Convocation. You once said I was the sort to knock myself brainless against the wall of their detestable social norms. I'm on board for a way to tear down that wall while keeping my skull intact. She had to smile. Always the idealist and iconoclast. He picked up her hand in his and raised it to kiss her fingers. The sensual brush of his lips gave her a shiver as he spoke against her skin. I may have ulterior motives. For a tame and safe visit to the high house of archivists and librarians, we can leave our darling daughter contentedly at home. With her fingers still caressed by his clever lips, Nick's blood heated and her breath caught. They hadn't had sex since Bria was born, Gabriel solicitously insisting that her body heal. What ulterior motives? She asked breathlessly. I'm thinking about some time with my favourite lover, he murmured. How are you feeling? Asher says I'm healed. The wizard healer had pronounced her fit for any and all activities some time before, but Gabriel had wanted to wait a few more, just to be sure, and wouldn't be swayed, to her great frustration. Yes, I know, but how are you feeling? She tamped down her impatience with his obdurate ways. Once Gabriel had fixed on a direction, he couldn't be swayed. Ready to spend some time with my favourite lover, she replied huskily. Good, he rumbled, passion making his voice deeper. The clouds outside had cleared, she realised, the spiky silver motes in the air vanishing back into formless moon magic. Let's begin the competition for who gets to take care of Bria while we're away. It's going to be a feeding frenzy. So true. But it should be your parents. They wouldn't forgive us otherwise. All right, but they'll have to move into the manse, where they'll have the best protection. I'll let you tell them that, she said with feeling. Coward. Guilty. She cuddled Bria closer. It's going to be hard to leave her. Changing your mind? No. She needed a chance to step out and be someone besides a mother again. Taking steps to help Alise and attack their many problems was a great way to start. Let's leave today. 4. Lord Jadran Eladrel shifted on the big iron chair in the receiving hall and suppressed a yawn. He didn't like to call the monstrosity of a chair a throne, though it looked like one, and Celia delighted in calling it that, just to poke at him. He'd tried to get rid of the cursed thing, a relic of his mother's vicious reign as Lady Eladrel. She'd loved playing queen of her captive realm and had relished all the little perks that set her above her inferiors, which included everyone else in the world. In truth, though, it was just a hard, uncomfortable and ugly oversized chair. The house, however, seemed to like it and resisted every effort he made to remove or replace it. and dealing with the complaints of the various minions of House Elal was enough to put him to sleep. He supposed if the ass-numbing chair was even slightly more comfortable, he would fall into a stupor. So there was that. Still, was it a bad sign if you couldn't feel your legs? He shifted again, bouncing one knee to see if that would encourage blood flow, which pinched his balls uncomfortably. The prickling sensation in his scrotum gave him a stab of alarm. What if he became unmanned from sitting for so long? He'd heal from it, as he healed from every cursed thing he'd so far encountered, but a chronic case of genital gangrene might prove to be the one thing that could destroy him. Jadran Elal, struck down by penis rot. What a pitiful epitaph that would be. "Stop squirming," Celia hissed at him from where she sat beside him in a far more comfortable chair. "Are you even listening?" "I think I have penis rot," he whispered back. She didn't even pause. "You do not. My ass fell asleep an hour ago. Anything could be going on down there. Maybe you should check it." Celia slid him a sideways look, her cat-like eyes canny. "You're not funny. Put on your big boy panties, Lord Elal, and pay attention. The debate is almost over, and you'll have to make your judgment." Since he had not, in fact, been paying attention, that came as mostly welcome news. The almost over part, anyway, not the decision aspect. "What should I decide?" "Really?" she hissed at him. "How do you look at yourself in the mirror?" "I don't," he shot back with a sly smile. "I look at my beautiful familiar." She rolled those beautiful amber eyes, wrinkling her nose in a charming but decidedly unbeautiful fashion. "You are responsible for this house, Jadran." "I never wanted to be Lord Elal," he griped, shifting his butt again. He definitely had never wanted to sit in this chair. He did not share his late mother's affinity for discomfort. He'd had enough pain to last him several lifetimes, which, given his quasi-immortality, might be an infinite number. The upside was, he'd also inherited none of her sadism. "Yes, well, I never wanted to be a latent familiar and shackled to a wizard who thinks I look like a stick insect," she retorted. "But look at me now." He snickered. Celia would never, ever forget that one-time flippant remark of his, even though they both knew he'd never meant it. It certainly wasn't remotely true now. Having her magic tapped regularly, and getting satisfyingly laid even more regularly, he liked to congratulate himself, along with proper rest and nutrition, had allowed Celia to flesh out and blossom. She would never be anything but tall and rangy, but she looked healthy, finally, instead of like a starving waif. And despite her pretense at irritation with him, she radiated happiness. Taking over House Elal hadn't been easy for either of them, but he liked to think they were suitably rising to the challenge. "I'd like to take a look at you right now, wild girl," he purred, mostly to make her blush. Maybe more than mostly. He'd fucked her vigorously once already that morning, but imagining stripping her up on this dais and having her bent over the arm of the throne while everyone watched her squirm. The immediate erection that fantasy generated at least reassured him that he didn't have penis rot after all. "What if I—" "Lord Elal," Bogdan called out. "Lady Elal, is there some problem?" Reluctantly, Jadran wrenched his gaze from Celia's blush. Even though he hadn't finished articulating his filthy suggestion, she'd clearly followed his train of thought to the logical, for him, conclusion. His brother Bogdan and his sometime conspirator, Wizard Anita, stood before the dais, both drawn up in postures of offended pomposity. They had conveniently forgotten their combined attempt to keep him from taking over as head of the house, and seemed to think he owed them something, including this audience. Did they have a surprise coming? Spare him the arrogance of entitled wizards who thought they truly ran House Elal, and who still viewed him as the inconsequential nonentity his mother had made Jadran into. He might have decisively defeated Bogdan for leadership of the house, but you wouldn't know it from his brother's attitude. Jadran had also killed their awful mother and sister. In his defense, they were actively attempting to murder him at the time and harm Celaya, which had really upset him, as he'd been very accustomed to their attacks on him, but she was a different matter. But matricide was its own reward, and he'd won the dubious honour of running House Elal, a job he'd never wanted. Some of these wizards who'd known him since he was an unloved toddler, particularly his brother, still thought of him as inconsequential. What amazed him most was that they seemed to think he didn't know it. They pranced and preened and worked the little cadres of malicious, backstabbing social climbers, bringing their contrived squabbles to waste his time, all while conspiring to depose him and take Elagel for themselves. They also flattered him egregiously, blowing so much sunshine up his skirt that he'd have third-degree burns on his ass instead of this numbness. As if he'd somehow forgotten the almost 30 years during which they'd treated him like less than dirt. He'd been everybody's favourite whipping boy, often literally, and they seemed to think he'd continue on that way. Wizard Anita smiled at him fatuously. "Lord Eladrel, we know you're a busy wizard and an insightful leader of our mighty house, with many more important issues demanding your attention. If you could simply rule that I be given full control of the previous lab space for my new venture into developing sentient automatons, then Lord Eladrel is far too intelligent and perspicacious to make such a foolish, short-sighted decision," Bogdan interrupted, loudly talking over the wizard. "The lab space has historically belonged to the Biosciences Research Division of Eladrel. Wizard Anita's automatons have no need for the extensive living quarters there." Living quarters. A nice euphemism for the glass cages the unlucky experimental subjects were forced to exist within. Jadran was all too familiar with those living quarters, having been one of those unlucky subjects for far too many torturous, best-forgotten chunks of his life. Bogdan seemed to have conveniently forgotten that fact, or he assumed, as many did, that once Jadran had extracted himself from the vivisection blade, he'd be more than happy to throw someone else under it. Celaya put a comforting hand on his shoulder, and he covered it with his, patting it reassuringly. "You all right?" she whispered. "Yeah," he answered, "peachy. Happy as berries in cream." "Jadran," she began in a worried tone, "I should cover you in berries and cream and lick it off, slowly." "I know you're deflecting." "Shh, put on your big girl panties and pay attention, or," he glanced over to leer at her, "take them off, right here and now. I dare you." "I'm not wearing any," she shot back, tossing her long rusty black hair over one shoulder. The rest of Jadran went on full alert, not a single fingertip numb at that point. "Is that true?" "Make a ruling, get us out of here, and maybe I'll let you find out," she answered, looking pointedly at the battling wizards. "The future is automata," Anita nearly shouted, her face reddening. "With an army of sentient automatons, we could outsource all of our defense currently handled by mortal creatures who require expensive supply chains. We could muster an army to—" "Everyone knows you need House Elal wizards to supply the spirits to make your walking piles of gears into soldiers capable of more than trudging in a straight line endlessly. And that's not going to happen anymore, because Elal, in case anyone has forgotten, has pulled their alliance from us, thanks to—" Bogdan broke off hastily, realizing his gaffe. Yes, thanks to Jadran and Celaya, and to Celaya's brother, Lord Gabriel Phel, refusing to return Lady Veronica Phel to her insane father. Bad enough that Nick's sister Alise was trapped in House Elal. Putting Nick back in her father's hands would spell doom, not only for her, but potentially for the entire convocation. Jadran wouldn't be surprised if Piers Elal didn't have ruling the Convocation as dictator/tyrant/king on his long-term agenda. Even if Elal hadn't yanked their collaboration with Eladril on the secret project to make an army of quasi-sentient automatons, quasi because even the most complex spirits still weren't all that bright, except for demons and jinn, and no wizard in their right mind to mess with those, Jadran would have killed the alliance himself. Wizard Anita swelled with smug, clearly certain Bogdan's mistake ensured her victory. Lord Eladril is well aware that the Biosciences Division requires no illicit collaboration with other houses. We carry on the strong, impeccable tradition of keeping to our policy of isolation. House Eladril needs no help from anyone to be the best, most powerful house in the Convocation. Our magical artifacts are critical to the product lines of nearly every house, high or otherwise, in the Convocation. Not to House Harahel, Jadran pointed out. It had been very interesting meeting Cillian Harahel at the siege of House Phel. Because of Jadran's previously caged existence, he hadn't known much about many other houses, except for the ones his mother had colluded with. Harahel notoriously used no magical artifacts from other houses. He'd call Aura Harahel ridiculously paranoid for the practice, except that she seemed to be simply carrying on a long tradition initiated by centuries-ago ancestors. Didn't make the practice any less paranoid, he supposed. Also didn't make it a foolish strategy. Jadran himself was considering a similar interdiction for House Eladril, which would really have everyone shitting their pants. Or non-existent panties. He slid his gaze to Zelaya again. Are you really not wearing panties? She didn't look at him. I told you what you need to do to find out. She was managing him, probably following Nick's guidelines for care and feeding of wizards, but he didn't mind. In truth, he kind of loved it. Not that he'd tell Zelaya that, especially since he mostly loved it because by doing so she revealed how much she cared about him, which meant more than he could express, and which left him feeling completely vulnerable. The minx already thought she had him wrapped around her little finger. She didn't need to know more. Wizard Anita was huffing and puffing about House Harahel, flinging about words like dinosaurs, worthless, and other similar disparagements. Bogdan was off to the side, apparently consulting with one of his cadres of conspirators, probably soliciting advice on how to extract foot from mouth and prevail. The insane amount of repetition was why Jadran had stopped paying attention in the first place, especially since he'd made his decision before he even plopped his ass down for numbing by iron. You see, he said in a normal tone of voice that nevertheless immediately silenced the proselytizing Anita, the wizard huddle, and the growing patter of speculation from the assembly who'd gathered for the daily petitions and judgments. The house doesn't like the labs. That had everyone's attention, the silence lengthening and intensifying into suspense. Jadran could have said so at the beginning, sure, and saved a sore ass, but he'd had his reasons. This would be fun. What do you mean? Anita sputtered. Lord Eladril? She added, belatedly, and with an embarrassed or angry frown. They looked a lot the same. I agree with my esteemed colleague, Bogdan said. The lab spaces have existed for generations of Eladril wizards. The house may be capricious at times, but it doesn't unilaterally decide it doesn't like something. The house doesn't have feelings, Anita agreed, united with her fellow wizard at least in this. Now, if you have decided, Lord Eladril, that... The house does have feelings, he interrupted, well aware of the ancient structure around them, listening intently. And she has thoughts and opinions. Shockingly enough, she dislikes the pain and suffering that emanated from the lab spaces. I might point out that this is a more human response than most of you have demonstrated. He let his contemptuous gaze rake over the audience of attending wizards, noting who shrank from notice. The familiars had no choice in what their wizards chose to employ them to do, and the mundanes were a mixed bag of gleeful assistants and unwilling ones. "And yet, Lord Eladrel," Bogdan said smoothly, "the lab spaces have a long and storied history." He filled in, stepping on his brother's words. "I'm aware, having been a participant, need I remind you?" Bogdan quailed, finally seeming to realize his precarious position. Jadran smiled in thin satisfaction and continued. "Yes, the house kept the lab spaces intact all this time because the previous heads of House Eladrel forced her to do so. They kept her in a sorcerer's chokehold, like a slave, and made her do their bidding whether she liked it or not. Thus, she acted out in other ways, little games with which we are all familiar." House Eladrel, the literal structure, oozed as much magic as any enchanted object produced by the house. She was basically one giant magical artifact, just one with many wings and levels, where entire rooms and courtyards had suddenly disappeared from time to time, sometimes with people inside. Less lethally, staircases had sometimes turned into slides or balconies sunk to the ground. The house had long had a reputation for changeability. Why the wizards who lived there failed to recognize the behavior as more than mechanical quirks, Jadran would never understand. Anita cleared her throat, then bowed a little. "Understood, Lord Eladrel. We all here have witnessed your power and expertise as a wizard." She beamed at him, as if they hadn't all treated him like a magicless idiot all those years, up until that point. "I have great faith in your ability to control the house and make it—" "Her," he corrected, just to be a jerk. Besides, the house identified as female, and she appreciated the respect. She purred in the back of his mind. "Yes, her, and make her restore the—" "I don't want to, though." He put the words out there and enjoyed watching the way they fought with their indignant frustration. Then he leaned forward, allowing his odd magic to intensify. "Even if I wanted to force the house to do my bidding, which I don't, I wouldn't restore the lab space. I'd be perfectly happy if she swallowed down the entire wing and shat it out, as it deserves." Everyone in the room, but Celaya and Jadran's father Ferdo, who'd known this was coming, gaped at him in stunned shock. He hadn't expressed that many strong opinions so far, easing his way into the boat without rocking it too much. Well, other than the whole coup part. But he'd had enough of playing Lord Nice Wizard. "In fact," he continued, lounging back as if the cursed chair were actually comfortable, "I have such residual loathing for the lab spaces and everyone who voluntarily worked there that I plan to remove each and every one of you from House Eladrel." He flicked his fingers, and a group of wizard soldiers loyal to him flowed in from several doorways. "Beginning with you two." Because this had been a formal audience, and because Jadran wasn't a fucking idiot, no familiars had been allowed to attend with their wizards. Bogdan and Anita weren't helpless without the power provided by their familiars by any stretch, but they were lazy and more than a little complacent. They didn't expect or act in time to counter the paralytic holds the two leads of the special forces put on Bogdan and Anita. "You can't remove me from House Eladrel," Bogdan sputtered. "I'm family, and we have contracts," Anita strangled out, fighting the grip of the paralysis. "Oh." Jadran winced, making a show of looking pained. "Do you mean those contracts my mother signed? Father, if you would." Ferdo produced a stack of employment contracts for the House Eladrel minions. Every wizard in the house had one, even so-called family. Jadran pretended to scrutinize them, though he, his father, and several legal consultants had been through them exhaustively already. He shook his head, pretending to look regretful, though he felt his gleeful smile leaking through. Oh, dear. It turns out that, against all Convocation custom, my megalomaniacal, late, unlamented mother had you sign contracts with her instead of with House Elal. That means every one of these contracts was null and void upon her death. Because it made a nice show, he tossed the stack to the marble floor, where the house promptly swallowed up every page. Looks like you're all starting at square one. For those of you I have no quibble with, you have free passage to leave, if you wish, or you may apply to negotiate a new contract. For those of you who I might indeed regard with, shall we say, a touch of regret, and I do believe you know who you are, but I'm happy to refresh the memories of those who might be unclear. He allowed his gaze to linger on those who'd flinched earlier. Some he remembered clearly, others he didn't. But then he'd lost more than a few memories to those dark, torturous days. You have 2 hours to clear out of House Elal and begin your journey to anywhere else. You'll be escorted to the border. 2 hours? Bogdan gasped. I can't possibly extract my belongings in that time. I've lived here all my life. And my work, my notes, will remain here, of course. Jadran interrupted smoothly, waving a hand at the blank space of floor where the stack of contracts had fallen and been swallowed. In the contract, as I'm sure you know, darling Mummy was a sadist, but not a fool. Work done for Elal belongs to Elal. But you said the contracts are void, Bogdan countered with a frustrated snarl. Which is it? It's that I'm Lord Elal, and I can do what I want. Take the opportunity to go, Boggy, he advised coolly, lest I have you removed immediately with nothing. Believe me, that is me being generous. Father, Bogdan turned to Ferdo, do something. Ferdo looked regretful. Their father had a soft heart for all of his children. Lord Elal has spoken, he said, all the answer he could give. He and Jadran had talked, though, and agreed this was the best move. Bogdan couldn't be allowed to stay in House Elal. He posed too much of a threat. He shouldn't be Lord Elal, Bogdan shrieked in impotent fury. It should be me! Me! Jadran nodded at a guard to silence his brother. In the blessed ensuing silence, he looked to the other wizard. Wizard Anita, your decision? Anita swallowed shakily, then lifted her chin. I'll go, but I'm taking a complaint to the Convocation. Please do, Jadran invited silkily. They should know I exist by now. Establishing his citizenship with the Convocation, given that his mother had concealed Jadran's existence for most of his life, all the better to exploit him, had taken an annoying amount of paperwork and bureaucratic wrangling, but they'd finally agreed that Jadran not only existed, but was a legitimate wizard, if not human being, and legally confirmed him as Lord of House Elal. He'd gotten the official certification and seal that morning via Ratseal courier. Thus today's little play. This is a travesty, Anita informed him. I've lived in House Elal my entire life, longer than you've been alive. I was born here, and I belong here. Far more than you do, boy. Kataka must be rolling in her crib to see what you've done with her legacy. Jadran leaned his chin on his fist, making his amusement clear. Do you think she is? He asked with a grin. Golly, I do hope so. I should have installed a window in her mausoleum so we could watch. Beside him, Celaya snorted softly. Anita looked appalled but kept her counsel, wiser than Bogdan had been. I'll go, Anita said. Send your escort to me in 2 hours. I can do better than that, Jadran replied. They'll go with you now, just so you're not tempted to take anything that doesn't belong to you. At his nod, her guards led Anita away. Reluctantly, he signalled for Bogdan to be allowed to speak again. You'll rue this day, Bogdan burst out, fighting the magical bonds that still prevented him from using his magic. "I'll destroy you for this!" "Oopsie," Jadran tusked, glancing at Celaya and taking her hand. Among wizards, the gesture was tantamount to drawing a blade. Being in physical contact with his familiar allowed him to draw on Celaya's inherent magic and use it to amplify his own. "Did that sound like a threat to you, my sweet?" Celaya gave him a resigned look. You'd think someone so cat-like in nature, and with a marsh wildcat alternate form, would enjoy toying with her prey more. But he loved Celaya's tender heart. Dark Arts knew she wouldn't tolerate him if she didn't possess compassion and infinite patience. "Fine, fine," he said on a sigh, lifting her hand to kiss it. "I won't be unmaking any wizards today, though I suspect at least some of you could do with a demonstration." But he watched the assembly as he said it, and, oh yes, that put the fear of the dark arts in them. Ironic, since he didn't actually know any of the dark arts, though he'd heard Alise had been studying them, and he was fascinated to know more. But the unmaking was no idle threat, and everyone knew it. Turned out his gift to heal himself of anything short of incineration, and even that might be possible, wasn't a healing magic at all, but Eladrel ability taken to an extreme degree. He could remake himself, and he could unmake any living thing. He didn't much care to rule via power, but he also wouldn't have any enemies like awful Bogdan, thinking Jadran weak enough to let a threat go by. Convocation law allowed him to deal with his own minions as he saw fit, but it also wasn't a lie that the contracts had died with his mother. Frankly, he'd rather they all just went away. "Let's do this," he said in a mild voice. "Bogdan, since I can't trust you to toddle off into the sunset like Wizard Anita here, and since you don't believe the house is sentient and makes her own choices, here is my sentence. You will be placed in an empty room. The house will decide what to do with you." "That's it?" Bogdan threw back his head as far as he was able, laughing in disbelief. "Oh, no. I'm going to be locked in my room like a naughty boy. Mama is spinning like a top. It's a good thing she's dead, because she'd be mortally embarrassed by the puling, weakling nothing befouling her place." Jadran felt the house's intent before the floor began to shift and signalled the guards to draw back. They did so with alacrity, feeling the movement beneath their feet. In fact, everyone not currently engaged in a manic rant, which was everybody except Bogdan, felt the incipient quake and drew back, widening the circle around the bound wizard frothing at the mouth. A circle formed in the marble floor, like an underwater creature pressing against the surface of water, bending, distorting, and finally breaking through, like a brass shark fin. Celaya gasped and he squeezed her hand. Ferdo looked away. Guess they didn't need to even lock the asshole in a room. The fin grew and turned out to be a long, pointed fingernail. It tipped a hand made of the same marble as the floor, other fingers and a thumb rising up in a cage around the wizard who'd finally acquired the sense to be afraid and had fallen silent. The hand rose, cupping Bogdan in its palm, those marble fingers and brass nails enfolding him almost gently. Then, as silently as it had arisen, the hand sank again into the floor, carrying the wizard with it, the marble sealing itself immaculately smooth again, as if nothing had happened. Almost. After Jadran dismissed everyone, the entire assembly more than willing to flee and save their petitions for another day, and he stepped down from the ass-numbing throne, he noticed a circle in the marble. A thin brass line delineated a perfect circle around where Bogdan had stood, a subtle warning, directly before the chair of doom, which was apparently still going nowhere. Oh well, Jadran had never kidded himself that he was in charge of the house anyway. He turned to Celaya. "Now, about those panties." 5. Nick had wanted to fly to House Harahel, but Gabriel had put his foot down. Well, that is, he'd attempted to put his foot down, met with Nick's determined obstinacy, then endured a long conversation about her role as a familiar and whether her ability to take the alternate form of a giant silver phoenix counted as a service she owed him as her wizard or not. He didn't much like pulling his ultimate card in this disagreement, that she couldn't change without his wizardry, but he worried about her health more than he disliked exercising that level of control. Taking alternate form wore Nick out, plain and simple, and she was already tired from childbirth and breastfeeding. Fortunately, Nick also took a certain pleasure in him taking control and telling her what to do, which he'd belatedly come to appreciate. She claimed she only liked it during sex, but he'd discovered ways to give his decisions erotic context. In the end, she knew he did it out of love and wanting to take care of her, so that made both of them happy. Also, he seduced her with the promise of several cozy inns along the way to enjoy their time together. He knew his wife well by this point, and she loved a nice inn and food delivered to her in a cozy room. Though she could be pampered at House Phel, she resisted employing their many staff to cater to her. She had no problem having inn employees do so, commenting that it was their job and they were well paid to do it, not to mention that she tipped generously. When he pointed out that they paid their own staff well, she launched into a complex discussion of House Phel finances and the necessary tiering of compensation for various kinds of jobs to reflect the difficulty of the tasks they're responsible for and to allow for aspirational levels of employment without generating jealousy and conflict, making his head hurt until he threw up his hands and offered her a glass of wine. Without little Bria to nurse, Nick eagerly indulged in the Elal summer red he'd arranged for her to have, and she barely commented on the extravagance, which said something right there. They weren't far out of Mericin at that point, and the innkeeper was more than delighted to indulge her royal guests, as she called them. It was a testimony to how much Nick had done to exert House Phel's influence over the surrounding lands, bringing order and support where things had fallen into self-reliant chaos, along with offering opportunities for increased commerce, allowing everyone to share in the growing prosperity of the newly restored High House. "I'm the last person to act like House Elal is without fault," she remarked with a grimace that smoothed with her first sip of wine. "But I can say the house of my birth does two things right. The house sharing prosperity with the people is a good business model, and they make cursed excellent wines." She'd brought at least one of those gifts to Mericin, and the people they encountered eagerly demonstrated their gratitude, an unexpected bonus of their journey. The weather and the reception chilled as they moved north, with many people still unfamiliar with the House Phel crest, which had been retired generations before and was still not pervasive outside of certain circles. Nick muttered and made notes about changing that, and Gabriel enjoyed seeing some of her fire and determination return. She was an excellent mother, but Nick had trained most of her life to head a high house, and thinking business was truly her element. They arrived at House Harahel to not only an utter lack of fanfare, but apparently to no one's notice at all. Gabriel wasn't much surprised. Alise had told them the story of taking Cillian to Harahel and her strange reception there. She and Cillian had arrived unexpectedly during the pre-dawn hours, so that had undoubtedly been a factor. Nick and Gabriel, however, sent an actual human courier ahead to carry a note to all Harahel declaring their intention to pay a visit, couched in all the elegant and exquisitely polite social phrasing Nick could muster. They hadn't expected a reply or an effusive greeting, but they'd expected the house to be at least aware of their arrival. Gabriel noted Nick's narrowed gaze as she took in the closed doors and abandoned appearance, the place looking as if no one had occupied the manse in ages. Almost ostentatiously Gothic in style, House Harahel looked how he'd imagined haunted mansions might look in the scary books he'd read as a kid. Weathered with gingerbread eaves and conical turrets on the many towers, the manse perched on a rise overlooking thawing moors. Though the wind wasn't blowing hard, he felt as if it should be. Wispy clouds scudded over a sky so pale it looked almost white. Though hardly pleasant weather, it seemed people should be out and about. Instead, the place looked shuttered. "Playing games with me, Orla," Nick murmured. "We'll see about that." "How do you want to play this?" Gabriel asked, entertained by the strategy clicking like Elagel clockwork behind her high brow. He left all things convocation etiquette to her. Arguably, that was a major reason he picked her out to be his familiar. Besides that he'd impetuously fallen in love with her painted portrait, that was. She gave him a thoughtful look. "You should take the lead, obviously. Orla will expect and appreciate that honor, wizard to wizard, house head to house head. She'll be suspicious of me as Harahel has no love of Elal, particularly now that Alise is tangled up with Cillian. Orla might think we've come to cry insult for the way she sent Alise packing, so I think we can let her stew in that uncertainty for a bit. She might treat me as only a familiar, to be seen and not heard." Gabriel took her hand, seeking her touch rather than succumbing to the instant indignation aroused by her words. "You know how I dislike anyone treating you that way. You are the brains behind House Phel, far more than I." She patted his cheek in teasing affection, then gave him a lush kiss. It had been more than good to renew their physical connection. He hadn't minded waiting, but his excuse of the slow journey to spend intimate time together in order to keep her rested had turned out serendipitously well. The passion spiraled lazily between them, twining through their ever-strengthening bond. Bria was a part of them now, making them a solid triangle. But first they had been a pair, and it would always come back to this for him. More than his other half, Nick had become his beating heart, his love for her almost painful in its intensity. "Don't worry, darling," Nick said against his lips with a smile, emerald eyes sparkling with amused anticipation. "Orla won't underestimate me by any stretch. House Harahel is well known for disliking the use of familiars. Most in the convocation joke that it's because the business of books, libraries, and archives requires no great magic. But then they needed to borrow Han and Ileana from us," he mused. "Yes." She looked thoughtful. "Cillian needed them anyway, for his project recovering the House Phel text from that folded archive where they'd been hidden. They know we know they're working on that. They asked us for help. Why wouldn't they keep us apprised? Especially when we asked so politely. And insistently," he noted. She made a face at him. "I should have been more insistent. I feel like my post-baby brain is starting to work again. Finally." He smiled, amused with her. "Your mind is working just fine, sharp as your tongue." "Ha ha. Seriously, those archives were hidden for a reason. I didn't really understand her explanation at the time, and I was a little distracted." "By giving birth," he pointed out. "Yes, that. But now that I'm giving it more and better thought, the whole business of references to House Phel being hidden by diligent effort over time, with some kind of arcane magic Cillian had to unravel, this has huge implications. And now House Harahel knows more about our own house secrets than we do. Why didn't we chase this before?" "We were busy," he answered. "And we're here now, so no recriminations. We trusted Cillian to handle it, and I assume he has been. Let's go find out what he's discovered. It will be very interesting to find out what about his work required so much extra magic that he called for familiars to assist. If Orla Harahel doesn't try to wall us out, like she did with Alise," Nick replied, giving the haunted-looking manse a dark look. "Alise is a delightful person with a powerful future ahead of her, but she is young yet, and she is not you," Gabriel said, opening the carriage door and stepping out, offering a hand back to his beautiful lady. "Ola has no idea what she's up against." "Well, and I have you. Just no striking her down with lightning or stabbing her through the eyes with moon-silver spikes, all right?" "I have never once directed lightning at anyone," he replied huffily, restraining a smile at her teasing. "My water magic makes rain clouds and rain. The lightning is incidental, part of the atmospheric disturbance." He led her up the steps, the old unpainted wood creaking rather alarmingly. "Well, try not to disturb any atmospheres." She cast a dubious glance around the wide porch, empty of chairs, the scars of old window boxes showing on the balustrades, a few leaves from the previous autumn scudding around in a crackling breeze. "This place has plenty of it already." "They're certainly going to trouble to make it look forbidding to visitors." "Indeed, my Lord Wizard. Let's find out why." She lifted a hand to the door knocker, an iron ring piercing and dangling from a gargoyle's mouth, but before she touched it, the door sprang open inwards, startling Gabriel enough that his magic leapt to the tips of his fingers. Nick might enjoy teasing him, but her warnings about keeping control of his magic, which often seemed to have a mind of its own, were well taken. An ancient wizard stood in the doorway, wizened and with wild white hair, a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles perched on the bridge of his nose, a massive book tucked under one arm. He peered over the tops of them with wizard-black eyes, undimmed by age. A cat darted through the doorway, leaping down the steps, followed by several stubby-legged, uncoordinated kittens. One brindle kitten stumbled and rolled down the last 2 steps, recovered, and dashed off after the rest, apparently none the worse for wear. "Someone out here?" the old wizard asked, looking straight at them and tempting Gabriel to look behind him to check. Nick slid him a look, reminding him the burden of taking the lead rested on him, and also that he needed to be concentrating on behaving like an arrogant high house head rather than watching kittens. "Lord Gabriel Phel and familiar, Lady Veronica Phel," he announced, making sure to sound a little irritated at not being immediately recognized. "To meet with Lady Ola Harahel." "Orla, huh?" the old wizard echoed, furrowing his brow and looking perplexed. "Orla." He scratched his chin thoughtfully and said nothing more. The silence stretched on. Nick shifted restlessly, clearly wanting to step in and restraining herself. Gabriel had no idea what etiquette demanded next. "Lady Ola Harahel, yes," he answered, the impatience real this time. Really, fuck convocation etiquette. "Perhaps you should fetch someone higher up in your household," he suggested, "who is familiar with the head of your high house and is capable of announcing visitors properly." Nick didn't make a sound or move more than a subtle flexing of her fingers on his arm, but he sensed her satisfied amusement in the warming wine of her magic, flowing into him like the scent of roses on a summer afternoon. The wizard pursed his lips, a hint of something in his black eyes that seemed to be approving. He transferred that gaze to Nick. "You're an Elal. I recognize the smell of you. Related to that sweet little thing Cillian's fond of, are you?" "My younger sister, Alise, Lord Harahel Emeritus," Nick replied, inclining her head in respect. "We at House Phel are equally fond of Cillian, a fine Harahel wizard." "Saucy one, aren't you?" the wizard cackled, pinned Gabriel with his black gaze. "Got your hands full with this bottle of fire." Before Gabriel could assemble a reply, the old wizard bowed to Nick from the waist, nearly dropping his book. "You would have made a good Lady Elal, young Veronica. 'Tis a pity the way the world turns at times." He nodded sagely to himself. Nick seemed taken aback. Again, the silence grew. One kitten darted between Gabriel's legs and into the manse. He cleared his throat. "Might we come in?" he asked. Lady Phel is newly a mother and should not be kept standing long. Ah, yes. The wizard turned and crooked an elbow at Nick, a clear invitation that she accepted, allowing him to lead her into the manse, Gabriel following behind. Let's see now, the man mused. Seems you wanted to see Orla. Never know where she might be. Always busy with something. Never could keep her still, except to read a book, and even then, half the time, she'd read while pacing about. He chuckled to himself. The hallway stretched before them, long, unlit and undecorated. Gabriel hadn't visited many other high houses, but he'd heard plenty of Nick's scathing opinions on how House Phel failed to meet up to those standards. From what he'd seen of House Harahel so far, House Phel looked like a modern palace. The wizard, Lord Harahel Emeritus, apparently, which was a title Gabriel hadn't heard before, opened the door to a brightly lit and cosy room. "Nick!" Ileana squealed, a blaze of bright red hair and effervescent enthusiasm as she launched herself at them, seizing Nick in a fierce hug. "Where's Bria? Tell me you brought my baby." "Lord and Lady Phel," Han said in a pointedly formal tone, drawing Ileana gently back and nodding politely to Gabriel. "Oh, oops." Ileana flushed a crimson as bright as her hair. "Apologies, Lord Phel, Lady Phel, and Uncle," she added, with a glance at the old wizard, who flapped a hand at her and wheezed out a chuckle as he made his way to a chair perilously close to a blazing fire. She watched him go, then turned back to Nick and hissed, "Seriously, where is my baby?" Nick laughed and hugged her. "I've missed you, Ileana. My baby is at home at House Phel. Her grandparents are looking after her, with help from Quinn." "That bitch!" "Ileana," Han remonstrated, but couldn't hold back a laugh. Gabriel held out a hand and Han shook it. "I apologize for my partner, Lord and Lady Phel." Ileana pretended to pout. "It's been a little much, being holed up here in this isolated place. Everyone reads all the time." "You've been working too hard," Han added, rubbing her back. "True, but the right amount of hard," she enthused. "We have so much to show you about what we found. I'm not sure how much Cillian told you before he left, but since then we—" "Wait a moment." Gabriel interrupted her rapid-fire words, aware of Nick's stiffening beside him. "Cillian left? Head off to rescue that sweet Elal wizardling," the old wizard called out. "I was surprised Orla approved it, but she's getting soft in her old age. Probably couldn't resist sticking one to Piers Elal either." "You didn't know," Han said with a sigh. Gabriel exchanged concerned glances with Nick. "No, we didn't know." "It was our fault," Ileana said, sagging. "Cillian thought Alise just left him here and didn't care." "Had no idea Lady Harahel sent her packing while he was asleep and wouldn't let her say goodbye," Han added. "Orla does love her little games," the old wizard put in. "So when we told him she'd gone to House Elal to apprentice with her father," Ileana continued, "he couldn't be stopped from going after her. Very romantic." "Very foolish, if you ask me," Lord Harahel Emeritus said on a cackle. "But no one asks me." "We love you, Uncle," Ileana called over, then lowered her voice. "He seems eccentric and sometimes makes no sense, but he's really very sharp." "He isn't deaf, though," the wizard observed, cackling again. Han just shook his head. "When did Cillian leave for Elal?" Nick asked, her magic heated to a steam. Gabriel smoothed a soothing hand down her back. Han and Ileana looked at each other. 7 days ago?" she offered. 8, he corrected. 8 days ago? Nick looked up to the ceiling, counting and also mastering her impatience. "Didn't Alise say they travelled here from Convocation Academy in a day and a night? And Elal is past that?" Gabriel asked. Nick shook her head. No, I mean, yes, but they only got here so quickly because they didn't stop, and Alise used her Elal magic to amplify the air elemental. Cillian wouldn't be able to go that fast, but he also could take a slightly more direct route. I'd say it would take 3 days from here.
4 at least in the carriage Orla provided, Lord Harahel Emeritus put in without looking up from his book. Probably 5.
It was a bit of an antique, Ileana said, almost apologetically.
So he'll have been there only 2 or 3 days at this point, Gabriel told Nick, easily able to follow the direction of her greatest worry. And we've been travelling since then, so we wouldn't have gotten word.
Even if anyone bothered to send us word about anything, she groused. Besides, Ileana said brightly, probably already left again. Left? Nick echoed.
Cillian planned to rescue Alise, Han explained. Take her out of that place.
Very romantic, Ileana added. It's not romantic in the least, Nick snapped, verbally and emotionally, her magic billowing up like a fire doused with rose-scented lamp oil. He's a fucking idiot.
Whoa!
Han held up his hands, sliding a look at Lord Harahel Emeritus, who only cackled gleefully.
My great-grandnephew is a fucking idiot, he agreed, but also romantic. Both truths can exist simultaneously, he mused in a philosophical tone.
Gabriel, who privately agreed, having engaged in his own foolish quest to find Nick and bring her home, put his hands on her shoulders, turning her to face him. She looked spitting mad, and beneath that was the fear.
Bria is safe at House Phel, he told her firmly. They would have sent a courier if there were any problems.
Tears welled in her eyes, magnifying the green. But you and I are not there. What if Alise goes with Cillian and our father decides that abrogates the agreement?
He shook his head. Alise wouldn't put Bria in peril. If she makes a decision to leave House Elal, and we don't know that she has, only that Cillian went there, then she'd only do so if she felt confident all would be well. No one at House Phel will let your father get to Bria. We prepared against this very possibility.
If Alise has left House Elal, our father will be enraged. He won't let her go easily, and he'll want to kill Cillian for interfering. We need to help them.
Nick's voice rose perilously to the point of hysteria.
Gabriel understood, having thought down all the same paths, but they needed to make a plan and not act hastily. It was an ironic turnabout, as Nick usually was the one to restrain his impulsive actions and emotional volatility.
Take a breath, he advised, as she so often did to him. We came here for information, and now we have some. We'll make a plan now.
Nick took a deep breath that broke into a sob that she quickly contained, then took another, deeper, shuddering breath, and nodded. Lord Harahel Emeritus, she called out, still looking up at Gabriel, steadying herself by holding his gaze. Are there truly absolutely no Ratziel couriers or wizards in-house?
Hey, call me Bertie.
He waved a hand at them. Nick held Gabriel's gaze a beat, her mastering impatience over Bertie's lack of answer obvious. Thank you, Bertie, she said smoothly, as if entirely unbothered. Please, call me Nick. And the Ratziel couriers?
Nary a one,
Bertie answered, sounding like this was something they should be delighted to hear. Nick growled under her breath. We can't get a message to anyone. We're stuck out here in the back of beyond. We could fly out.
No.
She firmed her chin and mouth in a way that boded ill for him, eyes no longer teary, but glittering with determined fury. I will protect my daughter, Gabriel. I will help my sister. Don't try to stop me from doing what's necessary.
I'm not stopping you. I will help you. This is my daughter, my sister too. Let's find somewhere private and discuss our options."
"There isn't time," she snarled, her magic spiraling hot again. "I feel fine, and even if I didn't, which I do, I'll risk anything to help Bria and Alise. I'm flying. You can come with me, or not."
So they were doing this with an audience. "Don't make me remind you that you can't take alternate form without me." She punched her fist to her hips.
"So help me, dark arts. Gabriel Phel, if you don't—"
Bertie snorted loudly. "A fireball for sure there you've got, young lord. Not many a leash can contain that one." Nick's eyes and magic flashed. She started to turn, but Gabriel held her firmly in place, knowing she'd later regret not giving the pretense of being a submissive familiar in front of a high house. Even Han and Ileana watched with wide eyes, and they were accustomed to the freer ways of House Phel. "You'll do as you're told, familiar," he said, deliberately letting the sensual command purr through his voice. They hadn't spent time in the Arcanium since before Bria's birth. Gabriel had flat refused to potentially compromise her well-being in the late stages of pregnancy and postpartum, not because Nick hadn't suggested, even begged. Typically, he only addressed her as familiar inside that safe and private space, where they'd found exquisite pleasure in playing out dominance and submission. Using it here and now was an exception, and caught her attention enough to cut through her panic. Her eyes going luminous with arousal, desire replacing her fear and frustration, she relaxed under his grip, sanity flowing into gaze, and nodded. "Yes, wizard. Thank the dark arts." "Ileana, Han, can you give us what you've discovered regarding the archives in a quick summation?" The two familiars looked a little startled, but nodded. "Good. Lord Emeritus Harahel, can Lady Harahel meet with us before we leave?" "Bertie," the old wizard insisted. "Bertie," Gabriel corrected himself and offered a smile, learning from Nick's experience. "Do you think Lady Harahel can meet with us, or not?" "Not," he answered decisively. "Orla went off to Convocation Center. House business." Nick didn't move, but her magic seethed. Gabriel understood the feeling, his own magic gathering involuntarily. "Is there a reason, Bertie, that you didn't mention this to us earlier?" The ancient wizard looked up, black eyes twinkling. "Sure there is." And he said nothing more. Outside, thunder rumbled menacingly, and Nick narrowed her eyes at Gabriel in implicit warning. He nodded and attempted to wrestle back his own frustration. Ileana, well versed in House Phel idiosyncrasies, said brightly, "Let's adjourn to the study we've been working in and give you that summary. It's all warded for privacy and silence. That will give you the information and time you need to decide how you want to go from here." "And where?" Han added, nodding. That sounded like an excellent idea.
"So," Ileana concluded, "once Cillian figured out that these super dull booklets on stuff like wasp larvae and which ball gowns and accessories the then Lady Phel wore to various parties were actually code for Anciella Phel's experimental data, he had a few copied and took off for Elal to show Alise, hoping that would remind her of what she'd originally set out to do in discovering the House Phel archives." "Brilliant!" Nick continued to study the original journal of Gabriel's ancestress and her meticulous entries detailing each outfit, the jewels, the fabric, the dates and times of the fictional social events. "I'm amazed Cillian looked at this twice. Many ladies keep such records." Gabriel was sure he hadn't made a sound, studiously focused on the treatise on wasp larvae, but she slid him a narrow look. "It won't do to wear the same thing twice to a given house unless a decent interval has elapsed," she informed him, archly enough that he wasn't entirely sure if she was joking.
Of course not," he replied neutrally.
"People might think your house is struggling financially," she pointed out.
And you can't have that. Absolutely not, he agreed. She gave him one last suspicious stare, then turned back to Han and Ileana, leaving Gabriel to his study of the wasp larvae manual, along with one on the effects of spring temperatures and rainfall on the peach harvest over the course of 50 years. Something about that niggled at his memory. You can see, though, Ileana was explaining with excitement to Nick, how the dates and times could easily indicate experiments with the types of jewels and fabrics indicating outcome. It's very clever, Nick allowed, and impenetrable. How can we ever know what a jewel or fabric corresponds to? Or a certain kind of wasp compared to rainfall and temperature, resulting in a given price for peaches, Gabriel said, that sense of something just beyond his memory teasing him. That's why Han and I stayed behind, Ileana explained, to look through all of this for a key. Some kind of translation tool that tells us that silk means 6 or that a dozen peaches means an MP score of 9 or something like that. Except it probably won't be as straightforward as that, Han said wearily. We don't know what it would look like, except that we're pretty sure we haven't found it yet. I'm frankly amazed you were able to discover this much, Nick said. How would anyone look at a booklet on peach harvests and think it was anything but deadly dull, obsolete farmers' records? Even worse with ball gowns, Gabriel retorted, knowing that last bit had been directed at him. Nick gave him a sunny, innocent smile. A relief that, as it indicated she was regaining her usual equilibrium. Cillian deduced that the earliest books hidden away must have been the most important, critical enough that Anciella thought to collaborate with a librarian wizard to hide the documents in a folded space to protect even the encrypted data after that disastrous meeting with the committee, Anne explained. He'd shown them the meeting minutes secreted in the folded archive, which indicated the explosive findings Anciella had brought to the convocation, that familiars weren't incapable of wielding their own magic and becoming wizards, and that Anciella had discovered some technique to make that happen. Amazing to think that all this time we assumed it was House Phel enemies who hid the archives, Nick commented, and not our own people preserving information for us. Well, it's difficult to know what the motives were for the initial concealment, Han said thoughtfully. We're only guessing here, and we cannot overlook that our enemies did ultimately take over maintaining that concealment. House Harahel went to lengths to keep Alise and Cillian from finding and removing that archive. But did they know what was in it? Nick asked. Maybe. Han tapped a finger on his lip. It seems the House Phel enemies had to have an idea that Anciella had discovered a method for removing whatever block keeps familiars from working magic. Enough of a concern to want to stop anyone else from ever finding out. It wouldn't take much to give wizards a concern about that, Nick commented dryly. The entire power structure of the Convocation rests on that supposedly immutable fact. But Cillian theorizes, Ileana put in, that the librarian wizard recruits who came along later didn't know why they were hiding these materials. They just took any and everything that referenced House Phel and stuck it in the folded archive. Following orders with no thought or sense behind it, Han said in bitter disapproval. How recently? Gabriel asked. Han and Ileana paused, clearly following his thought. We'd have to ask Cillian, Han said slowly. He'd know for sure, with his library magic, but there is an index. I worked on that for a while, Ileana said, producing the stack of paper, before I switched to looking for the key. Cillian started the index with the first books he extracted from the archive. Nick looked at the first page, then scanned the books stacked around the study on every available surface. Where is this one? She put her finger on the first entry. Ileana looked around, counting on her fingers, then walked to one of the neat piles. Here. Cillian was upset that we stacked them this way, but this study has no shelves, and we, of course, can't let any of these books out of the room until we're sure they present no danger. Hidden traps and so forth, Han explained. Lady Harahel was insistent. Nick trailed a finger down the stack, checking the spines. Several of these are recent publications, she noted. Within the last year. My index includes the publication dates, Ileana said, sounding a little put out. Nick smiled at her. Just being thorough. She slid one out, deftly without disturbing the pile. Here's the convocation record of your application to reinstate House Phel, for example. She held it up, meeting Gabriel's gaze. You know what this means. He nodded slowly, soberly, and feeling a spark of keen excitement, an avenue to take action. Whoever was most recently tasked with hiding documents is still working in the Convocation archives, or was up until very recently. Ileana opened and closed her mouth in shock. Why didn't Cillian think of that? Han grimaced. He did. I'll bet you anything he did. But house loyalty would prompt him to keep that quiet, Nick said. Except he'd go to his house head, wouldn't he? Gabriel asked her. He'd have discussed this with Orla Harahel. Lady of his house and his grandmother, Nick agreed with resignation, who insisted on keeping this project secret from the rest of her house and has, perhaps not so coincidentally, gone off to Convocation Center. If it were me, Gabriel said slowly, I would want to find who it was from my house that was betraying their contract and endangering us all by risking the wrath of the Convocation. Yes, Nick sighed. Looks like we need to go to Convocation Center. If we're in luck, that's where Alise and Cillian will go too. No herring off to Elal along the way? Gabriel asked, just to be sure. As I have no wish to see my father and my husband battle to the death, no, she answered acerbically. Will you worry about Bria too much? No. Yes. She looked unhappy but resigned. You're right. Bria is as safe at House Phel as anyone can make her. She's safest there, and we need to do this. Anne and Ileana? Gabriel asked, letting that particular conversational thread die on its own. Coming or staying? They barely had to check with each other. We're coming, Ileana said, speaking for both of them. I don't think the key is here. We don't, that is. We've been discussing it as we searched. Why hide the key in the same place as the encrypted documents? Han asked. It must be somewhere else. In Convocation archives, Ileana said with renewed enthusiasm. Only maybe misfiled in some way, Han added. More misdirection. Anyway, Ileana said, efficiently stacking documents, all of this can wait here. It's safer here, locked and warded, than anywhere else. We're coming with you. I'm coming too, said Lord Emeritus Harahel. Everyone jumped out of their skin. The ancient wizard had simply appeared inside the room without a buzz of warning from the wards, and apparently having soundlessly opened a locked door that he shouldn't have been able to even knock on. He laughed gleefully at their expressions. This was my house first, he reminded them. 6. Why? Sally demanded of Jadran as they left the receiving hall. Did you pretend not to pay attention when you were all the time planning that move to banish those two? He slid her a foxy smile. Were you surprised? You mean, since you neglected to mention anything at all to me about those contracts being voided by your mother's death, or that you've been verified as a Convocation citizen and Lord Eladrel, congratulations by the way, leaving me completely in the dark as to what was going on, even though I'm supposed to be Lady Eladrel and your partner in running this house? Why, yes, I was a little surprised. And more than a little annoyed. Oh. He snaked an arm around her waist, nuzzling her temple as they walked. Sally pretended that didn't light a shiver of desire in her. She was mad at him, wasn't she? "I was going to tell you," he explained, "but then I only found out the final word this morning, and I thought it would be fun to see your face when—" He trailed off when she pulled away and spun on him, fury rising. All around, in the hallway, the long mirrors lining it reflected her in her ire, fists on hips and long hair flying around her. Never mind that it was physically impossible for all those mirrors to reflect the same image, nor did she have an actual halo of fire around her. The house was playing games, or expressing solidarity with her. Jadran cast a wary eye at the reflections and apparently came to the second conclusion because he raised his hands, palms out, in a peacemaking gesture. "All right, I'm sorry," he said hastily. "It wasn't as funny as I thought it would be. But you did a great job, Celaya. No one would have guessed that,
That you sandbagged me in front of the rest of our house?" she asked sweetly, then spun on her heel and stormed down the hallway, Jadran jogging to catch up.
"It wasn't like that," he complained. "I was just having fun. Just like you were, telling me you weren't wearing panties." She sniffed, not deigning to answer that. "So, are you or aren't you?" he asked.
"Too bad you'll never know."
"Don't be like that."
"I'm only having fun," she echoed him, making it sound extra whiny, rewarded by his narrow-eyed glare. Then she narrowed her own eyes at the hallway, which should have ended by now, but seemed to be growing longer by the moment. "Where are we going?"
Jadran, who might be a snarky asshole, but not a dull knife, caught on to the reason for her question right away. "I thought we'd go to our chambers and have mutual fun investigating this question regarding your wardrobe, or lack thereof, but—"
"But the house wants us to see something else."
He sighed. "I suppose there's no use fighting her."
"There never is,"
Sally agreed. Jadran held out a hand to her. "Truce?" Without hesitation, she took it. Being annoyed with him was one thing, and teasing him to an extent was another, but she had to remember not to take it too far. Jadran always worried that she'd stop loving him. He hadn't been loved much in his life, and he still wrestled with it, both that anyone could love him and how very much he needed it.
"No truce necessary,"
she told him sincerely, stopping and tugging him close, giving him a soft kiss.
"I'm aggravated with you. That doesn't mean we're at war."
Some tension bled out of him with a long breath, and he leaned his forehead against hers, twining their fingers together. "Good. I didn't mean to be an ass."
"It just comes naturally to you, I know."
He pulled back a little, just enough to search her face with his sharp, wizard black eyes. "Do you mind very much?" She laid her free hand on his cheek, overwhelmed with love for him, knowing that's what he was asking.
"I love you, Jadran. I don't plan on stopping, but I have to be able to tell you when you piss me off."
He nodded in resignation. I know. No more leaving you out of the loop on house governance, even if it seems like a fun surprise."
"Thank you."
She kissed him again, sweetly, lingeringly. He kissed her back, sliding his free hand around her waist to snug her against him, fingers wandering familiarly over her bottom. "Now, about those panties," he murmured. Laughing, she shoved him away.
"The hallway is getting narrower. The house won't be patient much longer. And I have questions about your banishment of Wizard Anita."
"Not Bogdan?" She shuddered, deliberately pushing aside the image of that marble hand and what it might have done to Jadran's brother. Good thing the house was on their side, more or less, and she aimed to keep it that way.
"Let's go where the house wants to take us, then talk about it."
They turned and walked down the hall, still hand in hand, the direction the house had selected for them very clear. Behind them, the walls had narrowed to a pinch point, while ahead, the way opened with encouraging light and breezes. There seemed to be an open-air courtyard at the end, one Sally didn't recall, which usually meant the house had either dug it up from some past iteration of itself or recently created one for some arcane purpose. Understanding the house and what she wanted wasn't always a simple undertaking. She might be sentient, with a mind, emotions, and opinions of her own, but she also wasn't human. For lack of a better description, the house thought differently than they did, and coexisting with her took a lot of mental flexibility. The courtyard was at least pretty, which boded well. "Not Bogdan," she answered firmly. "That's between Bogdan and the house." "Why are you worried about Wizard Anita?" Jadran asked, switching topics easily. "You think she'll cause trouble? That is," he amended at her sidelong look, "do you think that the trouble she'll inevitably attempt to stir up is anything for us to be concerned about?" Sally tried to shrug off the question, along with the uneasy sense of impending doom. "I think we have enemies," she finally said. "As much as you and I didn't love Katika, she had powerful friends and allies who are not happy about her death and your role in it, especially since you apparently benefited by acquiring Eladrel in the process." "I never wanted to be Lord Eladrel," he replied woefully. "Of course you didn't. Anyone with sense knows that. But to the power-hungry, that's incomprehensible. That you wanted it and planned to exploit it is their default assumption. Even if they weren't worried about what you'll do with this power, and now you've given them even more cause for concern by announcing this development with contracts, not to mention eliminating your two greatest rivals in-house, there are those who'd want to avenge Katika out of sentiment." "You're thinking of Inigo Samuel." "I'm thinking of Inigo Samuel." "He's been quiet since his son got his ass so thoroughly spanked at the siege of Phel," Jadran said thoughtfully, though not as an argument. "There's been no sign of his daughter, Samantha, since Nick sent her home either. Quiet can be a bad sign." "With toddlers and sadists, yes." He'd have reason to know, at least about the sadists. She squeezed his hand in sympathy. "I'm worried that this has been a period of mustering for our enemies." She hadn't said this before, wanting Jadran to have a bit of breathing room, taking on the monumental task of shouldering responsibility for Eladrel. "They're not going to go away, and they have to be planning to come after everyone with overwhelming force to quash House Phel and their allies once and for all." "We should never have let Alise go off with Piers Elal like that," Jadran agreed on a growl. "We know he's up to no good, and planning to use Alise to do it." "We didn't exactly let it happen," Sally reminded him, a bit tersely, feeling her own guilt in the matter. Should they have pushed harder to stop Alise? Should they have gone after her? Also, was the hallway getting even longer? At least she knew the answer to the third question, which was a decided yes. Wherever the house had created this courtyard, which still hovered like an oasis on the horizon, she'd placed it a distance away. "Gabriel and Nick were emphatic that we stay out of it." "Yes, but we didn't have to agree," Jadran argued. "Lord Phel might think highly of his double-power wizardry, and he's a more powerful wizard than you are." "That's debatable. Besides, Eladrel is a high house, whereas Phel is still only probationary. We outrank them and don't have to do what they tell us," Jadran continued, warming with his righteous indignation. "We shouldn't have meekly knuckled under." Sally briefly raised her eyes to the heavens at the unlikely concept of Jadran knuckling under to anyone, ever, or being meek about anything. Across the ceiling, a long arched dome the house had decided to make look like a sky on a blue summer day. A few clouds scudded by and formed a smile. Sally smiled back, glad to be in solidarity with the house on this. They shared a deep affection for Jadran, but Sally often got the impression that the house understood his faults as well as, or better than she did, and probably also shared the same warring desires to protect him and also kick him in the shins. Or shunt him down some stairs abruptly folded into a slide, the house's version of such venting. "If we had gone after Alise right away," Jadran said, shaking a finger in the air and quickening his step, out of enthusiasm for his topic, though Sally thought, rather than because he'd noticed the house's reactions. "Or better yet, if I thought fast enough in the moment to tear that fucking Elal monster cell from cell, I'd have—" "Created a bloody mess at Bria's naming ceremony," Sally interrupted, "and effectively declared open war against House Elal and their allies." Jadran only paused a moment. "Not if Alise became Lady Elal," he countered, a bit sulkily. "She wouldn't declare war. She likes me." "You call her baby Elal?" "Which she likes," he countered, and Sally had to suppress a smile. "What about their brother, Nanda, who might indeed be the heir, as nobody seems to know?" "By all accounts, he's a mewling numbskull." "That doesn't mean he's not dangerous. Maybe even more so, because idiots with power think only of themselves and not how their actions affect the people they're meant to rule," Sally said. "Plus, Elal's allies are formidable, as we've already covered." "Yes, but at least it would be open war, and not this increasingly cold détente where we're all just standing around with our thumbs up our asses, waiting for something to happen. And why is this hallway so cursed long all of a sudden?" "This house has been extending it while you ranted," Sally answered. "I never rant." "Oh, honey, you rant with the best of them, and that was an excellent one." She laid her head on his shoulder. "Truly, one of your best rants." "I should never have taught you sarcasm." She restrained a laugh. "Jadran, my point is that this is all water under the bridge. You can't rewrite the past. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on." "I know. I didn't teach you to pile on annoying metaphors, crazy girl." "If you want to talk about what steps you want to take now," she told him, very reasonably, she thought, "then I'm on board. That's totally my wheelhouse. Some might say—" "I'm begging you to stop." Now she did laugh. "Rant successfully derailed," she couldn't help announcing, but then she quickly added, "Look, we're here." "Wherever here is." "Where the house wanted us to be." "Yes, yes," he grumbled ungraciously, then threw up his hands to the sky. "Very pretty courtyard, thanks. Duly admired. Can I go on with my life now?" For the destination had turned out to be a courtyard, indeed, and one open to the sky, though with very high stone walls. A statue stood in the centre, no greenery around it, of a woman. She stood with head bowed and face turned to one side, the exquisitely rendered carving of her hair obscuring all but a hint of her profile. A stone cloak flowed in ripples around her, the unused hood draping down her back, her long-fingered hand on the head of a slim hound sitting by her side, muzzle lifted to the caress. They both seemed remarkably lifelike for all that they were made of polished grey stone. Bricks of the same colour paved the floor of the courtyard, patterns of intersecting straight lines out to the four walls, forming a precise square. Along each wall, trees had been ruthlessly espaliered. Peach trees, it turned out, as Sally drifted closer to one, seeing the restrained branches bore heavy fruit. Because the limbs had been trained into patterns and fastened to the stone walls, they didn't bend with the weight of the fruit, as would be the case in the orchards at House Phel. To Sally's mind, the trees seemed to keen with pain at the rigid structures they'd been forced into, bearing the fruit almost against their will. It made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. The whole place was eerie for no good reason. She had no idea why the house had wanted them to see it. She turned back to Jadran to get his insights and found him standing with arms straight by his sides, face pale behind his auburn beard, so his freckles stood out in stark relief. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he swallowed hard and repeatedly, as if mastering the urge to vomit. "Jadran?" she asked, hesitantly approaching him. He looked as if he'd shatter if she touched him. His wild black gaze went to hers, clenched jaw flexing, but he didn't otherwise move, as if he too had been espaliered into place. "Are you all right?" Which was a dumb question, because he was obviously very much not all right, but she wasn't sure what else to say or do. She most of all wanted to get him out of there, but she wasn't at all sure if she could move him or if the house would let them leave. Hard on that thought, she realized what she'd already observed. 4 walls making a perfect square, no exit. They were stuck here until the house let them go, and that would only happen once they confronted or learned whatever the house was shoving down their throats. Probably just Jadran's throat, and he hadn't answered her. "Can you speak?" she asked gently. He nodded jerkily, but didn't say anything. The sweat glistening on his skin made him look as if he too was carved of white marble, with his red hair and beard splashes of lurid colour like blood on snow. The hands at his sides had curled into fists, also whiter than the marble statue. "Do you know what this place is?" He shook his head, then reluctantly nodded, finally moving more like a human again and not a statue carved from stone. "The trees." "Yes, peach trees. They've all been espaliered." Sally knew about the practice, though no one at House Phel employed it. Some orchardists espoused it as best for making trees bear fruit. The rigid confinement of the tree's growth and relentless pruning meant that the tree didn't spend unnecessary energy and nutrients on growing new limbs and leaves, instead forcing it all into producing fruit. They were plants and didn't suffer the way animals might, but the practice had always struck Sally as cruel. "My mother," Jadran said, in a voice hoarse from being strained through his convulsing throat. "She was obsessed with this."
"Was this her courtyard? Her trees?"
"No, not peaches. She hated peaches." His wizard black eyes fastened on the ripe fruit as if it were an abomination. "But otherwise..." Sally was suddenly able to put a mental finger on one source of the eeriness of the place. Besides, being trapped in a sterile courtyard that hadn't existed before by a sentient house. Though the peaches hung fully and obviously ripe, the fuzzy skin splitting in places so that juice dripped out, there were no insects. In a living world, flies and gnats would be drawn to the juices. Small animals, too, would be climbing the easy ladder of the espaliered trees to gnaw on or harvest the fruit. Instead, she and Jadran seemed to be the only living creatures in the place, and the tree produced their forced food in statuesque solitude, no evidence that a single peach had been picked, or even fallen naturally to the ground, as should have also occurred. Letting the shudder of horror run through her to hopefully pass out again, Sally focused on helping Jadran think through this. The house was capricious and followed her own alien logic, but she wasn't needlessly cruel, at least not to Jadran. Whatever this artificial place represented, she hadn't trapped them in it simply to torture them. For Jadran's pain became Sally's, and the house had to know that.
"Otherwise?"
she prompted, edging closer to him, wondering if a physical touch would reassure or break his hold on the thin thread keeping him together. "She often said..." Jadran swallowed convulsively and looked at her almost pleadingly. She wished she could tell him he didn't have to say anything, but that wouldn't give them the key they needed to unlock this riddle jail. "That She wished she could espalier me as easily, to force me to bear the results she wanted.
Oh, Jadran. Sally had no words. Fortunately, now that he'd broken the strange paralysis, Jadran was able to continue without further prodding. She tried it a couple of times, in the labs, not here. His gaze roved over the courtyard, indeed very much reminiscent of the glass-walled cages he'd been kept in with their stark and rigid angles. She fastened me to the wall and broke my limbs to arrange them in the patterns she wanted, letting me heal that way. Sally managed a nod. With Jadran's ability to heal from anything, his monstrous parent had experimented upon him with ruthless intent and utter disregard for his suffering. Indeed, treating him as if he felt no more than these trees. "Why?" she asked simply, for Katika Eladrel, sadist and psycho, also regarded herself as a serious scientist. Jadran's pain was irrelevant to her, but she didn't seek it out. It was simply a byproduct of her relentless search for results. Jadran shrugged a little, more of a jerking of his shoulders rather than his usual insouciant attitude. What she always and ever wanted, I think. She wanted to create the perfect automaton. She thought if she could break down and control my body enough that it would eventually accept the devices she wanted to implant in me to make me grow over and incorporate them, as it were. He was at least speaking more normally. So why did the house bring us here? I don't know. He curled a lip and scowled at the walls. It's not funny. Why peaches? Jadran gave her a distracted glance. What? If the espaliered trees are to remind you of what Katika was trying to do, but she hated peaches, why did the house choose that fruit? He frowned. Good question. She presumed that's what she was there for. The statue? Do you know who the woman is? Jadran turned to look at it as if he'd forgotten about it, which was entirely possible, given his traumatized reaction to the rest. He shook his head slowly. No idea. Sally walked around it, looking for a plaque, as the house sometimes included when she produced these monuments, whether because they'd been original to the piece or as a helpful learning tool. After a long moment, Jadran followed her, his coltish gait smoothing after a few steps. No plaque, she told him, after making the circle twice, just to be sure. She peered up into the woman's obscured face. The craft in carving it struck her anew, the hair a soft current that both revealed and hid the woman's profile, and yet clearly conveyed her affection for the dog at her side. She's no one of Eladrel, Jadran said thoughtfully, at least not emblematically. I'd expect to see a sculpture like this in House Ariel, where their wizardry focuses on animals. I can't think of an Eladrel wizard who had an affection for gazehounds. Gazehounds? He pointed a stiff finger at the stone dog. That's the general breed. I'm surprised you don't know that. Maybe it's a cat thing. Sally was relieved enough at hearing some of Jadran's snarky humour returning that she let the jibe pass. I didn't know that, no. But the hound looks familiar anyway. Something about the shape of the long muzzle. The hunters. They have this look to them. Jadran squinted, then bent to study the dog. I mean, if you take away the fangs, the taloned paws, and the rabid desire to tear familiars apart, sure, I can see it. We know the hunters came from somewhere, and we speculated that they were made via a covert collaboration between houses. Ariel contributed the ability to manipulate animals. Possibly Elal or Haniel lent spirit sentience to direct their behaviour or the psychic fiddling. Or both houses, Jadran agreed, narrowing his eyes at the hound. or both. Ultimately, House Tadkiel took them on and used them as tools for retrieving and punishing recalcitrant familiars. They've been quiet throughout all this jockeying, battling, and espionage.
Yes, they have. Jadran stood and looked at her. So why is this here, at Eladrel?
Sally hated to direct his attention back to the espaliered trees, but these trees have been distorted from their natural shape to force them into behaving in ways no normal peach tree would.
You think Eladrel had something to do with creating the hunters?
Maybe. Or something to do with whatever it is that the enemies of House Phel, which included Eladrel, we know, wanted to have or to conceal so badly that they destroyed an entire house and generations of Phel wizards.
Until you and Gabriel popped up out of nowhere.
Generations of magical duds, and then the two of you, immensely powerful, a wizard and a familiar. We've wondered why now. What changed?
Sally nearly whispered it.
Maybe this lesson from the house wasn't entirely for Jadran after all. Could the house be talking to her also? Also, why now? Why today? Jadran asked reflectively, the mystery helping to dispel the dregs of the horror that had been shadowing him. You banished 2 wizards, Sally reminded him, both heavily involved in what happened in those labs.
I banished one of them, Jadran corrected, holding up a finger. The house, happily, consumed the other.
Sally turned a circle. The 4 walls hadn't changed. Whatever the house wanted them to do, they hadn't done it yet. We need to know what Alise and Cillian found in those hidden archives.
Oh, you mean those archives that one of our contenders for Evil High House of the Year, Haniel, tried so very hard to prevent them from accessing?
The very ones. This is all tied together, she said, eyeing the peach trees. You know, even though the manse at House Phel isn't sentient like Eladrel, I've still thought she knows what was going on with the resurrection of that manse, that the great houses are connected somehow.
I wouldn't be surprised, he commented dryly. Besides, you and I are connected to this house, and you're connected to that one.
All kinds of connections from here to House Phel.
Where you do have peach trees.
Yes, and it occurs to me that you were ranting about— I never rant, he interrupted. Ranting extensively, she continued in a placid tone, about Alise and what we didn't do to stop her from going to House Elal to be— She trailed off, unwilling to say it, rather horrified by the conclusion she'd reached.
Espaliered, Jadran finished grimly.
There wasn't a sound exactly, but more of a sense of the air changing, a pressure releasing. In one of the walls, a gate appeared. Made of fanciful wrought iron in the shape of a fruit tree, never let it be said the house didn't have a sense of humour, the gate revealed the green world outside. Guess we solved the riddle and are allowed to leave now, Sally noted. Did you notice that the exit provided by the house leads outside and not in? Jadran cast his gaze around the silent walls.
Can we at least pack some stuff to take on the journey? Please?
Journey? Sally echoed. Somehow she'd lagged behind on that step. Where are we going?
You can choose, Jadran said with expansive generosity and a little bow to her. Elal, Harahel, or Convocation Archives. Come on, he added, taking her hand and pointing to the wall where an opening to the hallway had appeared. You can decide while we pack.
7. Alise kicked herself for her overconfidence, which seemed to be a regular occurrence recently. She'd been so pleased with herself for altering the properties of the barrier to stop the wizards in their tracks that she forgot about the aspects that allowed animals to pass the Elal borders. And that the hunters, magically conglomerated monsters or not, were essentially animals. vicious ones, coming straight for them.
Faster would be good, Cillian advised.
Oh, sure, no problem, she bit out, even as she pushed magic into the poor beleaguered air elemental, urging it to pour on speed. It did a non-physical version of panting, attenuating, fraying at the edges. It could, and did, feed on the magic she gave it, but it had also been stretched beyond its usual capabilities. We can't expect the elemental to hold the carriage together. It can't move something that's fundamentally not aerodynamic anymore. As if to confirm it, the carriage shuddered, made a loud, alarming cracking noise, and lurched to an angle, dragging along the rocky dirt road.
Lost a wheel?
Cillian said, as ever, calmly documenting the ongoing calamity of this escape. You don't say, she growled. The carriage shuddered anew as something thudded onto the already torn roof and a taloned paw swiped through the rent, narrowly missing his nose.
Hunter on the roof, Cillian said, leaning back.
I know!
Sorry.
She knew this was how Cillian handled stress, by making everything an academic problem. Unfortunately, she was deeply worried that this particular problem had no solution, that they were, in a word, fucked. I think the hunters won't kill us, she said, then involuntarily squeaked as the talons groped for her. They'll have been told to take us alive. The hunter wedged its fanged muzzle through the rent, getting its narrow snout through far enough for one side-set eye to spot her. It kind of grinned, reaching for her, but couldn't quite maneuver with its head and paw constricted by the jagged opening. Black blood dripped to the floor from where it had cut itself.
Though it seems they don't mind causing a little damage. Cillian battered at the paw with a heavy book, succeeding in knocking it aside, but only for a moment. So much for the pen being mightier than the sword.
Alise couldn't laugh. She was too afraid for him. Cillian was a scholar, not a warrior. He shouldn't need to be thinking about swords and fighting off hunters. I'll get out, she told him on impulse. It's me they want. They'll let you go.
His usually soft black eyes flashed hard. Absolutely not.
You can't keep going, she persisted, feeling desperate. I'll pump up the elemental and you can go get help.
What happened to us never parting again?
Temporary measure. The world needs to know about your findings.
He shook his head and hit the groping paw harder with the book in his anger. Han and Ileana know what I know. I'm not leaving you, Alise. We're not doing this again.
She started to fire back, thinking up something mean enough to change his mind, and instead burst into tears. What a wreck she was. Cillian cursed, ducked the flailing talons and snapping fangs, and dove to her side of the carriage.
You're exhausted, he said, holding her close. And you're almost out of magic. Take mine already.
And do what? She sobbed out. The carriage can't go faster. I don't have a hunter melting blade. My magic won't...
Wait.
Cillian pushed her down on the bench, out of the way of the hunter, who seemed to be oozing more of its long body through the rent in the carriage roof. Then he crawled across the floor, disgusting with the oily black hunter blood, and dug his bags out of the underseat compartment.
I know it's got to be here somewhere.
I don't think there's anything in your books that will help us write, she gasped as he held up the gleaming slice of moonsilver. It wasn't agile or elegant, but one didn't need to be with the right moonsilver implement. Alise held her breath, hoping this was a standard model hunter and not one of the newly enchanted resistant varieties. Cillian lurched, missing the first time when the uneven carriage movement threw him off balance, but he recovered quickly and plunged the slim piece of silver into the side of the hunter's neck. The hunter emitted a thin, gurgling scream, thrashed, then dissolved, pouring through the rent in a nauseating stream of stinking black goo. Cillian exclaimed in horror and snatched up the books on the floor of the carriage before they could be contaminated, and Alise went from her previous hysterical sobbing, which had been followed by gagging, to giggling at her lover's sense of priorities.
Upon reflection, probably the giggling was no less hysterical than the sobbing had been. Cillian began chanting the freezing spell, which he'd memorized, of course. He ignored her attempts to interrupt. The howling outside abruptly ceased. She couldn't even stop Cillian from leaping out of the carriage with his slim little weapon. She should be helping, but she just couldn't. She felt ragged and utterly worn out. Cillian was right. She was about out of magic. In truth, she was about out of everything. Resilience, courage, the will to keep going. Part of her wondered if she should have just stayed at House Elal. That had been at least an accommodation of some kind. No one was getting hurt. No one but her, and she could actually take that better. Why did no one warn you in life that having the people you care about get hurt is far more painful than anything you experience yourself? She looked down at her goo-spattered self and despaired. She couldn't imagine ever being clean again, and it seemed symbolic of her guilt, the blood and suffering of others that she'd been tainted with and would forever carry with her. Cillian came back into the carriage, radiant with triumph, even spinning his silver blade between his fingers, as he'd gotten Jadran to teach him to do. The trick looked oddly insouciant on her serious, scholarly love. He was also liberally spattered with the oily black gore. If anything, far more so than she was. He took one look at her, shook his head, and said, "Stop that." She frowned. "I didn't say anything." "No, but—" He sat beside her, dangling the gory blade between his spread knees. "I know that look on your face. You're blaming yourself, and you need to stop it." "If I hadn't—" "No." "Cillian, I—" "Nope." She huffed in frustration. "I just think that—" "Oh, I know what you think, and I don't want to hear it. I'm asking you to trust me. No more recriminations. No more talk of you going back or sacrificing yourself." Tears pricked her eyes unexpectedly, and she felt duly chastised. Cillian so rarely ever said anything cross to her. He always talked like she'd hung the moon and could do no wrong. He wasn't angry, continuing on to tell her that all the hunters were duly melted and her barrier seemed to be holding, as there was no sign of additional pursuit. He'd been firm with her, always a surprise from her sweet, nurturing librarian. He even seemed to be ignoring her moment of upset, though she felt sure he'd noticed, as he noticed everything about her. "But the carriage is a wreck," he finished. "I don't think there's even any hope of repair or going forward on skids." "No snow to sled on," she agreed. "I guess it's really spring everywhere now." "Even Convocation Center," he said with a nod, "which is a long walk." "Is that where you think we should go?" she asked, taken aback. She actually had no idea how long it would take to walk there, but she did have a pretty good idea that she couldn't do it. Didn't people train for that kind of long journey by foot? Cillian cast her a slanted smile, a bit rueful, and a scant laugh. "I don't think either of us is up to the kind of walk required, even if it does sound like something appropriate for an epic quest. I don't feel very epic right now." She scrubbed her spattered hands against each other, succeeding only in smearing the goo around further. She swallowed back a gag. "Me neither. There is a natural hot spring about a 2-hour walk from here. We could go to that and at least get cleaned up." "How do you know that?" Alise searched her memory. She was sure she didn't know that. "On the right here," he explained, fishing out a cloth from his bags and tearing it in half, handing one piece to her, using the other to wipe his hands. "I studied the geography of the area." "Of course you did," she commented dryly, feeling a little better for having at least her palms and fingers less sullied. And with his librarian magic, he'd have remembered exactly the location and how to get there. "I'm guessing there's not an actual road to it." "More of a goat trail," he confirmed, cleaning the moon-silver weapon. In truth, it didn't look like a knife, much too slim for that. All the more reason not to fret about the carriage. It wouldn't get us there. Let's sort through and pick out what we need and can easily carry, then we'll cache the rest. From the hot springs, we can walk the back country to a town, find an inn there to rest up, then purchase a new carriage. Her tired mind couldn't quite follow all of that. How did one cache things? Purchase a carriage with what? But Cillian sounded so confident that she nodded dully, staring at the silver blade. "Where did you get that knife?" she asked, the most she could muster thought-wise at the moment. "This." He held it up, lips quirked in amusement. "House Phel, of course, but it's not a knife, it's a letter opener. I thought it would be useful, for cracking wax seals on missives and so forth. Gabriel invited me to pick from the moon-silver weapons he and Jadran had been cataloguing, and this was pretty, so..." He shrugged, carefully setting it to the sides. "Came in handy." Alise could just imagine the looks on Gabriel and Jadran's faces when, having offered Cillian his choice of hunter-melting moon-silver weapons, he selected a letter opener. "It's an antique," Cillian continued with enthusiasm, "dating back to pre-fall days. Jadran was pretty confident, and I believe was going to research, that Phel had originally held a grandparented trademark for enchanted artifacts made via moon magic, which would at least put to bed one of the supposed crimes committed by House Phel. Though Eladrel would have been the ones to pursue reparations for the alleged infringement, and that won't happen now." Her head spun. She'd been low on magic before, but this felt worse than that. Maybe also crashing from the fear and worry of the prolonged escape and battles. "So, we're leaving the carriage here?" "Yes, we could limp it off to the side, but it won't hurt to block the road for a while." "I should release the air elemental," she said, hearing the hollowness of her own voice. "It would be inhumane to leave it tethered to this abandoned wreck." "Do you have the energy for that?" he asked, searching her face. "You look very pale." "You're always saying how pale I look," she replied with irritation, but she had little gumption behind it. "Maybe I'm just pale, period, He regarded her patiently. "Alise." "I'm tired, okay? A nice bracing walk in the open air will do me a world of good." "Let me give you some of my magic." "Not a chance, boyo. You might need it to immobilize any hunters that come after us." She went out to the other side of the carriage, glad there were doors on both sides, so she didn't have to try to get past Cillian, who looked concerned enough to physically stop her. "I don't really need much. Just grab whatever. I'll just handle the elemental and we can start walking." She ignored whatever he started to say and went around to the front of the carriage where the air elemental was housed. It wasn't contained so much as magically tethered to the carriage. The air elemental wasn't like a horse attached by a harness to the conveyance to pull it along. Instead, the elemental sort of expanded its aegis, enveloping the carriage in its own sure travel through the air that it derived from and returned to. Though she couldn't see the creature with her physical eyes, her wizard senses told her a great deal about it. Not good. And her peculiar form of synesthesia showed magic to her as a visual. The elemental had been stretched to its limits by her wizardry, by her pushing it, expanding it too fast and recklessly. Now, it seemed to her like a balloon blown up to its limits and then deflated, leaving a saggy, wrinkly sack behind. Elementals didn't make sounds as such, but if this could, it would be whimpering. Alise, already far too familiar with her old friend and enemy racking guilt, simply sunk deeper into feeling terrible. You couldn't really kill an elemental, but you could injure them, and she'd done a number on this one. Even if the carriage hadn't come fully apart, the effort of dragging something along against such great resistance had strained the non-physical fibres of its being, rendering the creature a ragged shadow of itself. Almost tenderly, she detached the elemental from the magic bonds, tasking it to convey the carriage. It could have been installed centuries before. No real way to tell, as Elal production methods had been standardized longer than that, but the carriage had likely been new when Elal wizards bound the elemental to it. There were rarely reasons to swap them out. Given the condition of the carriage and what she knew of House Harahel and their tendency to hold on to everything forever, she wouldn't be at all surprised if that had happened hundreds of years ago. To her knowledge, in fact, long-bonded air elementals were never released following the retirement of their vehicles. They were simply transferred to a newer model. Of course, she'd never seen or heard of an elemental this distorted by magic. Probably most wizards with spirit magic lacked the power to do this, and those few who did possess the power never had reason to take such extreme measures. She gently disentangled the sagging spirit from its bonds, feeding it a bit of magic so it could restabilize itself. She'd once seen fisherfolk doing this, returning 2 small fish to the water by holding them in a float just below the surface at water's edge. The fish would loll there, looking dead, until suddenly it came to life and zipped away. The air elemental, fully free, similarly hung there, nearly lifeless. She scraped the mental bottom of her reservoir of magic, finding a few crumbs to feed it. Like the fish, the elemental came to abrupt life and disappeared. Alise had a moment to smile. She'd done at least one good thing. Then curious shadows crowded the edges of her vision. She swayed and knew nothing more. 8. Cillian emerged from the carriage with his pack, rearranged and carrying only what he thought both of them would need, in one bag he could wear on his back, as he didn't want Alise burdened with any weight, just in time to see her crumple to the ground. Cursing himself for being an idiot, he unceremoniously dumped the carefully packed bag and dashed to her. At least she hadn't hurt herself in the fall that he could see, but she'd gone past pale into fully transparent. Her skin was clammy and glassy, clinging to the bones of her skull, the shadows deep in the hollows. The effect of seeing her death mask rattled him beyond reason, even while his wizard senses reassured him that she still lived. Her magic smelled weak and attenuated. However, a drift of scent from roses long since wilted and dying in a vase of fouled water, the bitter dregs of red wine dried in a glass left from the night before. He stroked her face, wiping away the cold sweat, and speaking her name as if the old stories were true, and calling her would summon her back to the world of the living. She'd gone so far inside herself that he couldn't feel any of her usual vital presence, and he had to fight the wave of grief that threatened, poised over him like a wave to drag him under forever. How tragic would it be if he and Alise had made it this far, escaped and fought off so much, only for her to perish here on a lonely, rocky road outside of her ancestral homelands. What could he do? He had no idea. Cillian wished, not for the first time, that he'd been born a Raphael with healing magic instead of useless library wizardry. Better to be a familiar than a wizard with such a niche magical ability. If he could be Alise's familiar, maybe she would be more willing to take his magic instead of draining herself to the point of no return. But she had to return. She must recover from this, or not only would he be lost, but so would many of them. Nanda would become Lord Elal, worse than his father. And his world would be bereft of its brightest star. His chanting of Alise's name had gone beyond a simple call to her and had become an endless, futile chant, his voice ragged with unshed tears. Again, not at all useful, but he was unravelling in his panic. They couldn't stay here. Alise needed help, and he wasn't some buff hero who would carry her leagues through the mountains, to his great regret. He needed to keep his shit together, as Jadran would say. He could almost hear Jadran's voice, in fact. A hand seemed to squeeze his shoulder. "Cillian," Jadran repeated, "get your shit together." Cillian blinked bleary eyes at the red-haired wizard who now crouched beside him. Hand still on Cillian's shoulder, Jadran shook him a little. "Seriously, man, I'm the last one to throw stones at a person for having a perfectly well-deserved meltdown, but you're not helping Alise, and you're in the way of me helping her." "You're not really here," Cillian informed the Eladril wizard with conviction, but he released his hold on Alise, realizing only then that he'd been fully bowed over her, blanketing her slight body. "It's not possible for you to be here." "Highly improbable," Jadran agreed, "but clearly not completely impossible." He laid hands on Alise, his magic smelling like well-oiled metal clockwork, with an underlayer of something indefinable that was his ability to put anything or anyone back together. Not at all the fresh green scent of Raphael healing magic, but uniquely his. He wore black leathers with the Eladril lightning bolt symbol and a variety of implements he could use to enchant into useful artifacts on the fly. "Celaya, sweetheart," he called, "if you're satisfied the nasty-wasty hunters are all dead, I could use your able assistance." Cillian had seen Celaya's alternate form before, but the sight of the huge black cat, glossy as obsidian and sinuous as death in the night, strolling toward them, pink tongue lolling between white fangs, made his battered heart skip several beats. She swiped the side of his face with that raspy tongue, long tail waving in feline amusement. "It's unkind to tease him right now," Jadran told her, reaching over Elise's prone form to touch Celaya. She flicked back into human form, sitting companionably next to Cillian, taking Jadran's hand to feed him her magic. Wearing black leather fighting gear also. It was clear she and Jadran had come dressed for battle. "Hunters are all duly melted. We're safe. For now, anyway." She gave Cillian a warm smile. "Sorry, sometimes the cat instincts win out. I only meant to give you comfort." Cillian nodded rather dumbly, his deranged mind still scrambling to keep up. "How?" Celaya put a finger to her lips, shushing him. "He needs silence while he works," she whispered, and rolled her amber eyes expressively, her smile going conspiratorial. She offered him her free hand to hold. "It will be all right. You'll see." "What happened to silence while I work?" Jadran growled without looking up. Celaya stuck her tongue out at him. "I saw that. Silence and stillness, please." To his surprise, Cillian found himself taking her hand and, along with it, her offered comfort. He wasn't accustomed to having close friends, or really any friends at all. He'd never minded that, as he'd always felt comfortable in the company of books and the pursuit of his various studies. When the whole Tsarina debacle had gone down, he'd lost the few friends among the staff and the faculty that he'd had. Or rather, they'd proved themselves to be the sort of fair-weather acquaintances that distanced themselves from his scandal rather than offering support. Now, the simple gesture of Celaya holding his hand made him feel like the person he used to be had dissolved and been reassembled into someone else. Someone who had a friend to sit by his side. Friends who'd inexplicably arrived to rescue them? Surely not, because it would have been impossible for Jadran and Celaya to know they needed rescue. And yet, it would be more improbable that they'd just happened to be here at this place and time. 1,000 questions tumbled into his mouth, but he closed his lips firmly to keep them from escaping. Jadran's magic clicked cleanly and brightly, fed by waves of Celaya's fresh, purely silver water and moon magic. Gradually, Alise regained colour, her skin losing that distressing waxy translucence, her shallow breathing deepening into sleep. Cillian started to reach for her, but Celaya tightened her grip on his hand, preventing the movement. Silently, she shook her head at him, mouthing, "Not yet." Apparently, she was not only offering comfort, but acting as a leash to restrain him. Just as well, he supposed. After another long, nearly unendurable moment, Jadran sat back, releasing Celia's hand and removing the other from Alise, briskly rubbing them together. "All right, I've put her wizardry back together. She sure did shred herself, though. I'm not sure she'd have been able to recover the way she pulled her sorcery apart at the seams. She just needs to sleep it off now. Good thing I was here, though." "And so modest, too," Celia commented dryly, though her affection showed on her face. "I'm a wizard of many fine qualities, it's true. But what in the dark arts were you two doing?" He held up a hand to stop Cillian. "Never mind, you can tell the story once we're away from here." Giving the broken-down Harahel carriage a jaundiced squint, he shook his head. "That carriage looks like Baby Elal's magic felt. Good thing we brought the big carriage." "Told you," Celia said, uncoiling gracefully to her feet. "I'll grab your things while you reassure yourself that Alise is all right. Come on, Lord Eladrel, make yourself useful." "I just did," he complained, but he followed suit. Cillian crawled back to Alise, taking her hand and wrapping it in both of his. She did appear to be sleeping, more or less normally, her lovely face drawn, but no longer a frightening mask of her impending death. He truly had nearly lost her, yet again, and this time forever. He brushed the hair away from her eyes. Her fringe of bangs was growing long, and feathered a kiss over her unresponsive but warm lips. "I love you, Alise," he whispered, wishing he'd said the words to her more often, and at the same time, knowing mere words didn't encompass the breadth and depth of his immense feelings for her. "Cillian," Celia said, summoning his attention, "I think we've got everything. You might want to check, though. A few things are so solid with hunter goo, I think we're better off just ditching them." "Agreed." Jadran cocked his head in a listening pose. "Also, your pursuers may be at it again. Whatever you two did to slow or stop them, they're amassing serious power to blow through it." "Alise did, not me," he corrected automatically. "She altered the border barrier to prevent anyone from coming after." Jadran whistled, long and low. "Impressive feat. Too bad the hunters slipped through anyway. All the more reason to go now." Celia and Jadran had already stowed everything in the Eladril carriage, as shiny and new as the Harahel carriage had been antique. "I put the really befouled stuff that seemed valuable in the boot," Celia explained, watching as Jadran and Cillian lifted Alise between them. Slight and delicately built as Alise was, they didn't want to risk jostling her too much. "You could have ditched them," Cillian told Celia. She shrugged. "It wasn't a big deal. Besides, you know I'm not bookish, and I didn't want to be the one to accidentally lose the sole remaining copy of some priceless tome." "That sounds like something you would do," Jadran commented, stepping backward up into the carriage. "We can lay Alise on this seat, if you don't mind squishing in with us on the other." Cillian looked at himself, then at the not nearly so befouled but still far from clean Alise. "Why don't I sit with Alise and spare you two the mess?" he suggested, moving to lift Alise's head and scoot under her so her head rested in his lap. The interior looked as shiny new as the exterior, all done in black and gold leather. Cillian thought certainly he'd never ridden in such a luxurious conveyance, not even the Elal one Alise had appropriated from Convocation Academy when they fled from there in the middle of the night. Come to think of it, he and Alise had spent an unreasonable amount of their time together fleeing from one danger or another. That needed to change, but not until they'd finished out this mission. Just change the entire social structure of the convocation was all. Then they could settle down and figure out what they really wanted from their lives and each other. The carriage moved into smooth and speedy motion, the almost frictionless glide almost a shock after the beleaguered springs and missing wheels of the old Harahel carriage. Jadran sprawled in the corner of the opposite bench, his hand affectionately resting on Celia's thigh. He stroked his close-cropped beard, looking Cillian over with sharp eyes. "You do look like shit," he commented. "Ow!" He rubbed the ribs where Celia had elbowed him sharply. "He does." "They do." "It's not kind to say so. Cillian melted 12 hunters," she informed Jadran, "and liberated Alise from House Elal, single-handedly, I might add. Something you failed to do." "Only because I was prevented," Jadran snarled at her, squeezing her thigh, "which you know full well." She patted that hand. "I do know. Weren't we on the way there to do that very thing?" "You were," Cillian blurted. Of course they had been. He rubbed his aching head. He'd used up most of his magic, freezing the hunters so he could melt them, and wasn't thinking at all straight. "That's why you're here." "Yes." Celia gave Jadran some sort of warning look that Cillian couldn't interpret. "We were travelling to House Elal to, discuss the Alise situation when we ran across you." "I plan to give Piers fucking Elal a piece of my mind, is what," Jadran corrected with contained vehemence. "I rank him now, and as Lord Eladrel, with access to my dear maman's papers, I discovered a few interesting tidbits to use by way of convincing Elal to quit being such a flaming asshole." He sighed wistfully. "I'm almost sorry I didn't get to. It would have been so fun." "Having fun wasn't the point," Celia reminded him with exasperation. "Doing the right thing was, and it would have been dangerous." "There's no reason doing the right thing can't also be fun," Jadran argued. "Did you hear the part where I said it was dangerous?" she nearly hissed. "I could take him." Jadran curled a lip. "Piers Elal wouldn't know what—" The scent of bitter wine-soaked roses hit Cillian like a blast. Like Elise's magic, and not. Elal magic. "Looks like you'll get your chance," he said grimly. "He's here." 9. Nick glared at the landscape passing ever so slowly outside the carriage windows. What had felt like a luxuriously slow and restorative journey on the way to House Harahel had turned into an excruciating exercise in being patient, not something she excelled at. And not only had Gabriel remained obstinate about not allowing her to change into alternate form and fly, so they had to travel to Convocation Center overland, but they'd crowded in 3 more people, Han, Ileana and Bertie, all of whom chattered with excitement about the adventure and seemed oblivious to her grinding impatience. Plus, the enchantment healer Asher had given her to reduce her breast milk production while away from Bria seemed to be wearing off, and her breasts ached with fullness, more so with every jounce of the carriage, and reminding her with each physical and emotional pang that she wasn't with her precious baby. She missed Bria with a rending misery she'd never have predicted. All she wanted was to go home and hold her infant and nurse her. So much for all of her fine declarations of being more than a mother and wanting to do her part in the revolution. Her body, her heart, didn't care about such abstract thoughts. Every fibre of her being only cried out to get back to her baby. Folding her arms under her bursting breasts to attempt to subtly support them, Nick suppressed a groan of discomfort combined with frustration. Gabriel, beside her, put his arm around her, encouraging her to lean against him, then brushed his lips against her temple. "What's wrong?" he whispered quietly into her ear. "Nothing." She kept her reply equally quiet, but it came out belligerent anyway. "Nick?" He didn't have to say anything more. Gabriel sank a world of warning and command into the single syllable of her name, a kind of wizardry all its own, a magic with no name. In the Arcanium and nowhere else he called her familiar, which made her want to melt at his feet every time. Somehow he managed to find his way into threading that same exact tone into her name. Gabriel was not a naturally dominant person, especially not in a sexual sense, but they'd forged this connection together, finding a way for him to give her what she so desperately craved from him. She couldn't fault him for using that intimate connection to reach her when she began to spin out emotionally, annoyed as she might be at him holding her feet to the fire when he ran up against her own brand of stubbornness. Still, she set her teeth against the ingrained desire, even need, to obey him and spill everything. She could be stronger than this. "I don't want to discuss it," she said under her breath. "Too bad." He subtly tipped his head at the three on the other bench, avidly discussing some book they'd all read and seemed to have three entirely different opinions on. The sound cut off as Gabriel created the silencing shield. "They're not paying attention. I've given us a cone of silence, and you've been groaning under your breath for at least half an hour." "Oh, I have not." "You have. Tell me what's going on, or I'm pulling over the carriage so we can discuss it in even more privacy." She leaned her head back to glare at him. He gazed back at her with an implacable black gaze. It was just her bad luck that him looking at her like that filled her with will-sapping desire. Instead of firming her resolve, she only wanted to snuggle with him and ask him to make it all better. He put a finger under her chin, part caress, part implicit expectation. "Don't be stubborn, familiar," he murmured. "Let me help you." "The milk," she confessed unhappily. "I need to express it." Gabriel winced in sympathy. "I should have said the enchantment might wear off." "Physiology can overpower magic, especially the maternal forces," she said, mimicking him. "I shouldn't have left home. Bria will—" He slipped a finger up over her lips to stop the words. "Bria is fine. House Phel does have couriers and an in-house referral wizard to craft new ones and send at any level of privacy and priority, which you know because you insisted on that expense and hired them. They absolutely know to contact us if there's any kind of problem, in which case, I promise you, I'll agree to fly back with you. All right? Agreed?" She nodded reluctantly, chagrined that she'd already agreed on this topic. "I don't know what's wrong with me," she confessed. "Nothing that isn't perfectly understandable." He bent over her, replacing his fingers with his lips, giving her a warm, stirring kiss. "We need to do something for your problem. It sounds excruciating." "It's not great," she admitted, the carriage bumping over a rock, jostling her sore breasts and making a little milk leak out. Pretty soon she'd soak through even her water-resistant Ophiel gown, and then everyone would witness her embarrassment. "All right then," Gabriel said decisively. "The first step is to find an inn and give you the opportunity to express the milk in private." "It's going to take forever," she said mournfully. Sometimes it took a while for her milk to let down, even with Bria giving her all. "No, it won't, especially if you are able to rest and relax." "I don't need to rest," she protested. "You do," he insisted gently. "Asha explained to me what we'd need to do if this happened." "Well, I'm thrilled you men had a lovely little conversation about my breasts," she muttered at him. "Rest will help you, Nick, darling." He kissed her again. "You're as fretful as Bria with colic. You won't be in any shape to help Alise if you're falling apart. You grew an entire person while going through difficult transitions, abductions, and fighting literal battles. And then you gave birth less than 2 months ago and have been nursing and losing sleep ever since. I'm not trying to be a tyrant here. I'm worried about you. I only agreed to this trip because I thought it would be restful for you and set your mind at ease. Instead," he sighed, "instead we're in the thick of it all again," she agreed ruefully. "Though, to be fair, we have been all along. We just had a little baby bubble of pretending it wasn't so." "Embroiled in this mess since we met," he agreed, brushing a lock of hair back from her face. "From before that," she reminded him. "Whatever forces fell into place to conspire for you and me to live in interesting times, they arrayed long before we met. Maybe before you and Celia were born with your house-restoring magic. I still don't believe it was random." "Do you still think your father deliberately arranged for you to become my familiar?" Even him asking that question and using the word familiar innocuously sent a flare of needy desire through her. Though they'd finally started having sex again, Gabriel insisted on being gentle with her, not giving her the firm hand and harsher treatment she craved. She was hard up, probably contributing to the fretfulness. Maybe it wasn't more rest she needed, but the exact opposite. Maybe the inn was an opportunity. If she couldn't go straight to Alise, it might be possible to convince Gabriel of what she truly needed to be in fighting form. "Nick?" he asked, frowning because she hadn't answered. "I don't know, but I'll tell you what I do think, and that's that someone is helping us." "But who? Everyone has been against us. You're forever warning me about how many enemies House Phel has." "Some of that from your own behaviour," she pointed out with asperity. She now knew him well enough, or perhaps she'd always known, that she could never have stopped him from his reckless idealism. From that first time when he rescued Nalis, the beleaguered Iblis familiar, or before that, from his soft-hearted outrage on behalf of all familiars in the Convocation, Nick had known where Gabriel's values stood. "I won't change any of that," he said, just a tiny bit testy about it. "I know." She laid an affectionate hand on his cheek. Who would have guessed in the beginning that she'd go from castigating him for being the kind of person to bash himself brainless against the wall of Convocation tradition to planning to bang her own skull against it? The power of Gabriel Phel. He'd even gotten the relentless jaded Jadrin Eladrel to become an idealist, after a fashion. "My point is," she continued, "that someone made sure that whatever curse or enchantment or whatever killed off all the wizardry in House Phel stopped working, allowing that magic to rebound. But who would or could? That's the million-coin question, isn't it? It would have to be someone who would either benefit from Phel recovering and accessing the house archives, or a person with an altruistic motivation. Or both," he countered thoughtfully. Catching her lifted brows, he continued. "If someone suspected what Alise Elal had hit upon and wanted to liberate familiars from the bonds of physiology, reducing them to second-class citizenship, they could both want to personally benefit from it and want a better society for everyone." "Pure altruism like the latter is pretty rare," she commented doubtfully. "I think financial or social gain is more likely." "Could be love," he returned, smiling at her cynicism. He trailed a finger down her cheek. "It's a powerful motivator. Look at how you want to turn yourself inside out for Bria and for Alise." "Just into a bird," she sniffed, but internally had to admit that he had a point. "Ileana thinks that the person who helped Alise Elal hide her data was either a familiar or someone in love with a familiar. But," she added, stopping his next words and sliding a careful glance at Ileana. Sure enough, the red-headed familiar who'd sacrificed so much for love was watching them cannily, quickly looking away and pretending she hadn't been trying to read lips. The young woman was far too intuitive and nosy for her own good. "But," Nick continued, averting her face to be less easily visible, "Ileana is young and romantic. She's not much younger than you are." And yet Nick felt ages older. "Well, I don't have a romantic bone in my body." "This is very true," he agreed easily. "Ha ha! My point is that those are not qualities to base an investigation on." "In my experience," Gabriel said slowly, "people are motivated by greed, hate, or love. Sometimes all three," he conceded when she opened her mouth to argue, "but usually one wins out." "What about lust for power?" "That's greed." What about fear?" "Hate is a manifestation of fear." He could be right. He usually was, annoyingly enough. "Sometimes there's fear in love." "Yes." He said the word with such fervour that she knew she'd struck a nerve. "But for someone else." That made her unexpectedly misty, as her unstable emotions roam from hither to yon these days. Also, if there are multiple players, then they could all, very likely, have any combination of these motivations. Very true. She leaned against him, realizing that he'd been distracting her from the discomfort all this time, and that she did feel tired. Curse it. About this inn. We'll be there in a few minutes. She should have known he'd already handled it. I might not be romantic, but I do love you. He kissed the top of her head. I know. 10. Jadran bit back a curse. It just figured that he'd have to immediately eat his words. Piers Elal is here? Like, here? He asked the stricken Cillian, just to clarify. Can't you smell him? Celia demanded, wrinkling her nose. That's Alise's magic you smell, he answered, hoping that wasn't just a huge dollop of wishful thinking. Of course, they all smelled Alise, even passed out, with all that floral and wine-related magic. Dark Arts knew he'd wallowed enough in her magic, and in Nick's. The Elal family seemed to have a knack for sucking him into the gravity well of their annoyingly powerful wizardry. He could identify it almost faster than Elagel magic at this point, probably from leagues away. No, it isn't, Cillian and Celia said, almost in unison. Well, shit. They were right. He'd only met Piers Elal once, but that did smell like him. Cillian, already kind of a pale kid with his scholarly habits and pretty boy face, a contrast to his black hair, whitened further with fear. He looked down at Alise, fast asleep on his lap, laying a protective hand on her bird-like breast. We can't let him take her. We won't, Celia said before Jadran could. She looked to him for confirmation. He took Celia's hand, beyond grateful that she wasn't going to stop him from this potentially suicidal confrontation. Maybe he should let her stop him, though. That's right. We came all this way to take care of this situation, and we're not backing down now. Cillian didn't look at all reassured. I can't help. Even with what little I can do with memorized spells, I have no magic left. And I promised Alise I wouldn't leave her. Maybe that was unwise upon reflection, but... No, Celia interrupted. It was wise. It is. You stay here. That's right, Jadran said, feeling good to at least sound brave and heroic. He'd envisioned this confrontation in an elegant salon, perhaps with a decanter of a lovely Elal summer red, and some snacks. But oh well. I'll send him packing, just as I planned before. We will send him packing, Celia corrected, giving him an amber-eyed glare that defied him to even mutter a counter. You'll need your familiar, Lord Eladrel. I dunno about need, he muttered, but he could see how worried she was, so he wasn't going to argue and upset her more. However, he did have to add, I did survive for almost 30 years without you, you know. Did you? She retorted immediately. I'm not sure that's the word I'd use for it. He handed her out of the carriage, giving the worried Cillian a jaunty wink. No parties while we're gone, kids? Do you have a strategy? Cillian asked, not remotely amused. Sure. You and Alise stay safe and cosy in the carriage while we, he amended at Celia's baleful glare, send yon annoying Elal back from whence he came. It always sounded better to bullshit in fancy language, Jadran had found. That's not exactly a plan, Cillian pointed out, looking strained. Everyone was a critic. Well, I'd tell you to take the carriage and go and we'd catch up, but something tells me you wouldn't do that, and, Exactly, the librarian wizard fired back with uncharacteristic ferocity. And I hate walking, Jadran continued lightly, squeezing Celia's hand. In all seriousness, though, if shit gets bad, Remember that I can heal from anything. Better for you, Celaya, to make for the carriage and get this crew as far away from Elal as possible." She, of course, started to protest, but he led her away from the carriage, giving her a very serious look. The area positively reeked of Piers Elal's decaying roses and fetid red wine magic. It smelled like the morning after a party in a greenhouse, and not in a good way. A distasteful hint of old blood underlaid the magic too, which gave Jadran a very bad feeling. Elal would arrive any second by the smell of it. Oddly, the road appeared to be clear as far as he could see, and he had very good long sight, the advantage of amazing healing powers. His very bad feeling got worse. "I'm counting on you," he told Celaya. "We can't let Elal recapture Alise. I feel certain of that. I will survive. You know that. Get them away and get the word to Phel if worst comes to worst." Reluctantly, she nodded. Then she stabbed him in the sternum with a pointed finger. "Ow!" he complained. "You had better survive," she warned him with deadly intent. "Even better, you need to send him packing." He laid a hand over her finger, giving the empty road a worried glance. "I promise He broke off. "He's here." "Where? I don't see." "Oh." As in an old story with a supposed angel, nobody had ever seen a real angel, although demons of various varieties seemed plentiful enough, descended from the sky. Piers Elal suddenly appeared, hovering several person heights above the ground. Mist swirled around him like clouds, obscuring whatever platform he stood on. A very young woman stood beside Lord Elal, practically plastered to his side, her dark skin grey with terror. She had the look of House Kerr about her, along with the brilliant shine of Kerr's fire and sun magic. Rumours had been flying that Piers had bonded a fresh young familiar in the wake of his previous familiar's untimely demise. Even Kerr magic couldn't produce this kind of power, though. It was an impressive party trick. That is, the invisibility cloak and the appearance of flying were both kind of cool and made the wizards seem even more impressive. Good thing party tricks didn't work on Jadran. When you're raised by a sadistic mother fond of dramatics, you learn to see through the costumes, makeup, and distorted mirrors to the truly lethal bits beneath. Distraction could be fatal. That's what really worried him. Piers Elal had figured out a way to fly, or appeared to do so, and that required a shitload of magic. Spirits could fly because they had no physical substance. Making them have an impact on the physical world required a great deal of magic and skill. What would it take to power spirits to elevate 2 people through the skies? Yeah, only working with demons or jinn, which would explain the monstrosity Elal had partially summoned to threaten them at Bria's naming ceremony. Did Alise know? Even more important, could she fight her father using that kind of blood magic? It would be really convenient if she were conscious. Well, and completely recovered. He'd been hip-deep in her magic, well, really ankle-deep, given how horribly she'd drained herself, and she wouldn't be up to even saying hi to an elemental for quite a while. Which meant winning this little confrontation was entirely up to him. Oh, joy. Nothing like being the hero of the Republic and significantly shy of what it took to do so. "Jadran Eladril, if I'm not mistaken," Piers Elal sneered. "The upstart, ungrateful child who murdered his mother, my friend, and currently sullies her august throne with his imposter ass." Jadran made a show of craning to look over his shoulder at said ass. "Pretty sure this is my original, genuine ass," he replied with a grin. "And I'm sullying this here road at the moment. So I observe. Why has Eladril dared to invade Elal lands? Elal lands? Jadran pointed down the road to where the border barrier lay in the far distance. As Piers seemed to have penetrated the barrier shifted by Alise, his minions would soon be catching up. They didn't have a lot of time for posturing and menacing dialogue. We seem to be well outside of Elal lands and in Convocation common territory. I've expanded the lands claimed by Elal, Piers replied. The records are on file at Convocation Center. You're trespassing. Must have missed the sign, Jadran commented. Funny that you haven't expanded your barrier yet. Or, sent round a notice to anyone? I didn't anticipate that anyone would have the temerity to abduct my heir and obstruct my humanitarian mission to retrieve her. Much less nothing houses like Harahel and Eladril. Remove yourself from my lands, or I shall take action. Hand over my daughter. In that order? Jadran asked, perplexed. I'm not sure how... Silence, upstart! Piers thundered with an air elemental amplified shout. Another cute party trick, his face reddening. I will have my heir, and that snivelling librarian who poisoned me. Believe me, Harahel will answer for this unprovoked attack. Jadran said nothing. Celaya stayed very quiet and still beside him, her bright and depthless magic at the ready. Jadran took the opportunity to use his wizard senses to investigate what kept Elal and his lovely, terrified familiar aloft. Definitely a host of spirits, with that discomforting metallic sense of old blood and rancid wine fueling them. But it seemed they stood on basically a piece of wood. That made a certain amount of sense. No point in adding more weight than necessary. Definitely a plus, though, that it was made of organic material. Normally, Jadran's peculiar, and largely still secret, talents worked best on living creatures. However, he still possessed plenty of bog-standard Eladril ability to manipulate artifacts. Well? Piers demanded imperiously. Nothing to say? Jadran made a show of starting in surprise. Oh, I thought you wanted silence. I'm confused now. Maybe it's the altitude. Yours, that is. If you come down here, I might be able to hear you better. I'm fine up here, Lord Elal smirked. The fact that he had only one organic eye made the smirk more dramatic. Gabriel Phel had forcibly removed the eye, which Elal had later replaced with a mechanical version, a device, no doubt, made by House Eladril. Possibly custom designed and built by his dear old maman. Double, Got something in your eye? Jadran twirled his finger at the device. Looks like you're having some discomfort. What are you blathering about, you unregistered idiot? Ah! Piers clapped a hand over the mechanical eye, squealing in pain in such an undignified manner that Jadran might have indulged in a bit of smirking of his own. Elal's familiar, anxious and upset, tried to assist, but he pushed her aside. Not enough to lose physical contact, though. Celaya slid him a questioning look, but said nothing. Malfunction? Jadran called solicitously. I could probably assist with that. Come on down and I'll take a look at it. He used his Eladril wizardry to heat up the metal a bit more. His own eye orbit throbbed in sympathy. Yeah, he'd had similar instruments installed. Amazing how much the inside of your own skull could hurt. Elal bellowed with rage. You common street rat of a bastard wizard! I know it's you doing that! He reached up and tore out the mechanical eye, ripping it from his skull and eliciting a gout of blood. Jadran hadn't expected that move. He had to admit it was impressive for the sheer brutality. Talk about drama. Celaya made a gagging sound, her magic dimming a little. "Don't look," he told her. "That's what he wants. Intimidation factor." "It's working," she replied weakly, but staring steadfastly at the ground. "You'll pay for this," Piers Elal roared. "Where is my daughter?" Well, now that was odd. Surely he knew Alise couldn't be far away. Or maybe he didn't know. All he had to go on was the broken-down Harahel carriage back near the border. Alise and Cillian were hidden from sight inside the Eladril carriage, which, come to think of it, looked the same, coming or going. For once, he blessed the Eladril historic obsession with symmetrical design. It could look like he and Celaya had been travelling to Elal. Also, Piers apparently hadn't sent any spies to check out the interior of the carriage. Hopefully, that was because he couldn't divert his attention from the barely tame spirits holding him aloft. "You looking for Nick?" Jadran asked, deciding to go with being infuriating, as it was one of his strengths. "At House Phel, I imagine." "Don't toy with me, boy," Piers snarled. Very impressive with blood and other things dripping down his face. Why wasn't the pain unbearable? Maybe Jadran hadn't had a bad enough feeling. "Alise, my heir. Where is she?" Fortunately, playing dumb was also one of his strengths. "I thought she was with you. We were on our way to Elal for a cosy visit. Didn't expect this kind of greeting. I'm honoured." Piers Elal made an incoherent, choking cry of rage, or that could be the blood going down the inside of his sinuses, his magic amassing in the air. The familiar crumpled, clearly being tapped for the increased magic, and Jadran considered that maybe he'd miscalculated. He drew on Celaya's magic, not at all sure what he planned to do with it, but wanting to be ready. He felt more than heard her sigh of relief. Spirits appeared all around Piers and his wilting familiar, a nimbus of malevolence. Okay, so that answered one question. Whatever Elal had done to power his flying platform with spirits, they were bound there by previous magical work, which pretty much cemented the blood magic theory. Demons and Jim were supposed to be useful for that sort of thing, creating lasting, stable enchantments that outpowered anything else. Too bad you had to court pure evil that wanted to eviscerate wizards as much or more than they were inclined to serve. Maybe that's why plucking out his own mechanical eye didn't seem to bother Piers very much. Having your guts chomped on by a demon likely hurt worse. Jadran didn't have the luxury of mulling over the riddle, however, as the array of half-manifested spirits dove for them with fully manifested weapons, all aiming for Celaya. Smart. Piers probably knew something about Jadran's ability to heal, and he certainly could safely assume Jadran needed his bonded familiar's power to last through any kind of pitched duel. If Jadran could even figure out how to fight this kind of shit, he should have made Celaya wait in the carriage. For funsies, he tried his dismantling power against the plummeting horde. Yeah, as he'd thought. No such luck. They weren't even substantial, much less organic. He drew Mr. Machete, the moonsilver weapon that had served him so well for so long. Good for non-magical fighting, for unskilled bozos like him. He thrust Celaya behind him at the last moment, really all the moment he had, parrying some of the blows intended for her and absorbing the ones that got through. It hurt like a son of a bitch. He tried to replicate Elal's crazed rage and apparent imperviousness to pain, but for all Jadran's considerable experience with it, pain still felt really shitty. Celaya buried her face in his back, trembling with the need to fight, restrained by her obligation to feed him magic. This wasn't going to end well. "Are you out of your cursed mind?" he screamed at Lord Elal. "This is an unprovoked act of war. You trespassed," Elal shrieked, "and abducted my daughter,
And
his tirade abruptly cut off as he lunged for his familiar, who'd nearly fallen off the floating platform when she passed out. The spirits attacking Jadran and Celaya abruptly vanished, thank the dark arts. Piers Elal crouched in his misty cloud, blood-streaked face contorted, shaking the poor girl who was at least blessedly out of it.
"You'll pay!" he shouted at Jadran. "You and all your wretched friends will pay for this!"
"You need better lines," Jadran informed him, holding himself up through sheer force of will.
"Let me know if you want to replace that eye. Should be still under warranty."
Piers growled something incoherent, then spun in place, the mist rising to cover him and his familiar. Then they all blended with the sky, effectively invisible to the naked eye. Jadran, however, with the fix of his wizard senses on them this time, tracked the slight distortion of their presence. And he made absolutely sure they were gone before he allowed himself to collapse. 11. Gabriel had been to Convocation Center only once before in his life, and that seemed like a lifetime ago. Or something that had happened to an entirely different person. He'd been a young man. A funny thought to have, as he'd been an adult by Merison standards, working in his own fields and orchards, thinking seriously about starting a family. Also, that had been only a few years before. He felt so much older now, however. He'd barely recovered from the sudden onslaught of his wizardry, the recovery process taking up nearly a year of his life. From those first days of utter astonishment and, honestly, gut-watering terror at the discovery that the sudden deluge of rain and silver plating every surface came from him. Those first few months, in truth, blended into a kaleidoscope of confusion and emotion in his blurry memories. He'd been exhausted and hungry from the years of drought. Then the rains poured on the baked soil, caused flooding, drowning the few seedlings they'd managed to keep alive, uprooting trees in the orchard. The Douvglas River had overflowed its banks and cut a new channel for itself, washing away several homes. And the magic drain exhausted him further. Only when he ran out of magic and collapsed, and the rain suddenly ceased, had anyone put two and two together. And the resulting math made him a stranger in the eyes of his own family. Not Celaya, though. She had begun to manifest as a familiar, though none of them knew that, but it would be a while before the worst effects of being unable to express her magic would make her truly crazy. She'd supported him at first, helped him do the necessary research, and gently, persistently, told him their parents would come around. The Phel family had been magical once, so having a wizard son wasn't that much of a stretch. Still, by the time he'd made the journey on horseback, riding the trusty Vale to Convocation Center in order to file the paperwork to re-establish House Phel and find out what else he needed to know, he'd been weary in every fibre of his being. A stranger to himself, feeling supremely incapable of coping with this retching turn his life had taken. He'd been already overwhelmed when he reached the big city. Having spent his life in the fields, orchards, and wetlands of Merison, his younger, more naive self had never seen so many people in one place. The buildings towered overhead, the streets an incomprehensible maze filled with speeding carriages that moved on their own, no horses in sight. He'd felt fully the country rube, gaping at every new sight, completely overwhelmed by it all. Those memories, more than any from all those times, stood out in his mind with crystal clarity. He vividly recalled his awe at seeing Convocation Central, the administration building that housed the councils that made up the government of the Convocation. In reality, the high houses did pretty much as they pleased, held accountable primarily by their competitors for product, trademarks, and land, the other houses. But councils of representatives from those high houses passed ultimate judgment on issues brought to them, typically as presented by legal advisory committees. Convocation Academy, which housed the Convocation archives, as well as being responsible for the education of every certified wizard and familiar, excepting the wildcards that slipped through the net, like Gabriel and Celia and Jadron Eladrel, though for different reasons in this case, was nearby, but on its own park-like grounds, not physically or officially attached to Convocation Central. This time, entering the large conglomeration of housing, businesses, shops, restaurants and theatres that made up the sprawling city centre, Gabriel had a far better perspective. Convocation Center contained the largest population in all the Convocation, but he could better perceive the order of it now. And they rode in their own carriage, Vale back at House Phel. Being in the air elemental-powered carriage somehow put him at the same speed as everyone else. And, knowing his own power, thanks to Nick, her advice and tutoring, along with the wizards she'd roped into providing him with excellent teaching, he came to the city with a confidence he'd been incapable of back then. To his surprise, as they passed the Convocation Central building, it looked smaller and less startlingly glamorous. The first time he saw the towering structure, made of gold beams and inset with bison glass, he'd been flattened. Of course, he'd never seen actual glass at that point, much less magically tempered bison glass of perfect clarity and meticulously shaded in ombre colours of Convocation Center, the deepest making the windows at the bottom opaque for privacy and shading too translucent at the top, so much so that the building seemed to dissolve into the low-lying overcast. Now, it struck him as rather tacky. Certainly overblown, the architecture clumsily rendered. He caught Nick watching him with quiet amusement, and he took her hand, marvelling anew at the elegance of her long fingers tipped with jewelled nails, and at the sophistication of her intelligence and taste. He suspected she knew what he was thinking, even if she couldn't actually read his thoughts, though he sometimes wondered about that with her maman's Harahel blood. She proved at least her intuition when she said, "It looks more grotesque and pretentious to me every time I come back." Bertie snorted without looking up from the heavy tome splayed open across his lap. "You should have been around when High Houses Samael and Tadkeel proposed the plans for that monstrosity and ram the decision and funding through the High Council. No wonder it looks like the unplanned child of the Samael and Tadkeel houses," Han commented. Gabriel had never seen House Tadkeel, but he disliked the Samael mounts enough to believe Han's assessment was accurate. "That's not real gold," Bertie added. "Not because I didn't want it, but the House Haggith engineers finally convinced them that even gold alloy would be too soft for the weight of the structure. Everything inside is gold-plated, though." "I remember," Gabriel said dryly, and to his chagrin, he remembered being dazzled and intimidated by all of it, too. "I'm surprised they got that kind of expense approved by the council," Ileana said. Bertie and Nick both had jaded expressions on their faces for Ileana's innocence. "When you have Samuel, Tadkeel, Elal, Eladrel, Kerr, and Ariel all in favour, and willing to pay Harahel to influence the vote of the holdouts," Bertie explained, "then there's no surprise at all." "But Harahel psychic interference is strictly illegal," Ileana protested. "Everyone knows that," she insisted to Han when he put an affectionate arm around her. "Yes, well," Nick put in, tugging on her ear thoughtfully, "in the Convocation, there's what's illegal enough for action to be taken and what's technically illegal but overlooked depending on the circumstances." "And the rank and power of the perpetrator," Gabriel put in cynically. Nick tipped her head in tacit agreement, and Bertie cackled gleefully. "But what you don't include there, boy," he said, pointing a quill at Gabriel, "is that there are all kinds of power. Some of the high houses may have been overlooking certain shenanigans." He slid a sly look at Nick, "but that doesn't mean they approve." "They certainly haven't fought," she returned with crisp fire, to Gabriel's surprise. "Where were these noble objectors when House Phel was destroyed?" But House Phel, to all appearances, collapsed on its own. Very sad tale, but the plague that wiped out all the living fell wizards and familiars and their progeny was assumed to have also burned out the magic-bearing genes of the rest of the populace.
Plague?
Nick jumped on that before Gabriel could. She glanced at him for confirmation. I've asked, and no one in Merison remembers anything about what happened when Phel died, Gabriel put in.
How troubling. But also, it made so much sense. We've never heard of a plague, Nick confirmed.
Haven't you, young Elal?
Bertie tapped the quill against his lips, black eyes sharp.
Harahel remembers.
Why haven't you told us before? Nick demanded. Bertie gave her such a calm and pitying look that even Gabriel winced beneath the power of it.
You didn't ask, did ya?
Nick sat back in dismay, her chagrin palpable in the dimming of her magic. Gabriel patted her thigh in sympathy. No, she said faintly. I didn't think to ask Harahel.
Well, you are an Elal,
Bertie said with patently fake generosity.
Your house, among many others, dismisses House Harahel as irrelevant. A bunch of fusty old scholars, redundant with the Convocation archives available to all. No useful magic or lucrative trademarks to speak of. Lands that are barren northern moors that no one in their right mind wants. Isn't that what you were taught?
Yes, Nick admitted. A massive bias and oversight on my part. I apologize, Lord Harahel Emeritus. Her worried glance for Gabriel told him she offered the apology to him too.
Call me Bertie. I told you, no need to apologize for being a product of your upbringing, but before you throw stones at those houses who've chosen to bide their time and wait, you might consider who is on your side. If we count those who haven't shown themselves to be enemies of House Phel, Gabriel said, smoothly stepping in while Nick stewed in self-recrimination, that would be Houses Uriel, Rephuel, and Harahel. He finished with a nod to Bertie. He counted the 12 high houses on his fingers. Who was he missing? Ratseal? Like Rephuel, Ratseal has always considered themselves neutral in all high house conflicts, Nick said. Yes, and look how neutral Rephuel turned out to be, Gabriel retorted.
Just took a little strong-arming from Salaya and Jadran, Nick acknowledged.
If you are not fighting evil, you are evil, Han pronounced solemnly.
But how do we know we're on the side of good and not evil? Ileana asked, blanching a little when everyone speared her with incredulous expressions.
Bertie closed his book and nodded. Ileana asks an excellent question, and one worth exploring.
Gabriel groaned inwardly. He liked Bertie, but his tendency to fall into long dissertations on obscure subjects could get wearying. However, they had slowed considerably in the tangle of traffic around Convocation Central and would not be at Convocation Academy for some time.
It's often said, Bertie continued in his professorial tone, that history is written by the winners. This has the effect of spinning the side of good or right in favour of those winners, regardless of the inherent effects of their actions.
I don't understand, Ileana said, frowning.
Too many big words, Han confided in a loud whisper, grunting when she elbowed him sharply. No, Ileana is correct that I'm obscuring rather than explaining what is a fundamentally simple concept. If we accept a basic premise that we are all human beings with equivalent value, that we each possess the right to lead our lives as we see fit.
But Ileana looked around the carriage. 2 wizards, 3 familiars. We don't all have equal value. Wizards have more than familiars because they can work magic and we can't.
Is that why you ran away from Convocation Academy? Gabriel asked pointedly, but not unkindly.
Few things annoyed him more than the complacent assumption within the Convocation that human value depended on ability to generate and wield magic.
If you believed that, Ileana, he continued, you wouldn't have run away with Han so you could be together. you'd have given up your life to do what Sabrina Samuel wanted of you. Ileana leaned into Han. I loved him too much to contemplate what Sabrina would do to him. Han kissed her hair. I feel the same, love. An excellent example. Bertie nodded approvingly at Gabriel, and he experienced an unexpected flush of pleasure at the praise. If we accept the premise that every human being has the right to live their lives as they wish, then I posit that anyone who tries to take that away from them is evil. But what if it's for their own good? Han asked thoughtfully. Bertie shook a finger at him. But then you are assuming you know better than they do, giving your opinions more weight than theirs. You're valuing yourself and your ideas more than theirs. What if I know something they don't? Han debated enthusiastically. Like, what if Ileana is about to eat a poisoned apple, so I take it away from her so she won't hurt herself? Why didn't you tell her that the apple is poisoned and let her decide? Bertie fired back. Han frowned. But what if she doesn't listen to me? Ileana can be stubborn. Then you fail to make your case, Bertie answered, and it's her life to live or lose, not yours. I think we can all agree, Gabriel put in smoothly to get the conversation back on track, that if there's a way to allow familiars to wield magic on their own and not be dependent on wizards for their lives and freedom, that this is ultimately a good thing, and anyone who acts to prevent that from happening does not respect the rights of non-wizards to lead their lives as they wish. No one argued. So, Gabriel continued into the quiet, if we're totting up which houses fall on which side of this equation, I make 4 on our side, if we count Ratziel. Eladril is off their team and now on ours, thanks to Jadran and Salaya. 6, if we count House Phel. Half and half. Except House Phel isn't a high house, Nick corrected absently, clearly thinking about something else. I thought we were on probation to regain our previous high house status, he replied. We are. She brought her focus back. But there are always 12 high houses. Did you think they'd leave Fel's spot open in case the impossible occurred and your house recovered against all probability? He hadn't actually thought about it at all. This was one of the many gaps in his understanding of the Convocation, as he lacked the proper education. Now that Nick said it out loud, that did sound ridiculous. The Convocation abhorred a power vacuum. Who moved up when Phel dropped out, then? He asked. Here was a potential motivation to bring down House Phel that he'd never considered and no one had suggested. Could it have been purely ambition and all the rest of the conspiracy thinking simply red herrings and window dressing? Everyone paused, thinking, some people ticking the houses off on their fingers. Bertie heaved a huge sigh, shaking his head. What do they teach at Convocation Academy these days? House Raphael. The House of the Dark Arts? Ileana blurted in shock. But they aren't one. Their banner is never hung with the 12 houses. It is usually nearby, though, Han said thoughtfully. They are a high house, Nick said. Sometimes they've been considered the unofficial 13th high house when the roster of 12 is complete. I believe they find it amusing. Something about existing as both a high house and not one at the same time. It's a dark arts concept to both be something and not be it simultaneously. Bertie nodded at her. You were always an excellent student, Lady Phel. Why didn't the Convocation simply keep Sir Raphael as the unofficial 13th house then, and move a second-tier house into the 12? Gabriel asked. Nick looked pointedly at Bertie. Certainly a number have applied for the position, Bertie replied, but it's fairly easy for those petitions and negotiations to be stalled. The high houses like the status quo and don't really want anyone else admitted to their elite set. Sir Raphael serves nicely for a temporary replacement as they go their own way, aren't interested in wealth and power, and don't really care if they're an official high house or not. A definition that includes Raphael, Raziel, Uriel, and Harahel, Nick said, except for the part of being an official high house. Yes, those three, and Harahel also. Always have representative present at the council, particularly for votes and to serve on subcommittees. This was not the first Gabriel had heard of the high houses sending representatives for the council and subcommittees, but it was the first time he'd given the notion much thought. Representatives for votes, he echoed, mainly asking Nick. Yes, either the head of the house goes or they send a representative. It hasn't come up since Phel isn't a high house again, she answered. Yet, Ileana put in staunchly, nodding encouragingly at Gabriel. Nick must have given her some kind of stern look, because the red-headed familiar stilled and sat back. But I understand Sir Raphael never does? Nick added a lilt, making it a question for Bertie, no doubt since he was being so forthcoming. Never, he confirmed, which saves the trouble for everyone of debating whether Sir Raphael should get votes or have representatives on subcommittees, if they aren't precisely an official high house all the time. Why don't they participate? Han asked, puzzled. Isn't that the point of having high house status, to influence policy? Bertie shrugged as if he couldn't be bothered with wondering, but his lined face was alight with interest. A fine riddle, that. What it means in effect, however, Nick said, ever practical and never one to have much patience for abstract questions, is that ever since House Phel departed from the roster, there have been effectively 11 votes on the council and only 4 voting for what we're defining as good. In effect, Bertie clarified, all playfulness gone, only 2, as Raziel and Raphael almost always abstain. To maintain their cursed neutrality, Gabriel guessed on a weary sigh. So, the evil 7 have been allowed essentially free rein to set policy for centuries. Bertie looked sympathetic. Just so, young Phel, just so. Even before that, as House Phel often failed to send representatives, happy to keep their own pursuits in Merison, even then. I think we need to keep our eyes on the future, Nick said decisively. We can count on Raphael to vote with us now, and Eladrel. Maybe we can convince Raziel, since Raphael has decided to give up their pretense of neutrality in the face of this conspiracy. Except we don't have an actual vote, correct? Gabriel asked her. Correct. Not until the council votes to reinstate House Phel. We've met all the criteria, they're only stalling at this point. And we can't get them to reinstate House Phel with 6 houses voting against us, Ileana nearly wailed. Maybe, Nick said thoughtfully. We might be able to budge Sir Raphael. They helped Alise. I doubt Morgana acted without house approval. She might have decided on her own, Bertie shrugged again. We don't know. That's the trouble. One of the troubles with practitioners of the dark arts. They follow their own paths, the left hand and the crooked ones. They act entirely for their own, often obscure reasons, and don't abide by anyone else's rules. Then I will find out, Nick declared. Convenient that we're going to Convocation Academy. I'll pay a little visit to Morgana. I must have missed something here, Hank complained after a beat when it seemed no one else was going to jump in. What are we anticipating the high houses having to vote on? Ileana gave him a disbelieving look. Using Anciella Fel's data to unlock magic and familiar so they can be wizards also. His expression of disbelief more than outmatched hers. They're never going to vote for that. It's against their own best interests. High houses are run by wizards, and wizards want to use familiars, not liberate them. He glanced guiltily at Gabriel. No offence to present company, Lord Phel. No offence taken, Han, Gabriel replied. He knew full well he thought differently from most wizards in the Convocation. Nick knew it too, having said those exact words to him any number of times, and rubbed his thigh soothingly. You see, Anne, Nick said gently, a year ago, even 6 months ago, I would have said the same thing. But I've changed my mind. The Convocation isn't a monolith, as much as it may seem so, and this conversation proves a great deal of that. Yes, there are plenty of people who crave power and control above all else. My father is one of them. Those people, given the power of wizardry, gain political control. They're the ones who want it, fight to get it, and scheme to keep it. But there are also wizards who don't care about controlling other people's lives, like Gabriel, like Jadron, like most of the Harahel wizards, I suspect. Indeed, Bertie put in decisively. And those who regard familiars as people and not useful tools, because certain awful wizards formed an alliance ages ago, set repulsive policies, and then chose heirs to perpetuate those positions, we've ended up here, thinking all the Convocation is this way forever and always. I used to describe the Convocation Society as an impervious wall, but now I see the cracks, and it is those cracks we're going to exploit. To pull down the wall, Ileana breathed reverently. Nick nodded. Yes, to change the world we live in. Who knows? Maybe Anciella's research contains methods to unlock magical ability in everyone, even mundanes. They all sat with the implications of that. Bertie opened his book again, humming happily. Gabriel glanced out the carriage window, suppressed a sigh of impatience, and said, In the meanwhile, since this traffic is ridiculously slow, let's consider the evil 6. Are there any of those we can talk over to the side of good? Nick gave him a wide-eyed look of astonishment. Like who? I think we should consider them all, since we're contemplating turning the world upside down. Let's start with House Elal. She snorted and rolled her eyes. My father would never, ever. Gabriel nodded at the dawning realization in her eyes, but Alise would, if she is Lady Elal. That would mean my father's death. She sounded odd, not exactly upset, but as if she couldn't quite comprehend it. It might come to that, he suggested softly. I know. She took a deep breath. I'm coming to terms with that. The question is, who will kill him? Who can kill him? Gabriel knew he was capable, but there was a reason he hadn't rid the world of Piers Elal the first time he had the opportunity. He couldn't risk Nick looking at him and seeing her father's murderer. Maybe our potential allies will have ideas. Possibly we could bring him to trial and have him legally executed. Nobody said anything, and Gabriel knew they were all politely declining to laugh at that preposterous idea or point out all the reasons that could never happen. Better to change the subject. Let's talk about the other 5. Samael, Tadkiel, Hanil, Ariel, and Kerr. Who is most likely to crack? They settled into the debate. 12. Sally attempted, as Jadron had so often instructed, to keep her shit together. She should be good at this by now, bearing witness as a battered and apparently dead Jadron gradually recovered. She'd certainly gone through it enough. Still, she never quite got over the deep dread that this time he wouldn't come back from the dead, that this time she'd lose him forever. She stroked his bruised and blood-smeared face, his head in her lap, as she sat in the carriage across from Cillian. He mirrored her, with the still unconscious Alise asleep with her head in his lap. He'd helped her drag Jadron into the carriage and resume this position, allowing the carriage to carry them smoothly along. They met each other's eyes and shared rueful smiles, a camaraderie neither of them wanted or had asked for. So, she said, where are we going anyway? Cillian looked briefly startled. Well, originally Alise and I were planning to go to Convocation Center, but then After the hunters attacked, we lost our carriage and got filthy. We were going to walk to this nearby hot springs to clean up." Hot springs? Sally perked up at that thought. Getting cleaned up and soaking in hot water while waiting for Jadra and Alise to recover sounded like perfection. "By all means, let's go there." Cillian shook his head regretfully. "We were going to walk a goat trail to it. I don't think it's reachable by the road." He paused thoughtfully. Except? Sally pounced with excitement. "Because I'd rather not show up at Convocation Center looking like this, or with him looking like that." Cillian frowned. "Will Jadra recover? That is, Sally waved him not to worry. "He looks awful, I know, but this is not the worst I've seen him." "Truly?" Cillian sounded reluctantly fascinated, because he does have literal chunks missing. "I know. I try not to look, but yes, once I found him shattered at the bottom of a cliff, having made friends with the crows feasting on him. Not a solid bone in his body. That was worse." Cillian gazed at her in horror, his soft black eyes full of sympathy. "That must have been terrible for you. I'm so sorry." She liked this gorgeous librarian wizard. Not many men had that level of compassion and understanding. "It was, thanks. But I got through it." She tried to think of words. "You have to, you know." "I do know," he answered with a hint of grim resolve. His face, however, glowed with love as he looked down at Alise and tenderly brushed her hair from her forehead. "Sally, if you'll hand me one of my books, it might be slimed, but the one on geographical features of the Knifeblade Mountains. It occurs to me that there might be another route to the hot springs." "For that temptation, I will risk the slime," she declared, carefully slipping out from under Jadran. Much as she didn't like disrupting the connection between her and her wizard that allowed him to draw on her magic for his healing/self-reconstruction, a brief break wouldn't slow things much, if at all. Rooting through the closed compartment where she'd stowed Cillian's worst slime books, she found the one he wanted and handed it to him, wrapped in a towel. She and Jadran had learned to bring lots of rags on excursions like this, primarily because Jadran had a habit of flinging his body into frays, treating himself like a human shield. She'd given Cillian a few rags also, but the problem with hunter slime was that it didn't clean up like natural blood or other bodily fluids. It was both sticky and greasy, not to mention rank, and only extended soaking seemed to get the stuff off. Or a grooming imp, but she foolishly hadn't thought to bring one with her. Cillian expertly balanced the open book, heavy as it was on one hand, while flipping the pages with the other, going almost immediately to the correct page. "How do you do that?" she marvelled. He looked at her over his spectacles. "Library magic. I'm not a very strong wizard, but I can index a book fast enough to find the right page quickly, and I can pretty much memorize whatever I put my mind to. I'd previously committed the maps of the region around the road through the pass to memory, so that's how I knew about the goat trail to the hot springs, but I didn't think to expand to the other routes through the knife blades. An oversight on my part." "Except that you did remember." Sally rather thought that having a magical memory would be very convenient. Certainly her tutors would have looked on her more kindly. Although later they all realized she was crazy, which negated all the judgments about her being stupid. Cillian looked sheepish. "Well, that was just regular memory. And here it is. So regular memory was helpful. We can take this side road and loop around." His wizardry moved past her with the scent of old parchment, sending new directions to the air elemental. "Bet you were a good student, too." He carefully set the towel-wrapped book aside without disturbing Alise, tipped the glasses down his nose, and raised his brows, giving her an arch look. "As I have not been summarily exiled from the house of my birth, yes, Harahels don't abide poor scholars in their midst." Sally laughed. "What terrible things do Harahels do to those unfortunates? Send them off to remedial school?" "You laugh, but pretty much. They get placed in houses needing clerks and that sort of basic staffing." She mock-shuddered. "The horrors! You know, compared to what I've heard other high houses do to their less sterling members, that's pretty tame." He regarded her very seriously. "It's true, so I shouldn't be flip. When I was helping Alise identify Gordon Harahel to stop his harassment of her, I did a deep dive into the registers of wizard and familiar citizens in the Convocation." At her blank look, he waved a hand in the air and tipped his spectacles back into place. "In most families, testing starts early. There are records of magical potential scores taken at regular intervals. You wouldn't know because of your unusual circumstances, but most of us are aware that there are binders with our information and MP scores over time, up to the final scores certified at manifestation," he explained. "At any rate," he continued, "I was naturally concentrating on the House Harahel records, and I saw convincing evidence that they were very closely following certain groups of children scoring high in psychic magic." "Which makes sense, doesn't it?" Sally asked. "Since Harahel is all about psychic magic, wouldn't that branch matter to them the most?" "Sure, but even for a high house, this was over the top. They were testing these kids every month for some, and the scores for those individuals increased dramatically, notably so. I didn't have time to do a house-to-house comparison, but I feel confident in saying no other house has children whose scores increase at those rates." "So you think they were doing something?" "Yes, I think they were and are doing something to improve the MP scores and possibly the ability of those kids to generate and wield psychic magic." He looked thoughtful. "An interesting point occurs to me, though. I brought this up because I saw low-scoring children simply disappear from the books, never to appear again." "What do you mean?" Sally asked, dreadfully afraid she did know. "Those kids should have grown up and gone to Convocation Academy. Even if they weren't brilliant examples of Harahel wizardry, they were still far from duds." "Where did they go then?" Cillian pressed his lips together. "I don't know. I think hoping that they ended up as the Harahel version of Clark's is hoping for too much." They gazed at each other soberly. Sally shook her head. She couldn't do anything right now about the possibly terrible fates of children she'd never met and wouldn't have even known about without this conversation. "What interesting point occurred to you?" "Well," his gaze fell to Alise's drawn face, "how are they doing it?" "Getting rid of the kids who are the high scorers?" "Dark arts, no. I don't even want to contemplate that, much less discuss it. I mean, clearly, there's some sort of experiment going on there that they're tracking so carefully. So, what are the parameters? What are they testing? What are they doing to increase those MP scores so dramatically in some kids? And is that possibly linked to what Alise Elal was researching?" Sally felt as if she'd fallen through a crust of dirt and straight into a cold water bog. "Fuck me," she breathed, adopting one of Jadran's favourite epithets for the occasion. She was still processing all the startling information Cillian had explained lurked in the folded archive. "And if we go with the theory that House Harahel has been behind much of the apparent forgetfulness surrounding the collapse of House Phel and subsequent cover-up, could it be that they've had copies of Alise data all this time?" "But instead of using that to free familiars of the blocks preventing them from becoming full wizards, because obviously no power-mad wizard family wants that, Harahel has been employing Alise techniques to amplify magical power, full stop." Cillian filled in. "Many of those kids turned out to be familiars, I'm sure. I didn't follow their trajectories at the time, because I was concentrating on finding the sleazeball calling himself Gordon. But it follows that Harahel would want super-powerful familiars too." "And they've been doing this for the last, 3 or 4 generations since Alise?" Sally asked, and continued when Cillian nodded. "So why don't they have super-powerful wizards and familiars yet?" "How do you know they don't?" Sally took a moment to absorb that. "Wouldn't they have acted if they did?" Cillian considered. "First, They may have been acting, but subtly. Recall that House Harahel is still prohibited under pain of dissolution of their house and execution of every wizard beholden to the house from using psychic magic except in extremely circumscribed ways. The interdictions that were the outcome of the last conflict laid out those severe consequences should House Harahel break the terms. Many historians predicted at the time that these strictures would simply drive Harahel conspirators underground, that they would build strength in secret until they could deliver a decisive coup. Sally stared at him. "That's not terrifying at all." He grimaced in wry agreement. "I can tell you that Gordon Harahel was one of the most powerful and unprincipled psychic wizards I have ever encountered, and he was basically an errand boy for them. They planted him as a proctor at Convocation Academy and used him in an attempt to prevent Alise from recovering the Phel archives. It was an important task, but he was just following orders." "He failed in that task," Sally pointed out in a try for optimism. "Yes, but just barely, and only because the right set of circumstances and people fell into place to stop him. And remember that he worked for the real leaders, which means they are much more powerful than he." Cillian lapsed into silence, his magic rustling, smelling of ink on parchment and wax melting at midnight. Sally thought he must be using his library magic to sort through his memories. "I don't know," he abruptly said. "If Gordon was a lackey, an errand boy, and he had unstoppable ability to control minds, I don't know how we can fight that." "But he wasn't unstoppable," Sally argued, unwilling to give in to despair. "Alise resisted his mental attacks. She was able to shield herself and expel him from her mind." Cillian contemplated Alise's face, stroking her cheek tenderly. "Alise is a powerful wizard, it's true, but she herself would tell you that she only succeeded and survived because she had help from 3 very important sources. Professor Morgana Raphael taught her to use the dark arts to combat the Harahel psychic magic, the only defense we know of. Provost Uriel defeated and contained Gordon, and Convocation Academy healer Jonathan Raphael was able to rid Alise's mind of the loops and traps Gordon planted there. Without them—" "And without you," Alise said, stirring and smiling warmly at him. She lifted a hand and caressed his cheek, much as he had hers, and Cillian clasped her wrist, turning his head to press a fervent kiss to her palm. "How are you feeling?" He murmured the question. Sally looked away, needing to give them privacy, faintly embarrassed by the intimate display. She wouldn't trade Jadran for all the world, but his brand of affection was considerably less sweet. And he wasn't waking any time soon, though the missing chunks looked slightly better. Less gaping, anyway. Doing her best to ignore Alise and Cillian's quiet conversation, the exchange of mutual reassurances and so forth, Sally considered Cillian's revelations, particularly what bearing this theory might have on Gabriel and her. They had popped up as powerfully magical, almost self-destructively so in her case, after generations of nothing. The same elapsed generations that Harahel had been increasing magic in their progeny had seen the utter lack of it in the diaspora of House Phel, almost inverse mirrors of each other. She doubted anything was going on as nefarious as them actually sucking magic from Phel to amplify Harahel. Was that even possible? But if Anciella's research had indeed been bent to the purpose of making children with magic potentials more powerful, then couldn't it have been used to make Phel children less magical? If so, perhaps that technique had been reversed to cause her parents to birth Gabriel and her. "Cillian," she asked, hesitant to break into the little reunion, "I have a question while it's in my mind." "Sorry, Celaya," Alise said, blushing as she sat up. "That was rude of us." "Not at all." Sally smiled at them, both so adorable. "How are you feeling?" "Amazing," Alise answered, glowing with vitality indeed, though her expression clouded when her gaze fell on Jadran.
I'm deeply sorry that Jadran compromised himself healing me, though. Oh, no, Sally replied breezily. He did this to himself, playing meat shield.
Alise looked the question at Cillian. We'll catch you up in a moment, he told her. What's your question, Celaya?
I'm not sure how to ask this without sounding vain, but I think it has bearing on what we're dealing with.
Go ahead, Cillian prompted.
You're the least vain person I've ever met, Alise added.
Sally steeled herself.
Cillian, you were talking about the increase in MP scores of the House Harahel children and how high they were going. I know that Gabriel and I supposedly have very high MP scores. How do they compare?
Not supposedly, Cillian answered gravely, and with a glimmer of interest. Top tier. The MP scoring system isn't linear. It's designed to have no upper limit, and because the tests assess potential rather than a demonstrated result, the assessment qualifies the density of magic, for want of a better term, rather than quantity. So, while we put a number to it, a score, truly, we're predicting on a logarithmic scale what the ultimate potential will be. After a certain point, the limit doesn't exist.
I didn't understand any of that, Alise complained.
Cillian hugged her against his side, smiling with affection. What I suspect the important part here is that Celaya is thinking that whatever House Harahel has been up to with creating super wizards and familiars, let's call them, that the same techniques could have been applied to make her and Gabriel as gifted as they are.
Yes, Sally said.
The idea made her uneasy, like she was nothing more than a lab experiment.
But you have no idea what Alise Elal found that could unlock magic this way? Like the actual physical or mental tool or whatever?
Cillian shook his head. I don't. Since Alise data is all in code, we don't have any way of knowing exactly what she was using. It could be that Hannah and Iliana have discovered the key to unlock the code since I left Harahel, but until then, we only have those meeting notes that give us an indication of the topic of her explosive research.
How were Hannah and Iliana to contact you should they make a discovery? Alise asked Cillian, given that there are no rat seal couriers at House Harahel.
He looked at her blankly, and she rolled her eyes.
No plan?
I didn't think of that, he admitted sheepishly.
I was consumed with getting to you and getting you out of Elal.
She softened, interlacing her fingers with his.
Well, I suppose I can't fault you for that. I'm sorry I worried you so.
He tapped her on the nose. You should be, then laughed when she wrinkled it at him and turned back to Sally. As for the actual technique or tool, it could be anything. A kind of Raphael healing, perhaps, or a physiological intervention.
An herbal treatment, Alise posited. Or something else chemical, maybe. Why are you wondering, Celaya? You're thinking something. I'm thinking that if whatever unlocked the Phel magic again is the same as what Alise was working on, then I really need to talk to my mother.
Daisy had never said anything strange or untoward had happened when she conceived her 2 children or during her pregnancies, but if Harahel were involved, she might not remember either. That's a really good point, Cillian replied thoughtfully. If she remembers, he added, echoing Sally's thought.
It depends on whether the person who may or may not have unlocked the Phel magic again was a Harahel wizard or working with one, Alise mused.
Or had some Harahel magic without being associated with House Harahel, Cillian pointed out.
One question I have is, Sally put in, did whoever did that, if someone did interfere, were they acting against the interests of the conspiracy?
It seems likely, Alise answered, when Cillian only looked thoughtful.
If we assume the conspiracy's initial goal was to suppress Alise research, and destroying House Phel was the ultimate solution for ensuring that data would be lost and never resurrected, then why would they want to bring back House Phel? Arguably, the convocation would have continued to roll along in the same path as always had Gabriel not bonded with Nick. Which Nick thinks our father pushed her into doing by possibly inducing the fascination in her so that the bonding would be inevitable.
Alise frowned.
But if he's in the conspiracy, then why would he have wanted that? Tell me, Sally said, thinking it through. Why does Nick think it was your father? Several hints he dropped. Some evidence that the fascination is induced via an aerotron potion that our father could have put in the wine Nick drank to bolster her courage before Gabriel arrived that night. Could it have been your mother instead? Sally pressed, following that idea down its logical course. Maman? Alise sat back, looking puzzled and surprised. But why would she have wanted to trap Nick that way? She helped Nick escape Gabriel. Not very effectively, Sally replied, then winced at her bluntness. I don't mean to be unkind, and I do realise the strictures she laboured under, but only part of the plan worked, right? Nick made it to Watson, but then the money and contacts your mother supposedly arranged failed to appear. Because our evil father put her in alternate form and kept her there as a punishment, Alise retorted, colour high. Cillian soothed her with a caress, but she ignored him. What are you getting at, Celia? I'm just spitballing. I didn't mean to upset you, and I'm not sure what I'm getting at, but I'm thinking, what if your mother was involved in some way? We're of an age. It's not impossible for your mother to have met mine. And then what? Even if she'd been somehow colluding with whatever wanted to reawaken and re-empower House Phel as a familiar, she couldn't have exercised her Harahel magic regardless. Oh, good point. I don't know. Sally shook it off. I'm probably just imagining connections where there are none. That's the problem with fighting conspiracies, Cillian said philosophically. It's easy to imagine them where they don't exist, and then, when you do find compelling evidence of them, it all seems so complicated and crazy that you doubt your own reasoning. Then, how do you fight them? Sally asked. Good question, Alise said with a nod. Why are you both looking at me? Cillian demanded. You're the scholar, Alise answered blandly. You're supposed to have the answers. Well, the only way I can think of is to fight fire with fire, conspire in return. Alise smiled. My sweet librarian, I think you may have given us the perfect solution. 13. Nick had not returned to Convocation Academy since the day she graduated. That had been a bittersweet day, more bitter than sweet, as she finally quit the place and people who'd witnessed her precipitous fall from anointed heir and the next Lady Elal to miserable familiar about to subject herself to the betrothal trials. The sweet had come entirely from her own determination to wipe the superior smirks off every last face. She planned to return, in a year, bonded to a powerful wizard of another high house, one she'd already wrapped around her little finger, immersing herself in high house politics. She hadn't had more of a plan than that, just the certainty that she could attain wealth and power via that path, and with it she would make everyone sorry they'd ever snickered at the turn of fate that made her a familiar instead of a wizard. Never in her wildest imagination could she have envisioned this particular homecoming as a lady of an almost high house, yes, but of the obscure and fallen House Phel. And here she was, on the arm of a powerful wizard, sure, but one who arguably had her wrapped up and so in love that she did his bidding without being asked. He'd infected her with his brand of idealism to the point that she was returning to Convocation Academy not to show off her position in the hierarchy, but to tear it all down. Funny how the universe delivers your true heart's desire even when you yourself don't know what it is. Because she couldn't imagine a more gratifyingly triumphant return than this. She hadn't been crushed by a supposed downfall that was becoming a familiar instead of a wizard. She'd found actual happiness, and even more important, a belief that she possessed the power to make a better and happier society for everyone else, too. First step, meet with Provost Tandia Uriel. Nick hadn't had occasion to meet the Provost in person during her years at Convocation Academy. She'd been a model student, exceptional in every way.
Even after her involuntary demotion from potential wizard to confirmed familiar, her pride hadn't allowed her to perform anything less than sterling work. Provost Uriel had attended the graduation ceremony, naturally, but Nick hadn't chatted with her then either. She'd taken her certification and left, going directly back to House Elal to prepare for the trials. Provost Uriel's familiar Priyan also served as her admin. He surveyed the five of them with raised brows, but otherwise complete poise. In truth, he surprised Nick by immediately identifying the lot of them. Lord and Lady Phel, welcome. Lord Harahel Emeritus, it's been many years since you graced our hallowed halls, and it's a pleasure to have you here. Familiar Han, familiar Ileana, welcome back. Do you wish to re-enroll? Han and Ileana startled at that. Can we? Ileana asked tentatively. That's not for me to decide, Priyan answered with polite kindness, but I can make a note in your files. Ileana threw Han a clearly conflicted frown. Can we decide later? Han asked gruffly, taking her hand. Of course. Now, I don't see any of you on today's appointment books. He hadn't looked at anything, but Nick had no doubt he knew the Provost's schedule down to the last quarter minute. What shall I tell the Provost is the nature of your business or businesses? Gabriel started to answer, but Nick put a hand on him. Confidential, she said, adding a tone of polite regret. The Provost most likely had no secrets from her familiar, but this was an office in a busy public building. There could be any number and variety of eavesdroppers. Already their odd crew would have been noted, and speculation would be flying through the hallowed halls of the Academy, which meant their enemies would be alerted to the movement. At least they'd been able to send a rat seal courier to House Phel to warn them of potential attacks. Gabriel had rather wryly commented they might as well send a courier to expect the sun to rise in the morning, but he had left his commentary at that. Wise man. The Provost will see you now, Priyan said, alerted by the inter-office rat seal communicator. Lord Harahel Emeritus followed Nick and Gabriel, Han and Ileana bringing up the rear of their little parade, the two lovers looking like naughty children being called to the office rather than ambassadors of critical information. Tandia Uriel stood as they entered, steepling her capable fingers on the polished wood of the desk. An imposing woman with a short cap of platinum hair, Provost Uriel wore her many years gracefully, and with the mien of someone who valued her long life and experience it implied. She took them in with one sweeping, canny glance from her snapping black wizard's eyes, her Uriel magic similarly assessing them and their intentions. Though House Uriel focused on law and administration, their magic was primarily psychic. Not unlike House Harahel wizards in their ability to memorize, assimilate, and analyze information, they also possessed honed skills in reading intention and truthfulness. Legend had it, though the history books were sketchy on the topic, that Uriel and Hanil had been a single high house back at the founding of the Convocation. At some point, a schism had occurred over the ethics of using psychic influence on others. House Hanil had gone down the path that might begets right, believing that anything they were powerful enough to do, and that benefited their house, should be done. In truth, many high houses operated by the same philosophy, they just weren't as brazen about it, and not as effective. Only after Hanil nearly took over the entire Convocation through mentally manipulating other wizards in key positions of power, saliently stopped only by House Uriel and a small coalition of other high houses, were they sanctioned and limited in their operations. Some people joked that House Uriel's primary trademark was foiling House Hanil, but it wasn't a laughing matter to those who knew. In fact, Gordon Hanil would have succeeded in his schemes had Tandia not stopped him. From the way Alise had told the story, the Uriel wizard exhibited a frightening level of psychic ability, which included mind-reading, as Nick was reminded when Tandia clearly heard the thought, locked eyes with her, and smiled slightly. Well, she might as well say it aloud then. Greetings, Provost Uriel, Nick said, inclining her head in respect.
House Phel wishes to offer our official gratitude for how you protected our wizard and my sister, Alise Elal, and her consort, Cillian Harahel. Behind her, Bertie snickered, though Nick wasn't sure if that was for her choice of words or her presuming to claim the relationship between Cillian and Alise. Provost Uriel raised her platinum brows, but also inclined her head in greeting. Lady Veronica Phel, welcome back to Convocation Academy. Lord Phel, it's good to finally meet you, as you never did grace my halls as a student, more's the pity. Gabriel smiled, a rare, relaxed and warm grin. An oversight on my part, Provost. I'm sure I would be a better wizard for the experience and education. She eyed him. I like to think so. Her sharp gaze lanced past them and softened beyond what Nick would have thought possible. Bertie. She came around a desk and opened her arms. He practically skipped to her and gave her a one-armed hug as he was still carrying the immense tome under the other arm. No one could persuade him to leave it in the carriage or even under Priyan's watchful eye. How did this crew manage to dig you out of your study? She asked. Last time I knew, you'd declare that you intended to spend the rest of your life reading and thus refused to budge from House Harahel ever again. He winked at her. I did spend the rest of my life doing that, and then it turned out I still had some time left over. Extra credit for being an exemplary human being, I suppose. If anyone has earned that, you have. She laughed, then turned an abruptly stern face on Han and Ileana. I didn't anticipate seeing you two miscreants in my office ever again. Aren't you supposed to be on the run, hiding out somewhere? She tapped her lip, pretending to think. Oh, yes, you claimed sanctuary at... Her eyes slid over to Gabriel. House Phel. We settled the legalities, Provost, Gabriel said, apparently unruffled, though Nick scented a hint of ozone in the air, a sense of silver shimmer. Tandia did too, because she gave him a stern look. No magical waterworks in my office, boyo. You have rank in the convocation, but this academy is my personal kingdom, and I rule with absolute authority. Nick believed it too, especially after hearing how neatly the Provost had nullified Gordon Hanil. Provost Uriel, she said, resisting the urge to interpose herself between the Provost and the errant familiars. We brought Han and Ileana here because they have pertinent information on a issue of ongoing concern. The Provost gave her a very dry look and resumed her seat behind her desk. Yes, so I ascertained once Priyan told me who was here, as I'm not either uninformed or an idiot. I established the silencing shield as soon as you entered, and I've swept for Elal spirit spies. She gave Nick surprise an arch smile. Nor do I underestimate my enemies. Sit, all of you, now, she mused as they all found chairs. Who should start this tale? Ileana, you were always a diligent student, and technically still mine. Report, please. Me? Ileana squeaked, her fair freckled complexion turning bright red. She looked to Nick for help, but Nick only returned the look coolly. She had no intention of crossing the Provost yet. The time might come for that, but not until they ascertained how Provost Uriel took the news they brought. In the end, they all ended up contributing pieces of information to the tale, including Bertie, to Nick's surprise, who had apparently been far more aware of Cillian's research, particularly prior to Han and Ileana's arrival, than anyone had realized. Possibly even Lady Orla Harahel, who'd supposedly walled off Cillian and the folded archives from anyone else in the house. When Han asked about that, Bertie smiled and cackled softly. I remember when Orla was born. Taught her every trick she knows, and kept a few for myself. Tandia had long since kicked back in her chair and now stared thoughtfully out the windows at the splendid campus of Convocation Academy spread out below. All the research done in these halls, she murmured, more to herself than anyone. All the funding we've devoted to the problem.
All of the horrific experiments on familiars back in the day, before we, with great difficulty, outlawed them. She cut her gaze to them, making it suddenly clear that she had been speaking to them after all. Am I to believe that no one, out of all of my distinguished faculty and those of my predecessors, none of them stumbled upon this technique that an obscure fell wizard discovered centuries ago? She sounded so personally incensed that Nick felt compelled to answer. House Phel was hardly as obscure then as it is now. Tandia Uriel cut her a sour look. No offence intended to your house, Lady Phel. She emphasised the honorific, just enough to remind Nick that her title was recently come by, and not without its measure of scandal. No, I'm furious that we've let House Harahel run circles around us all this time, planting spies in my academy, continuing to suppress his research, no doubt in collusion with any number of high houses. You mean, you think Harahel knows about this? Ham blurted, then tried to backpedal. Of course they know, Tandia said scathingly, and forgive me for any aspersions to the central role of House Phel in cutting-edge research. If Alise Elal discovered this technique working with chicken eggs in her farmhouse kitchen, then others with state-of-the-art equipment and unlimited access to funding and the archives have also done so. And Harahel operatives erased memories, buried the data, and kept generations of familiars from being able to control their own magic and lives, Nick noted, marvelling at her calm. Being back in this place, the site of her downfall and disgrace, where her closest friends had turned against her for being a mere familiar, this discovery should send her into a rage. Gabriel apparently thought so too, or thought she might need comforting, because he set a hand on her, his magic cool and soothing. Oddly enough, though, sitting there with her breasts aching with milk for her tiny precious daughter, and thinking about where the wrenching turn of her life's path had led, she couldn't be angry or sorry at all. If she'd become a wizard then, she'd be at House Elal plotting with her father. At some point, she'd have been let in on this secret, probably as happy as any of them, to take advantage of the unwilling bounty of magic familiars provided. The only point of anger, and it was admittedly an intense ball of burning rage that could easily billow into a conflagration worthy of the wizard Silas, who destroyed the world in bringing down his enemies, was that, surely, her father had known the truth. She had been his golden child, his pampered and petted heir, the one he raised to follow in his footsteps to head House Elal. And he'd let her designation as a familiar stand unchallenged. He had known her fate could be changed, and he'd chosen not to do anything about it. Instead, he married her off with the gift of a pretty gown and a pat on the head, then turned his attention elsewhere. Bertie and Tangia were discussing next steps, Gabriel seeming to listen with half an ear while keeping an eye on her. Han and Ileana weren't going to speak up unless spoken to in such august company. I think we have 3 prongs of action here, Nick said, and everyone paid her gratifying attention. She ticked them off on her fingers. We need to decode the data and test it, proving that the Anciella method works to convert familiars into wizards. I suggest bringing healer Asher from House Phel to do the testing. We'll need volunteers, of course, but we can trust him to be neutral and ethical. We need to find Cillian if we hope to decode anything, Bertie put in. He has an intuitive feel for the documents from that archive. Provost Uriel looked momentarily perplexed. Good to know she didn't know everything. I understood my archivist was at House Harahel, working on the folded archives. Have you lost him? Your archivist, Bertie retorted pointedly. You fired our boy, Tangia. Don't play games with us. She waved that off, for appearances only, and to give him and Alise a plausible reason to leave the academy, so that they could discover what they did discover. I'd say that means my game worked. Except that Cillian left Harahel to go after Alise, Ileana said with soft despair. Tangia cocked her head. He what? The what? Nick sighed, shifting. She'd need to release her milk soon. Putting all the cards on the table, my father extorted Alise into returning to House Elal to apprentice as his heir. Cillian went after her. We don't know anything since then. Very romantic, Ileana whispered. Very stupid, Tandia snapped. That's what I say, Bertie chortled. But young love and all, what can you do? What I can do is call Ferdinand Elal to my office, the Provost said, sending an inter-office message to Priyan. We'll find out what he knows. Would you like to remain and speak with him also, Lady Phel? Nick didn't particularly wish to see her little brother, but it was her responsibility to the house. Both houses. House Elal may have rejected her, but she still owed loyalty and responsibility to all the people encompassed by the house of her birth. She also realized the implicit part of Tandia's offer, that the Provost would eavesdrop mentally on Nanda and sift out the information he didn't speak aloud. She nodded. I appreciate that. And then I'd like to speak with Professor Morgana Raphael. The Provost gave her an arrested look. Might I inquire why? No doubt having to do with the other two prongs you have yet to detail, Gabriel prompted with a quirk of his lips. Yes. Number 2 is that we need to discover who on the council can be swayed to vote to implement the Anciella method and change the laws regarding citizenship for familiars and mundanes. If the method works, the Provost cautioned. It works, Nick said firmly, wondering, in her heart of hearts, if her certainty came more from wishful thinking than logic. No, she was as sure of this as anything. No one invests centuries of effort in suppressing a technique that doesn't work. And that amount of effort means that swaying those houses will be that much more difficult, Tandia murmured, but didn't argue. I can guess at the third prong, given your request to speak with Morgana. You want to discover where House Raphael stands regarding the use of the dark arts against Hanil, should it come to that. No surprise that the Provost knew that already. Some of it could be mind-reading, but Nick supposed that it was, most likely, the same logical path she'd followed. I have reason to think they will. Is it true that the dark arts are really the one truly effective defense against psychic magic? Tandia cocked her head. Is House Elal asking House Uriel that question? Gabriel twitched beside her, and it was Nick's turn to put a staying hand on him. She understood the question and the reason for it. I have no intention of pitting House Elal against anyone. While I maintain responsibility to the house of my birth, my loyalty is to House Phel. If we're counting up votes and sides in the certainly coming conflict, I, and I believe I speak for Lord Phel as well, and House Phel will stand with House Uriel and the side of right. Even against Elal? Tandia pressed. Even so. Even if Alise is Lady Elal? Nick hesitated only fractionally. I know Alise. If she is Lady Elal, then she will be on our side as well. The Provost eyed her a moment longer, her magic lightly probing the truth and conviction of Nick's words. Nick found she liked and respected the Uriel wizard even more for making certain of this. They would have to be careful going forward, assessing the strength of the alliances. A single high house switching sides could spell disaster. And if Sir Raphael agrees, Tangia pressed. Nick smiled, feeling the grim stretch of it. We prepare to fight. Gabriel and Bertie went to find Alise Harahel, who had apparently been allowed to borrow an office to interview any House Harahel archivists for their role in concealing the Phel archives. Han and Ileana went to arrange for a message to be sent to Asher. Nick and the Provost awaited Nanda's arrival. Tandia asked Priyan to bring them refreshments, solicitous of Nick's well-being, and even offered her privacy to express the breast milk. I had 6 babies, the Provost noted, with an expression part sentimental nostalgia and part weariness. I remember vividly what it's like to be away from a newborn. "Speaking of children," Nick said later, as Nanda had still not been found, because he was apparently not in class as he should have been, and the proctors had to be mobilized to root him out of wherever he was slacking off. "At least tangentially, I'd like to settle the matter of Alise and her formal graduation." Tanya raised her brows. "I was surprised Lord Phel hadn't brought that up already." That gave Nick pause. "Would you prefer to negotiate with Lord Phel?" she asked carefully. She'd become too accustomed to feeling like a full partner in the running of House Phel, forgetting that, as a familiar to most of the convocation, she was little more than a walking, talking piece of furniture. But Provost Uriel gave her such a stern look that Nick had to steel her spine not to wilt. "Don't be ridiculous, Lady Phel. There might be hidebound traditionalists in the convocation, but I am not one." She produced documents. Certification from Alise's professors that she's met all requirements with flying colours. She smiled at Nick's shock. "House Uriel is happy to assist who we all fervently hope will be the new head of House Elal." Between that happy surprise, being able to express her milk, and have a bit of a rest, by the time Nanda was located, Nick was feeling much better. Good enough to face her wastrel little brother. She hoped. Nanda slouched resentfully into the proctor's spacious office, escorted by one of the Harahel proctors Nick remembered from her student days. The proctor withdrew faster than Nick could search her memory for a name. Her brother had his hands deep in pockets and magic like sour wine. In fact, he also smelled like sour wine, which likely explained where he'd been instead of in class. "Provost Uriel," Nanda said with a sullen sneer and the bloodshot wizard-black eyes, a disconcerting effect. "Why have I been dragged out of bed to Nick?" His shock and astonishment might be gratifying if Nick wasn't so immediately concerned about Nanda's state. He looked like he'd been drinking in a tavern all night and slept in the gutter. Alise had said that Nanda had become even more insufferable since believing himself the heir to House Elal, but she hadn't mentioned any increased dissipation. Had this happened just since Alise had returned to apprentice with their father? Entirely possible. For the first time, Nick felt something beyond aggravation and contempt for the spoiled, selfish, and bratty Nanda. She actually felt sorry for him. "Shouldn't you be chained up and going through retraining somewhere, familiar Nicky?" Nanda drawled. Nick stopped feeling sorry for him pretty quickly at that point. "Lady Phel," she said, not exactly drawing herself up, as she'd already been poised for the confrontation, but reminding herself of her own power and status. No one had been more delighted than Nanda at Nick's demotion to familiar status. "Familiars shall be seen and not heard," he snapped, then deliberately turned his back on her and faced the provost. "What is the purpose of this rude summons, provost? When my father hears of—" Nanda abruptly stopped speaking, bloodshot eyes bugging in outrage. Tandia Uriel smiled, politely and oh so coldly. "Manners, Wizard Ferdinand. You will speak to me and to Lady Phel with respect, or you will not speak at all." Harahel wizards, mostly Nick knew the Academy proctor version of this kind of magic, could silence people, so it made perfect sense that a Uriel wizard could also do so. Still, it hadn't occurred to her that Tandia could and would use that power on students. "That's better," the provost said approvingly, as if Nanda had complied, even though he clearly still strained against the silencing magic. A few spirits popped out of the air, zooming toward the provost, and she expressed dramatic shock before chopping a hand to banish them, leaving Nick wondering how a Uriel wizard managed that trick. Truly illuminating and food for thought. She better understood now why Tandia had wanted to know if Nick had contemplated pitching Elal against Uriel. "Ferdinand Elal," the provost said with soft menace, "you did not just try to attack me with spirit magic, did you? Because that's grounds for immediate expulsion." Nanda sagged, abruptly disconsolate, and nodded mutely, then shook his head. "I suggest you sit," Tandia said, more gently now, almost as if speaking to a child. As Nanda was only 15, and an immature one at that, he was probably more child than man, come to think of it. Nanda sat, slumping in the chair with adolescent bonelessness. "Now, Wizard Ferdinand, I will allow you to speak, but the first words out of your mouth will be an apology to Lady Phel, and then to the office of the Provost." She gave the instructions pleasantly, but with iron will beneath. Was she adding a psychic compulsion? That would be strictly illegal, but Nick wondered. Nanda blew out a breath as if he'd been suffocating, which of course he hadn't been, but all very dramatic, and threw Nick a nasty look. "Sorry, Lady Phel." He loaded sarcasm into the title. "Apologies, office," he said, waving hands at the walls. Tandia slid Nick a neutral look that spoke volumes of her enduring patience for the job. "Less than adequate, but I'll let it pass for now. You're on probation for the moment, Wizard Ferdinand. Don't fuck up." "Fine," he muttered, staring at his bony knees. "What was that?" She cupped a hand to her ear. "I couldn't quite hear you." "I said yes, Provost," he said, much too loudly. "Thank you." She smiled, all sweetness. "Lady Phel, I believe you have questions for your brother." "I don't answer to Nanda's words choked off, and the Provost wagged a chiding finger at him. "Answer your sister's questions politely, accurately, and without attitude, or I'm confining you to your room with basic rations for a week. Understood?" Nanda looked appalled, then reluctantly nodded. "There we go. Lady Phel?" Fortunately, Nanda's continued insolence had given Nick time to gather her thoughts. She hadn't realized Tandia planned to lob the interrogation ball at her like that. "Nanda, are you aware that Alise returned to House Elal?" "Of course, a sneaky, lying bitch." "Why do you call her sneaky and a liar?" "She said she didn't want to be heir," he exploded in a whine, waving his hands. "Papa was all set to officially designate me as the next Lord Elal, which is my right. But then you had to go and have a snivelly baby, and Alise goes prancing back to apprentice at Elal. Did you know he showed her the Arcanium?" Nick had not known that. No one but their father and Mamour, as his familiar, had known the precise location of the House Elal Arcanium, hidden from them all via magical means. If he was serious about apprenticing Alise and having her as backup to head the house should something happen to him, it makes sense that she'd need to access the Arcanium and be able to attune herself to the Elal magic stored there. She thought she'd sounded very reasonable, but Nanda writhed in his chair, nearly in a frenzy. "It was supposed to be mine," he cried. "He was going to show me, he said. Papa came to visit, and he told me that Alise had failed and betrayed him, aiding familiars to escape, ditching out on the academy." He flung those last words at the Provost, who listened impassively. "Alise even fucked around with a faculty member. Did you know that?" Neither of them replied, and he pouted in frustration. "Well, Alise showed her stripes," he continued, sounding more miserable than gleeful. "She disappeared on him again, and now dear Papa has no one, because I won't be his heir now. I told him so." Nick exchanged interested glances with Tandia. "Lord Elal was here?" she asked. "Yes." He drew out the word, making it aggrieved. "But not to visit me, his son. No. He was looking for Alise, thinking she came here to tell Provost Uriel about—" He cut himself off. "Whatever." Tandia shook her head minutely at Nick, communicating that she hadn't picked up whatever thought Nanda had quickly censored. From what Nick understood of psychic magic and mind-reading, surface thoughts could be easily heard, much as if the person had spoken them aloud. But thoughts a person took pains to hide had to be more forcibly hunted down and dug out. Uriel integrity wouldn't allow for that kind of invasiveness. It was one of the lines they drew between their practices and House Hanil's. "He said Alise left again," Nick prompted with curiosity, leaving the slip alone. Nanda would be on guard now. "How odd." "Not odd at all," he laughed bitterly. "She's fickle as a mink changing its coat. Ran off with that librarian again. Papa was so flipping angry. Shows him what he gets for picking the wrong heir." "Really isn't fair," Nick said with sympathy. She did feel kind of bad for Nanda, awful as he was. He might grow out of it, but he would never be half the wizard Alise was. His MP scores had never been up to snuff, and he didn't have the smarts or strength to head a high house. The only person who didn't know that was Nanda. "I know it's not fair," Nanda replied, petulant but also maybe a little gratified to have Nick's sympathy. "You and Alise do whatever you want and everyone just loves you. But me, I'm right here and I get treated like shit. I could rot away at this stinking academy and none of you would even notice." There was a grain of truth to his words. "I'm sorry," Nick said sincerely. "You're welcome to visit House Phel any time." "In the swamps? No thank you." He laughed in contempt, his voice breaking unevenly, reminding her that he was still a boy, teetering on the precipice of manhood, but not there yet. He'd benefit from being around Gabriel and the other solid men of Phel. "I'd rather suck a pig's teat," Nanda added with transparent defiance. She shrugged as if it didn't matter to her, which it really didn't. The offer was for him. "The invitation is open. Come any time. You can meet your niece, Bria." "My niece?" He seemed as if that hadn't occurred to him, that he was an uncle to that sniffly baby. Maman liked babies. "Yes," Nick also nodded, struck by how sad Nanda sounded then. Of course he'd have grieved for their mother also. They'd never even had a memorial service where they could all remember her together. "Maman is buried at House Phel," she told him on impulse. "You could lay flowers on her grave. We could have a ceremony to remember her." He glared, fully mean again, but with a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "Papa says you killed Maman, you and Alise." "No," Nick said firmly, sinking the weight of truth in that. "That's not what happened at all. Alise and I loved Maman, as you did. We never would have done anything to harm her." He sneered, a disdainful baring of unclean teeth, but Nick also thought he believed her. "It doesn't matter anyway," he said, shrugging into the chair. "She was only a familiar." Nick let that pass, feeling very adult to do so. Nanda was clearly a festering mass of hormones and hurt, and it had been wrong of her not to communicate with him following Maman's death. "So," she said, feeling through what was probably her last question for him, at least for the time being, "you haven't seen Alise? She hasn't contacted you?" "I am the last person Alise is going to contact." Nanda expelled that bitter cough of a laugh again. "What amazes me is that none of you seem to know that. She hates me. The last time I saw her, she put spirit mites on me. It took me hours and exhausting 2 grooming imps to get rid of them." Nick suppressed a smile with valiant resolve. She could only imagine what Nanda had said or done to Alise for her to pull that trick, a favourite among young Elal wizards. And sad that Nanda lacked the skill to get rid of them on his own. "All right," she said. "Thank you. Just let us know when you want to come visit House Phel. I have a room set aside for you," she added on impulse. She hadn't thought of it, but they had plenty of space now they'd finished the renovations on the manse, and she'd designated Alise's suite as her permanent space. Nanda should have one too. Only fair. "You do?" he asked incredulously, looking at her directly for the first time since his shock upon entering the office. "Why?" "You're my brother," she said simply.
You're welcome in my home, so long as you behave, she felt compelled to clarify. But come visit any time. Just show up if you like. She caught Tandia's subtly quiet clearing of the throat, with permission from the provost, naturally. Nanda glanced at the provost, then right back to Nick, then tried to look cool. Yeah, maybe I could visit you next break, instead of kicking my heels doing nothing in Elal. Nick nodded, surprisingly pleased. Good idea. 14. The hot springs were rough and barely adapted to human soaking, but also sheer paradise. Alise sighed in utter bliss and sank down in the steaming water to her chin. Beside her, Cillian gave her a sleepy blink, his soft black eyes mostly veiled by his extraordinary fringe of lashes. Better than stewing in stinking hontagu, huh? He asked throatily, and she giggled. Just a little. She tipped her head back, watching the purpling sky. Evening in the mountains cooled down quickly, especially in springtime, but the steaming water had her balanced perfectly between too hot and too cold. If only she could find that middle ground in her life. Though, seeing Cillian beside her, their fingers interlaced under the water, in possession of the heady skills imparted by her father, and yet away from his crushing possessiveness, maybe she had found a kind of balance. Can I get your opinion on something? Anything, he answered immediately, sounding much less sleepy. You know that. She did know that, and this seemed like the time to talk about it. Jadran had woken up, hobbled to the hot springs, and yipped like a stepped-on puppy at the sting of hot, briny water on his freshly healed wounds. Celia had quickly bathed, then returned with him to the comfort of the carriage, where they were now, no doubt, snuggled under fur blankets, peacefully resting. Well out of earshot. Celia hadn't exactly winked or waggled her brows, but she'd made it clear that Alise and Cillian would have the privacy of the hot springs. Except that so far they'd both been too tired and grimy to do anything about it. Then she'd started thinking. I've been mulling this question. She trailed off, wondering if she really wanted to say this aloud. Cillian knew about her ability to sever the wizard-familiar bond, but they didn't talk about it much. She'd finally reconciled herself that she hadn't actually killed her own mother by severing Maman's bond to her wizard, but she would never rid herself of the guilt of her role in it, and her fear of the tremendous power she wielded. Not to mention that the Convocation would likely execute her if they knew she could do that. No wizard wanted their familiar to go free. Yes? Cillian asked gently after she paused for too long. Mulling what? She turned to face him in the water. My ability to sever the wizard-familiar bond, and how it relates to us using Anciela's method for unlocking the block in familiars' minds to allow them to be wizards. He nodded, following her train of thought easily. You're thinking that, even if familiars can become wizards, if we are able to decode Anciela's notes, the ones who are bonded to their wizards might still need to be liberated. Yes. And, well, will they want to be? Even though she knew that Jadran and Celia couldn't hear them, she lowered her voice. Celia likes being bonded to Jadran, she says. It creates an intimacy beyond the exchange of magic, a deep connection. And then there's alternate form. I thought about that too. We don't understand why only familiars can take alternate form, and why only their bonded wizard can trigger the transformation. But maybe that's accounted for in Anciela's work. We don't know. We don't know far too much, she responded with frustration, all lax sleepiness gone. She wanted to pound on something, or pace. She also didn't want to stir even a fingertip of skin out of the deliciously toasty water. What are we potentially unleashing with this information? What if we are able to turn familiars into wizards, but they're still bonded, so all we've done is create a way for wizards to be enslaved to other wizards?
I think.
And what if the familiars lose their alternate forms forever? Nick loves hers. So does Salaya.
Well,
What if this just leads to war? She demanded, feeling increasingly panicked. Loving wizard familiar couples breaking up, families and houses dissolving. This could spell the end of the convocation, of civilized society, and...
Alise. Cillian took her by the shoulders. I understand why you're worrying about all of this, but let me ask you one question, all right? She nodded and pressed her lips together, again spewing more of her fears. Do you believe the convocation, as it is, the current structure of our society and citizenship tiers, is a fair and equitable system?
No,
she had to admit. Obviously it was not. But there are a lot of possible buts, he interrupted. Still, at its heart, what we have now is not worth preserving. Yes, there might be pain and danger and violence that results from us releasing this information. But are you saying we don't have that now, just in a more massaged and polished form we've been trained all our lives to accept as normal?
That's true, she conceded, feeling herself calm at his reasoning.
Besides, it's not our role to withhold information, he continued. Anne Ciella, who discovered it, wanted people of the Convocation to know about this. All knowledge is worth having.
She snorted. You just think that because you're a librarian. You're obsessed with information.
Obsessed? He echoed, trying to look offended, but eyes sparkling with amusement. He'd set aside his spectacles on a nearby rock, annoyed when they fogged up on him, so she had a rare view of his gorgeous face without them. I'll tell you about obsession. His hands glided down from her shoulders to smooth over her arms, then up again to her ribs. He leaned in closer. I'm obsessed, all right, he whispered, but not with information. Nothing so dry as that.
No?
She asked breathlessly. He shook his head, a closed-lipped smile curving his full lips. There is a certain wizard delicate of build, powerfully magical, absolutely gorgeous. His hand spanned her waist under the water, fingertips nearly touching. She's a little difficult at times, he confided. Proud, never lets anything well enough alone.
She sounds like a handful, Alise gasped as his hand slid up her ribs to cup her naked breasts, his thumbs brushing her tightening nipples.
Oh, she is, he agreed in a dark murmur. He squeezed firmly, the way he knew made her squirm, delightfully so.
Anyone I know?
Alise asked, feeling her sex swell and go slick even in the water. I'll whisper her name in your ear, he answered, but don't tell anyone. She doesn't know I'm in love with her. He leaned in and kissed the shell of her ear. Alise Elal Phel. Alise shivered, even though it was a game. Somehow, the moment had become singularly intense.
I think she knows, she whispered back, turning her lips to caress his unshaven cheek, the stubble delightfully prickling.
Does she?
He pulled back to gaze into her eyes. You've told her, Alise pointed out, several times.
Ah, but is that the same as her knowing it?
I think it is, because she knows. She threaded her fingers through his adorable dark curls, damp from the steam of the hot springs and spiraling wildly because of it. She feels it. Feeling suddenly shy, she dropped her gaze from his gentle black eyes and wrapped one springy corkscrew around her finger, admiring the gleaming coil, the blue-black shine of it. Her heart turned over, slow and warm, the heat radiating through her stronger than the water they soaked in. Cillian was the warmth in her life, the one person who understood her through and through, who offered both frank admiration of her virtues and forgiveness for her faults. Why had she been hesitating to tell him how she felt in return? Because you think you'll destroy him, and you might. Yes, there was that, but she tried to shake him loose, to no avail, and he might just find a way to destroy himself chasing after her. So she might as well, what? Accept what already existed? Stop fighting the reality and learn to work with it? Be honest and vulnerable. She lifted her gaze to find him watching her. Cillian had stopped teasing her breasts, lifting a hand to cup her cheek, and then slid it around the back of her neck. What serious thoughts darkened those gorgeous eyes? My eyes are already black, she pointed out. They can't get any darker. Ah, there you're wrong. He traced his index fingers over her eyebrows, swiped his thumbs lightly along the upper edges of her cheekbones. You have shades of black, lovely Alise, and now your eyes are full of somber thoughts and feelings. Tell me. I'm thinking. Even now it was difficult to speak the words aloud, even knowing he loved her and would be pleased to hear them. It felt like a huge step to tell him so, because her life would never again be the same. Not that she'd had any stability in the last year, with changes coming every day it seemed, but this was different. So long as they lived in this time when he loved her and did so with no expectations for her to love him in return, or to change her life or plans for him, such as they were, she enjoyed a certain freedom. It wasn't fair to him by any stretch, but a selfish part of her, the megalomaniacal Elal part, no doubt, preferred things that way. And Cillian would allow it, she knew. She could take advantage of that unconditional generosity of his. He'd even articulated that offer, that he would love and support her simply for the privilege and pleasure of being with her, even if she bonded a familiar and took that person as a lover. He might even be happy, as that was absolutely who he was. Only if she sent him away would he be miserable. But if she told him she was in love with him, all of that would change. He might develop expectations, and Alise had found she tended to fail in meeting those. She didn't think she could bear to disappoint Cillian, and she worried that once he knew she loved him, she'd inevitably fail to measure up at some point. Still, wasn't that life? People sometimes disappointed one another, and love was accepting that and sticking around anyway. Cillian had waited patiently while she thought things through, just then and, really, for the entire span of their relationship. He watched her now, not rushing her, seeming to know she needed to go at her own pace. Just tell him. It's true regardless, so all that will change is his knowing for sure. I'm thinking, she repeated, that this difficult wizard is in love with you too. There. She'd said it. Well, kind of. She'd still taken an out, talking in this third-person game Cillian had started. Probably he'd done it on purpose, to make things easier for her. He stroked her cheekbones, his gaze soft and sultry. Do you think so? He purred. I've thought as much for a long time, but she's never told me so. I'm not surprised, she confided, willing to take advantage of this buffer from her very personal, very raw feelings. I'm not either, Cillian replied in that same confidential tone. Aren't you? He slowly shook his head. Such things are difficult for her. She hasn't known a lot of love in her life. I'm not sure she's ever said those words aloud to anyone. Tears unexpectedly pricked her eyes, almost painful. That hadn't occurred to her, and
He might be right. Even with her beloved maman, or with Nick, she hadn't ever said so. She had said them to Bria, to that delightful, trusting bundle of newborn. She'd whispered the words and brushed her niece's forehead with a kiss, but that had felt like a secret. Maybe feeling it for Bria, accepting that emotion for what it was, had cracked open something inside her, and she could articulate it now. Almost. Only to a baby, Alise confessed quietly, and even then she whispered. Cillian smiled, sadly, the sorrow all for her. Still holding her face in his gentle clasp, he leaned in to kiss her, a sweet, lingering kiss full of that love he spoke of so easily. "It's all right," he said against her lips. "She doesn't have to say them until she's ready. I know it's hard." A few tears spilled over and fell, hot on her cheeks, cooled by the descending mountain night. "It shouldn't be hard." He smiled, a curve of his pretty lips. "I don't think there are rules about these things. All I know is that it is difficult for you, and that I'm all right with not hearing the words. I don't need them from you. All I need is this, being here with you." "You're so easily pleased." He shrugged a little, still smiling that sweet, close-lipped smile that spread across his face and lit him up. "That's all right too, isn't it? You deserve to have parts of your life that are easy, someone in your life who is easily pleased, who adores you and wants you to be happy." "I do love you," she blurted out, overwhelmed, peripherally aware of the tears streaming down her cheeks, which seemed all wrong for the moment, but there it was, real, unstoppable. The ice around her heart cracking almost audibly. It both hurt and felt good, like stretching after an injury. "I love you, Cillian. I do." His smile couldn't go wider, but it softened and brightened. "I know, Alise. You showed me long before you spoke the words." She nodded, sniffling unromantically, unable to say anything more. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. "I don't know." She really didn't. "I think so. I should be." He tutted. "No more with the shoulds. It's just us. You can always be and feel exactly as you are with me. It's not just a promise. It's a requirement. I love you, Alise, always and exactly as you are." She had to wipe her nose, then laughed, watery, "Even with snot on my face." He laughed, genuine, loving, and heartfelt, then kissed the, hopefully not snotty, tip of her nose. "Even with hunter goo all over you." She swiped at her hair, which she'd dunked initially when the sun was still high. "I'm not clean yet." "You are." He kissed her mouth, lavishly this time, his lips parting to welcome her in. "I shouldn't have teased you." "It's all right." She smiled through the kiss, the passion rising between and around them like the steam growing increasingly dense as the colder air descended. "It's probably good for me. Keep me humble." "I don't think you need to be kept humble," he argued softly, raining little kisses over her face. "My powerful wizard love." "You're a powerful wizard too," she retorted, but laughing. He grimaced playfully. "Books and nonsense. I'm fine with that." Sobering, he said, "I want to tell you something first, though." That sounded awfully serious. "Anything?" "Bonding with a familiar. You were saying earlier about the intimacy of that connection, how you thought some wizard familiar pairs wouldn't want to risk losing that bond." She nodded, knowing where he was going with this.
I don't—" "Let me say this first," he interrupted firmly. She loved that about him too. For all his sweetness and gentle handling of her, he knew when to be firm. She wouldn't be able to have a life with him knowing she could push him around. She nodded, made herself wait. "If you ever want to bond with a familiar," he continued, "I want you to do so without reservation or guilt, even if you think the intimacy of that connection might interfere with or supersede what we have." "I don't want—" "Promise me." He was dead serious. "I can't be with you thinking that I've stopped you from having that kind of connection, that access to a familiar's magic." "It might be moot anyway," she argued, "if we decode Anciela's data and—" "If," he said with grave significance, "we are able to decode it after months or years of study, or ever. There's a distinct possibility that we never will find the key, and then, even if we do and are able to decode her findings, we might never be able to apply them. Her method simply might not work, or might not work on everyone, or we might not sway the powers of the Convocation to allow her methods to be applied. The fact of the matter is that our current paradigm might persist for a long time, possibly our lifetimes, and that means you most likely having to face your father again in a duel." A duel? With her father? She couldn't win that. "No, I want you to listen to me right now," Cillian said when she opened her mouth. "I wasn't any help to you in that fight back there, which nearly killed me. Even if I'd convinced you to take my magic, I couldn't have given you the level of power a good familiar could. I can't live with myself knowing I'm holding you back. Even if you are forced to fight and defeat your father and become Lady Elal, you might— no, undoubtedly will— have to use your wizardry to protect your house and people. And I want you to have the best possible resources to do that. That very possibly will include bonding a familiar, maybe very soon." She waited a beat. "Are you finished?" He considered. "Yes, I think so, though I reserve the right to add arguments at any time." She laughed through her exasperation. "We've been through this. I had an opportunity to bond any of the familiars my father presented to me, all of whom had looked like Cillian, which had been no accident. Just a sign of how her father regarded other human beings, as basically interchangeable. And I didn't want any of them." Cillian simply stared her down. "That's not what I'm saying, and you know it. I want you to promise me this." "It might not come to that." "If it doesn't, it doesn't. But if it does, I will have this promise from you." "Oh, what?" she demanded, half laughing. He wouldn't leave her. He'd already promised never to separate from her again. "Just promise me, Alise. I haven't asked much else of you, but I'm asking for this. A token of your love for me, if you will." "I don't like this." She really didn't, and she was tempted to dig in on the subject, to refuse to consider this, especially when the thought of being this intimate with anyone but him felt repellent. But he was right that he didn't ask for much from her. "But I promised to give the possibility fair consideration." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "That's not a promise to do it." "I can't possibly promise to do something in the future, not knowing what those circumstances will be," she countered, justifying to herself that she wasn't really splitting hairs. This was a perfectly fair argument. "I won't rule out the possibility, but I'm not promising to bond the familiar regardless of extenuating circumstances, no matter what." "You're so stubborn." "Guilty, but you love me anyway." Cillian looked like he wanted to argue further, but finally sighed, expression set in lines of resignation. "Yes, I do. And I suppose that's the best promise I'm going to be able to extract from you." "Yep," she agreed cheerfully. Rare for her to win an argument with Cillian, and
this felt like a win. "You understand why I'm asking this of you," he persisted. "I'm not being a martyr. This is sincere concern for your well-being and for you to be able to do what you need to do." "Cillian." Now she framed his gorgeous face in her hands, kissed him. "I know. It's all right. I love you." It was getting easier to say every time, less fraught, happy-making even. "You love me. Let's just agree that we want to help and protect each other, and we'll do our sincere best to agree on what that will require." He smiled crookedly. "We'll see if you live up to your end of that." She beamed angelically, batting her eyes. "Who, me? Charming, sweet, agreeable, moi?" Laughing, he tugged her close and she squealed, giggling and splashing. "If only that were true. But I just had to fall for a delightfully proud and prickly you." "I'm so glad you did," she told him, sobering. "You were and are the saving of me." "You saved me," he countered. "I'd have lived all my life buried in the archives if not for you." "I'm sure another Tsarina would have found you and dug you out," she teased. He made a horrified face. "Don't say it. I learned my lesson there." She wound her arms around his neck, kissed him again, deeper, lavishly, savouring the taste of him, the feel of her taut nipples against his lightly furred, lean chest. "And what lesson have you learned from me?" He kissed her back, hands sliding over her back and bottom under the water, as if he couldn't get enough of touching her. I think those are my secrets to keep." "Do you?" She purred the question, then slid a hand down to grasp his erect cock, making him catch his breath and black eyes widen. He tipped his head back, groaning as she stroked him. She'd had no sexual experience to speak of before Cillian seduced her with cinnamon rolls and his quiet compassion, but she'd learned along the way. She particularly loved knowing what made him go incoherent, how he thrummed with sexual heat under her caresses. "I bet I could get you to tell me." He tipped his head back and took her mouth in a swift, almost bruising kiss, intense and leaving her melting and a little shaken. "Do you?" he echoed. "Two can play that game." Lifting her easily, more because she was so slight than because he possessed any great strength, he set her to straddle his lap. "Hands on my shoulders," he instructed, a wicked glint in his eyes. She complied, but pouted. "I like touching you." "You've had your chance, and you'll get more. For now, this is the game, since you're in a playful mood. You're not allowed to let go of my shoulders, unless you don't think you have the self-discipline." "I can do it," she replied, a little stung by the implication. "Then show me." "Fine, She wriggled as he stroked her inner thighs, dark gaze intent on her face. He teased her with slow caresses, lightly grazing the sensitive skin closer to her sex, but not quite touching. After several close brushes and yet another near miss, she began wriggling. "Cillian." "Stay still. Hands on my shoulders." She realized she'd begun to slip one hand down and firmly stopped herself. She'd executed far more exacting tasks than this. Exercises in keeping a clear head and perfect concentration, both at Convocation Academy and under her father's impatient tutelage. She'd endured worse than this extended teasing. Or maybe she hadn't. Cillian brushed barely there touches against the lips of her spread sex, pulling away when she tried pressing down into his fingers. She needed more, much more. He shook his head, tusking at her, waiting for her to be still again before resuming his patient attack, starting again with light brushes along her inner thighs, the fur of her mons, then again skimming the slick lips of her sex. She firmed her mouth against the driving need, holding herself still, hoping, but he still didn't give her enough. "Cillian!" She panted his name, ragged, desperate. "Yes, Alise?" he asked, dragging a light finger along her seam, not quite touching her clit. "Please," she begged. He pursed his lips, seeming to think. "Not yet," he decided. Groaning, she tried to close her thighs on his hand, but he kept them wedged apart with his knees and a chiding grin. "You're not behaving well at all," he crooned. "I thought you'd last longer than this." "I can last," she gritted out, clenching her jaw, then nearly sobbing when he lightly touched her clit, too lightly to do more than ratchet her arousal even higher. He waited while she fought not to move, then repeated the caress. Losing her mind, she reached down and grabbed him by the wrist, trying to wrestle him closer. He held his hand away, giving her that stern librarian frown. "Oh no, you don't do that. Hands on my shoulders, Alise." "Suddenly, you're diabolical." His smile took on a wicked slant, his fingers feathering over where she needed it most. Not nearly enough. "Just for you. You like me teasing you, don't you?" "No!" she gasped, fully writhing now and making little mewling sounds that kind of embarrassed her, except that she was too desperate to come to care. "Well, I like it," he confided, giving her clit just a firm enough stroke to make her go rigid, then expel a disappointed cry. "Having you at my mercy." "I am at your mercy," she readily agreed. "Please, Cillian." "You have been mostly good." He pretended to consider, giving her another of those firmer strokes that sent her shuddering, but not quite over the edge. "I have been good," she assured him, out of her mind and not entirely sure of what she was saying. "Please, please, please." "All right then." He pinched her clit. She screamed her release, convulsing. While she was still shivering with the after effects of the gripping orgasm, he pushed into her, seating her on his cock and letting her ride him at will. To her surprise, she found herself eagerly going for more, the climax extending into mind-blurring pleasure. Cillian came with a shout, clutching her close and burying his face against her neck. Suddenly tender, she clasped him to her, loving the way he held onto her, their magic slicking together like their bodies, her heart swelling with this love. She didn't care what she'd promised him. She never wanted anyone else like this. Only him. Always. 15. Cillian slept far better and harder than any person had a right to, given that he shared a couch with Alise and the carriage with Jadran and Celaya. Of course, having a lot of very intense sex and soaking in the hot springs, both activities for hours, went a long way toward relaxing and draining a guy. He and Alise had been so lax and boneless by the time they finally climbed out of the hot springs, they'd barely been able to drag on their clothes and stumble back to the carriage. Jadran and Celaya had been sound asleep, lumped under their fur blankets, and had thoughtfully made up the makeshift bed on the other side for Cillian and Alise, so all they had to do was crawl in and cover up. It was one of those sleeps so deep that it came as a surprise to wake up, as he hadn't been fully aware of sleeping. Alise was still out, curled up against him, head pillowed in the nook between his shoulder and chest. In sleep, she looked even younger and more fragile, so he didn't move, wanting to keep his precious companion comfortable and resting. But the sound that had awakened him came again, and he realized that Celaya and Jadran no longer occupied the carriage, and in fact seemed to be carrying on a jovial conversation outside, including occasional laughter. He supposed he'd better go find out what was going on. At least it didn't sound like Lord Elal had found them, nor any of his minions. Taking the side road and dallying at the hot springs had added to their travel time to Convocation Academy, but it had also had the virtue of confusing their trail and giving everyone much-needed recovery time. He extracted himself from under the sleeping Alise, gratified that she simply mumbled a protest and turned over, burrowing more deeply under the blankets. She was so sexy and adorable. Cillian had to apply serious willpower to leave her, firmly turning his back on the enticing sight and exiting the carriage wearing the rumpled clothing he'd slept in. At least they'd had the wit to take clean clothes to the hot springs to change into, though he still looked far from presentable. Raking his hands through his hair, he found it had dried into tangles and considerable snarls in places. Knowing how his at best unruly curls probably looked, he resigned himself to having a rat's nest of a dark halo to greet whoever had run into them. Hopefully no one he knew. No such luck. "Cillian!" Han and Ileana chorused upon seeing him. It took him a very long moment to process the unexpected sight of the two familiars he thought he'd left safely ensconced in House Harahel. What was it about the Knife-Blade Mountains that you just happened to run into people you knew in isolated passes? By the time he'd grasped that, however improbable, they were actually present. Ileana had engulfed him in an enthusiastic hug, and Han, wearing a broad grin, was pumping his hand and slapping his shoulder, despite the relative difficulty of both actions occurring at once. A fully healed Jadran held up his hands in the universal signal of having no idea either, and Celaya pointed at the carriage, indicating she'd wake Alise. Probably a good idea. After a lightning round of catching up on news, accompanied by a most welcome breakfast brought by Han and Ileana, they all piled into the carriages. They had two now, as the familiars had arrived via a very snazzy vehicle loaned by Tangia Uriel herself, with the aim of finding Cillian and Alise and bringing them to Convocation Academy at top speed. Alise even agreed to fill up on magic from Han and Ileana, all the better to push the air elementals along. Cillian felt much better for Alise being replete on magic, both because the infusion improved her health even further, and because he worried that they hadn't completely shaken their pursuers. It had been a nice hiatus, but the closer they got to Convocation Center, the more likely it seemed that they could be located and possibly stopped. Especially as Han and Ileana had been able to locate them fairly easily, albeit with assistance from Provost Uriel. Despite popular sayings otherwise, only a few roads led to Convocation Center, and the nearer they were, the fewer possibilities they could be anywhere else. What Cillian hadn't anticipated was that Alise would insist on him getting his own magic replenished by Han and Ileana. "By the sound of it, you're going to be using your library wizard quite extensively when we arrive," Alise commented, with a line of concern between her winged brows. "Though I don't know what they all expect you to be able to do. You can't just decide to decode Anciela's data." "I have a few documents that I think could be the key," Ileana said, "but I really don't have confidence in any of them. I keep thinking I'd have a eureka moment with something." "You didn't have a lot of time to look." Han patted her thigh, reassuring her. The four of them rode in the Convocation Academy carriage, giving Jadran and Celaya the privacy of theirs, along with the opportunity to use the fresh grooming imps Han and Ileana brought, since they hadn't been able to use the hot springs. Ileana made a face at Han's words. "Unfortunately, I only had what's a partial eureka?" "A tingle?" Cillian suggested. "I feel for you. I kept expecting to hit upon the system or a key, also, but to no avail." "You cracked a huge part of the riddle," Alise said, amusing him by reassuring him in the same way Han had with Ileana. "You, both of you, are expecting way too much of yourselves." "That's right," Han put in staunchly. "This information has been hidden for centuries. The key is probably even harder to find." Those words tickled something in the back of Cillian's mind. If House Harahel is as heavily involved as we suspect, he said slowly, thinking it through, and if they have been using some or all of Anciela's research to improve their psychic magic to unprecedented levels, then either they had access to the data before it was hidden, or they have the key to decode it.
Not necessarily, Ileana countered. I've been thinking about this since you told us about your theory of Harahel grooming their children to have greater magical potentials, and I think I'm following your thought here. A Harahel wizard could have plucked some information from Anciela's mind.
I'm no psychic wizard, Alise said. In fact, Cillian's magic is much more akin to mind-reading than spirit magic is, but I imagine trying to read dense scientific and experimental data from someone's mind would be a difficult proposition. That's more than picking up stray thoughts and secrets.
Cillian nodded.
That's a huge part of the Harahel specialization, learning to apply the magic to accessing and processing large amounts of information and committing them to memory.
So it would make sense, Han said thoughtfully,
that a Harahel wizard or wizards would have gleaned only some pieces, but not all.
Especially if Anciela didn't want them to, and she wouldn't have, Alise said. We don't really know what happened after that council meeting, right? We can only guess at what happened to her.
Jadran thinks she could have been tortured and held for a time to extract this information, Cillian told the two familiars, realizing they hadn't been there for that conversation.
Of course, Jadran always thinks that way, Alise put in wryly. Understandably. It really complicates things, knowing that Harahel likely erased memories. We may never know what actually happened.
Cillian nodded, trying to trace the branching paths of possibility in his mind. He kind of wished he could diagram it. Also, he was feeling that tingle, the intuition that told him he was close to something. If I were going to hide something, if any of you wanted to hide critical information, data you wanted to keep from your enemies, but not destroy, because you wanted to save it for your friends, how would you do that?
Right, Alise breathed. Anciela, or whoever encrypted the archives, wanted to save this information, but for the right people. She would have wanted those people, us, to find it and use it. So the key has to be somewhere we can find it, but no one else likely could, Ileana agreed. I thought of that, but there are so many texts in the folded archive, and most of them I don't think are relevant. Cillian, you thought that too.
He nodded absently, still mentally chasing that tingle. If it were me, Han put in, thinking strategically, I would not put the key in the same place as the text it's meant to decode.
Cillian pointed at him.
Exactly. The key is not in the archives. It's not even in Convocation Center.
Then where is it? Ileana asked plaintively.
House Phel, Alise said with unerring certainty, then looked faintly surprised when they all looked at her.
If I wanted to secure critical information for my descendants, I would hide it in my house.
But House Phel sank into the swamps, Han pointed out, except for the main part of the manse, but even it was flooded up to several feet, including the library. And all of it stayed that way for a couple of 100 years until Gabriel and Nick raised and restored it.
And most of the books in the library were ruined, Ileana agreed unhappily. What wasn't water damaged beyond legibility had moulded. Gabriel went through every salvageable book a long time ago. Even if Gabriel did come across a text that's the key, he might have destroyed it as a dead loss.
Making sure the manse sank underwater and caused that damage would be an excellent way to ensure any information the Phel enemies missed was destroyed forever, Han speculated. It's important to remember that Anciela was a Phel, Cillian replied with conviction. Though this Phel ancestor wasn't of his own line, he felt he knew and understood her in many ways. She had also been a scholar, devoted to discovering critical information and preserving it. Anciela was a water magic wizard, and she knew the Mericin climate. Any key she created would have been impervious to rot, mould, and water damage. She would have been a fool not to consider the potential damage there. No, wherever she recorded that information, she made sure it would survive water and damp. And it might not be a book, Han pointed out. It was his turn to flush as everyone turned stares on him. You're all bookish people, so you assume this is a text of some sort, but it might not be. No, Alise said in a hushed tone. You're right, Han. It probably isn't a book. And she didn't hide it in the library. There is one place that a wizard would hide something most precious to her. I know where it is. Cillian stared at her with dawning understanding. The House Phel Arcanium. Yes! Alise's wizard black eyes glinted with excitement. Now that I've been admitted to the House Elal Arcanium, I understand better. Every object of power, everything most secret, my father and our wizard ancestors before him stored in the Arcanium. Behind every layer of security, generations of Elals could think up and put in place. And the House Phel Arcanium is underwater, Eliana said, so anything inside it was already protected. You must be right, Alise. How do you know where the Phel Arcanium is? Alise asked, seeming surprised. These things are kept secret. When your father, Han stopped and cleared his throat uncomfortably. Lord Elal, that is, went to House Phel with the Samuels to take advantage of Nick's abduction and Gabriel being in a coma. He invaded the Arcanium. Oh, right, Cillian realised. That's when Gabriel took Elal's eye instead of killing him. So we know generally where it is, Han said. Under the lake that's in front of the manse, Ileana put in helpfully. Of course it is, Alise breathed with dawning understanding. Underwater. Makes sense. But we don't know exactly, of course, Han continued, nor how they access it or any of those tricks. Tricks? Cillian asked, mostly of Alise. Does House Harahel not have an Arcanium? She asked him in return. No. He shook his head, thought. Shook his head again. Not unless it's so closely guarded a secret that I don't even know about its existence, which I suppose is possible, but in general, you know, library magic doesn't require the kind of power Arcaniums are used to store and amplify. Alise nodded thoughtfully. Well, I don't know about the House Phel Arcanium. The houses go to great pains to keep information about their Arcaniums unknown to anyone but the heads and their heirs, but I think it's fair to assume they have certain commonalities. Access to the Arcanium is disguised, but then there are various enchantments along the way that only someone highly skilled in the house's magic can dispel or solve. So access to the House Phel Arcanium will require water and moon magic along with specialized knowledge. That would be my assumption. We need to send a message to Nick and Gabriel, Cillian said. I hate to disturb them while they're still closeted with newborn Bria, but they shouldn't be asking too much. We have to get them to look in. Eep, Ileana said, tentatively holding up a hand, like a student in class with what she's afraid will be a silly question. Han wrapped his hand around hers and lowered it. We probably forgot to mention that part. Nick and Gabriel are at Convocation Academy. They're where? Alise gasped. Cillian's head throbbed. Of course they are. Why would they be at home where it would be convenient? They came to House Harahel looking for you, Cillian, Han explained. They were trying to find a way to rescue Alise without risking going to Elal. Just like Jadran and Salaya were, Alise said on a sigh. I feel really bad that everyone was worried about me. Don't, Cillian said, more sharply than he meant to, then sighed and took her hand, interlacing his fingers with hers. He caught and held her black gaze. It's all right that people love you and want to help you. She softened. I know. I'm just not used to it. I know. He felt he wanted to say so much more, but they had an audience. I love you too, she said quietly, with a smile that said she had followed his thought and didn't care. Ileana squealed and clapped her hands together. You finally admitted it! Han raised his eyes to the sky and shook his head in exasperation. Alise transferred her smile to Ileana. Though she was blushing faintly, Alise seemed otherwise unembarrassed. Some of us take longer than others to recognize the obvious. Cillian squeezed Alise's hand, overwhelmed with love for her. So, what do we do? Go to House Phel? It's not going to do much good for us to go there, Alise pointed out. Even if we could find the Phel Arcanium, we can't open it, and I wouldn't want to violate their trust that way regardless. Besides, Han said, we are under strict orders to bring you two to Convocation Academy. Yes. Ileana pretended to shudder, though it might not have been entirely a pretense. Provost Uriel is not someone I want to cross again. You weren't frightened of her last year when you decided we should escape, Han teased her. I was motivated by true love, she replied with dignity. And now? He asked, raising his pale brows. Now, I'm motivated by the desire to keep my true love and have a good life with him. He kissed her nose. Admirable. We need to stop the carriages and consult with Jadran and Celaya, Cillian told them all. Alise looked the question at him. Are you thinking? Yes. Celaya is House Phel, so she'll be able to provide the water and moon magic, and she'll be attuned to the place, able to find her way through. Alise shook her head a little, though she was smiling. And Jadran is clever and amoral enough not to worry about violating trust. Plus, they had to find their way through to the House Eladrel Arcanium on their own following Katika's death, Cillian agreed. So they're accustomed to the puzzle of it. Alise gave him a curious look. How do you know that? Jadran mentioned it one time when we were chatting after the siege. He didn't share a lot of details, of course, just that it was quite the puzzle, even with the house helping them. She rolled her eyes dramatically. I had no idea you spent so much time hanging out with Lord Eladrel, being buddies. You were busy a great deal, he pointed out equably. And to the surprise of both of them, Cillian and Jadran had discovered they got along quite well, especially for two people with very disparate upbringings. But they were also both guys who didn't have many friends, Jadran because he'd never had the opportunity to make them, and Cillian because of his natural aversion to socializing. All right then, Alise agreed. Let's see what they think of this plan. Chapter 16. Jadran rubbed his hands together and cackled in delight. It was just the two of them again, in the carriage headed to Mericin. Breaking into the House Phel Arcanium is going to go down in history as one of the greatest high house heists. See, it even sounds good, of all time. Gabriel Phel will have to acknowledge the greatness of Eladrel after this. Celaya gave him a weary look, though he could tell she was also excited about the challenge, and solving the riddle of where her ancestress might have encoded and hidden the key to decrypting her data. She hadn't said so, but Jadran felt sure Celaya must be excited about the prospect of becoming a wizard in her own right. Still, it felt like bad luck to speculate about that possibility. Time would tell. It's hardly a heist when we're simply doing what they would do if they were at home, she pointed out. Don't ruin this for me. Jadran should probably try to be a better person, but the idea of getting one up on the noble and ridiculously powerful Gabriel Phel outweighed all other considerations. A heist is a heist, he decided, whether the heistees give permission or not. What do you think? Shall we sneak into House Phel at midnight under cover of darkness while the minions sleep unawares? There are plenty of night owls among the minions, she pointed out to him. The spoilsport. Not to mention 2 newborns who will have people up and tending to them. Sneaking in is unlikely,
not only because the Convocation Academy team will tell Nick and Gabriel the plan when they arrive, and they will send a Ratziel courier to House Phel giving permission. Besides, if we travel all night while we're sleeping, as Alise programmed the carriage to do, we should arrive mid-morning. We could wait until dark of night. Arriving in the bright light of day and announcing their purpose took a great deal of the heisty steam from the enterprise. Disappointing. She gave him a disapproving look. And waste time. We're not doing this for fun, Jadran, but to unlock this code and save the Convocation. There's no reason we can't have fun too, he grumbled. All this noble and idealistic behaviour had its definite downsides. Also, I think it's fair to point out that many of our most distinguished citizens of the Convocation will regard this little project of ours as destroying the Convocation rather than saving it. That's true, she returned in a bright and patronising tone. There you go. Do you feel better now, contemplating that iconoclastic criminal aspect to our mission? You're not funny. But he had to struggle to keep a straight face. She giggled appealingly. You think I'm funny? He crossed his arms forbiddingly and shook his head. Not in the least. You're failing to show due respect for your wizard. I should punish you for that. He gave her a hooded look, letting the sensual promise sizzle down the bond between them. And I know just how to do that. Oh, no, she exclaimed, squealing when he seized her and triggered the clever mechanism that turned the carriage bench into a bed. Help! I'm trapped in this carriage with an evil wizard! Somebody save me! Rolling, he pinned her down by the wrists and, with the weight of his body, raining kisses all over her laughing face. Oh, you'll pay for your sarcasm, familiar. She wriggled, unable to displace him. What will you do to me, now that you have me under your power? Remember that thing the wizard Silas did to seduce Lindella? Celia nodded, her red wine magic heating, infusing him with the scent of roses and woman. Let's see if this works on this stubborn familiar, he suggested silkily. Turns out it did. They arrived at House Phel in the rising warmth of mid-morning, exactly as Alise had designed, and, as predicted, the denizens had been forewarned. To Jadran's momentary surprise, it wasn't healer Asher who greeted them. Before he remembered, Asher had been summoned to Convocation Academy. At the same time, they sent Han and Ileana to intercept Cillian and Alise. But instead, it was Wolfgang, the House Ratisbon carpentry wizard, who met them, his familiar, Costa, at his side. Guess it's me in charge while the big cats are away, Wolfgang said ruefully, greeting them with enthusiasm and dropping Costa's hand. Clearly they'd been ready to defend House Phel, though Jadran didn't know how, by flinging furniture at them. I'll give the all clear. Thought we should be careful in case you were followed or the message was falsified in some way. Good thinking, Jadran admitted, having not thought about that himself at all. Very quickly, more people poured out of the house. He recognized many of the junior wizards Gabriel had been tutoring in water and moon magic, so very likely they'd been waiting out of sight to provide backup. In fact, most of them seemed to be in the process of sheathing moonsilver weapons of various kinds. Jadran considered what he'd have done in Gabriel's place. Right now, Ferdo was in charge of House Elal because Jadran trusted his father implicitly, but as a familiar, Ferdo couldn't wield defensive magics. Ferdo, however, knew the staffing of House Elal backwards and forwards, including the loyalty of their wizards, and could absolutely call on the right person for the job, depending on what skills were called for. Lord Phel designated you because of your legal knowledge, he asked Wolfgang. The Ratisbon wizard gave him a little salute of acknowledgement, then looped his arm affectionately around Costa's shoulders. I know the law, and Costa can charm anyone. He ruffled the handsome man's tawny hair, Costa beaming back at his wizard. We all figured that the most likely attack is a legal one, some attempt to enforce one of the many frivolous demands piled on House Phel of late. But if a stray Samuel pokes up their head, we're ready for that too.
Smart, Celaya agreed, scanning the crowd. Where's my niece? Right here, Daisy called out. She came down the steps carrying a fussy Bria. She's crabby with her mum and dad gone so long. Aren't you precious? She rubbed her nose on Bria's forehead, laughing when the infant swatted at her face. She's happy to see her auntie, though. Celaya took the baby from her mother, and Jadran spent a moment just enjoying the sight. No one would call Celaya a soft or gentle person, but she looked very good holding Bria. She smiled at him as he leaned in to wiggle a finger at Bria, her baby magic a bright, pure silver, like a burbling stream. She looks like you, he commented in some surprise. He hadn't seen it in Bria before, but he supposed all newborns looked kind of squishy and wrinkled, little newt potato crosses that barely looked human, much less like a specific human. But now... She has your eyes. And mouth. I don't see it, Celaya said, giving him a narrow glare, as if she suspected him of making fun of her. She does, Daisy confirmed. Sally looked exactly like this at her age. Those eyes, that colour is pure Phel golden brown. Gabriel's eyes were that colour before they all went black. She said that last in such a tone of distaste that Celaya rolled her eyes at him behind her mother's back. Daisy had never gotten over Gabriel becoming a wizard. She accepted Celaya being a familiar much better, probably because Gabriel had already inured her to their strangely changed lives, but also because Celaya had gone from being a crazed, wild, and incomprehensible creature, driven nearly insane from untapped magic, to the healthy, happy Lady Eladrel. Let me look at you, Sally, Daisy commanded, as if hearing the thought, scooping Bria from Celaya's arms and depositing the blanket-wrapped infant into Jadran's. He went rigid, trying to remember the rules for holding the fragile being. He'd held Bria and Ash's son, Cornelis, a few times, all of them because Celaya had bullied him into it. She looked amused right now, observing him in her peripheral vision as her mother took her hands, holding them out wide, the better to survey her daughter. I don't care for the outfit, Daisy announced. Do you have to wear all black? But you look good, she went on without waiting for an answer. You've put on the weight you needed to. Are you pregnant yet? Celaya choked, reddening, and Jadran concentrated on kind of swinging Bria in his arms, the way he'd seen people do, as she'd started to fuss again. No way would he let Celaya see anything resembling laughter on his face. Leave the poor gal alone, Daisy, GF declared, pushing through the convivial gathering. He'd clearly been out in the fields or orchards, swiping off his sweat-stained floppy hat and pulling Celaya into an embrace. How's my baby girl? He asked. Beautiful as always, and radiant with love. He threw a wink at Jadran and clasped him on the shoulder. Guess I won't have to give you a talking to, boy. I'm grateful, Jadran replied, not entirely joking. Well, you two should come in, Daisy declared. Have you eaten? Yes, we have, Celaya said quickly, and Jadran knew to agree. While one of GF's home-cooked meals sounded delicious, they couldn't afford to get dragged into a time-consuming affair. Then Nalis arrived. When Jadran first encountered the aged familiar that Gabriel had, for all intents and purposes, stolen from an Iblis wizard, though the idealistic, newly minted Lord Phel had argued that human beings weren't property and thus couldn't be stolen, he'd expected the next stiff breeze to topple the fragile old lady. But she'd flourished at House Phel, with decent care and some help from healer Asher. She'd never be a brilliant conversationalist, having lost too much mental capacity to malnutrition and being repeatedly tapped for magic by the Iblis wizard, along with some natural dementia in her old age. But she was considerably more coherent since the beginning, when she'd only said, You're a good boy. Bria, baby, Nalis declared, reaching to take the infant from Jadran, who was more than happy to be relieved of the tiny burden and immense responsibility. But he did check with Daisy and GF to get their nods of approval. He wasn't sure he'd want his own child in Nalis's dubious care, and then the thought struck him hard enough to take his breath. Celia was definitely not pregnant, yet, because they'd decided they weren't quite ready. Those yets and quites hung out there, though, dangerous as Elal spirit spies, and twice as likely to expose Jadran's essential weaknesses as a capable person. Catching his mood through the bond, probably, Celia sidled up to him and slipped an arm around his waist, as if he were the one who needed comforting rather than their as-yet unborn, unconceived child he'd probably forget to feed or leave on top of the carriage when it took off. "We have something we're here to do," Celia said, loudly and firmly, and in part for him so that he'd stop losing his shit over something that hadn't even happened yet. "Yes," he croaked, then cleared his throat and managed to say it louder, like the manly wizard he aspired to be. "Yes," Wolfgang said in easy agreement, "so Lord Fel's missive indicated, but he was unclear on what you actually needed, only that we're to let you do whatever you wish and we're not to interfere." His tone made it sound like he seriously questioned Gabriel's choices there, but didn't want to explicitly say so. Jadran wasn't sure what to say, so he scratched his ear. Why he thought that was a useful occupation, he had no idea. Except it itched. Unfortunately, the sleight of hand distracted no one, and they were all looking at him expectantly. Even Celia. Which, dark arts, it was her house, wasn't it? Though he supposed she hadn't spent much more time in it than he had, what with it being sunk underwater for most of her life, and then her running wild and crazy in the swamps even after it was restored and a room set aside for her, and then running wild and crazy trying to track him down and save his miserable hide. "Yes," he said, then realized he said that 3 times in a row without clarifying anything for anyone. "So, He really should have thought in the carriage about what he could say, rather than simply having a lot of sex with Celia. "So we need to be left to our own devices. We're searching for something secret." Beside him, Celia twitched, and he agreed that hadn't been the best choice of words. "Secret?" Daisy repeated with a frown. "What could possibly be secret here?" "Now, Daisy," GF said, putting an arm around her and steering her away. "It's clearly wizard stuff, and we don't know anything about that. Let's keep to what we do know. Isn't it little Bria's nap time?" Daisy's frown lightened only a little as she glanced at the angle of the sun. "I suppose so, but Celia, Jadran, when you're done looking for this mysterious secret thing, I want you to come by the cottage and have a meal with us. We never get to see you." "I know, Mamma," Celia said on a breath of a sigh, both sounding guilty and irritated. "We've been busy." "You're never too busy for family," Daisy snapped, "or shouldn't be. I raised you better than that, and you're no longer a stringy-haired wild thing we have to tie up to keep from running off. You're Lady Eladrel. Aren't those high-house ladies supposed to have fancy manners?" "And that's enough of that," GF said, firmly leading Daisy away, Nalis following after with Bria. Jadran wondered about the wisdom of that, but Nalis looked fairly steady on her feet, and he felt sure the elder Fels wouldn't risk their precious grandchild if they had any doubts. As if feeling the weight of his gaze on her, Nalis looked back over her shoulder and gave him a sweet, largely toothless smile. "You're a good boy," she said. 17. Sally allowed Jadran to steer her through the lingering, curious crowd of her kin and House Phel minions, up the broad front porch steps of the graceful manse, and into the cool, shadowy interior. She fanned herself gratefully. "I always forget how much warmer it is in Mericin," she commented. "Full summer here, and barely spring everywhere else." Jadran simply looked at her, one auburn eyebrow cocked in question. "What?" "Where do we start?" He spread his hands. "I handled getting everyone to leave us alone, including your mother. Now you figure out how we're finding the Arcanium." "I don't know why she's crazy for me to produce a grandbaby," she groused, while she turned in a slow circle, taking in the lovely foyer and high-ceilinged main hall, giving herself time to think. Nick and Gabriel really had performed a miracle restoring the manse. It bore almost no resemblance to the mouldy, dilapidated, and they'd been sure, haunted, half-sunk house they dared each other to explore as children. "She already has Bria, and Cornelius is practically her grandchild also, so what's her problem?" "I don't know. Don't look to me for analysis of standard family mother things." He had a funny note in his voice still. "Well, we're not discussing having a baby until you can hold on without having an internal emotional crisis." "I'm sure my emotional crisis was at least partially external," he retorted, wizard black eyes a little too bleak even for cynical him. "But, point taken. Besides, your baby-making works are still very young and fresh, and will be for years to come." "Gosh, thanks," she responded dryly. But she didn't mind, because snarky Jadran was usually a good sign of a recovering Jadran. "Also, we don't know that my swimmers will make the grade," he added lightly, a false lightness there. "Considering how many times I've reconstructed my body through magic and sheer force of will," he explained when she glanced at him inquiringly. "Maybe we should reconsider even trying for little Eladrils. They could come out monsters." "Jadran," she went to him, kissed him. "Stop obsessing." "I'm not," he protested, his black eyes glittering in a way that made the lie clear. "They could come out black kittens. Have you thought of that?" "No," she answered, very reasonably, "because I don't obsess about ridiculous things that haven't happened and likely never will." "Lucky you," he commented sourly. "Now can we focus on what we're here to do?" "This is in your hands," he answered, holding up his empty ones. "You're the Arcanium finder in this relationship. I'm just the wizard muscle to funnel your fell magic to open the thing." Oh, was that how it was going to work, "I don't know how to find it." "Sure you do," he replied easily, sticking his hands in his front pockets and shrugging. "Gabriel found it. So can you." "I don't follow your logic." "You were kids together, right? Running around and playing, happy siblings. I bet you were the bratty little sister who followed him everywhere, whether he liked it or not." He wasn't wrong. "And you say you don't know normal family things?" "I know bratty younger siblings," he allowed. "I bet you tagged along and saw what Gabriel did with his buddies. Did you come play in the nasty old Phel house?" "Of course." She tried to think back. "The boys especially dared each other to explore the house, but I did follow them." "So we know that the Arcanium has to be accessible from the house." Jadran ticked the points off on his fingers. "It has to be somewhere that both Gabriel and Lord Evil Elal could logically figure out. And we theorize that it's underwater, which makes a lot of sense to me." He raised his gaze to the glossy white trim and rose-coloured walls. "Too bad this man's isn't sentient enough to be helpful. Hello, the house?" Sally giggled. "I feel quite confident that this man's is not at all like Eladril, and we can't count on help from there. But I do have an idea." "Lead on, my lady," Jadran declared expansively, offering an arm with a little bow. "I anticipate the delights in store." She turned to the back of the house to the meal staging area. Not precisely a kitchen. Nick, in her efficient lady of the house mode, had caused the room to be updated and equipped with devices, magical and otherwise, to allow for easier distribution of food to the formal and intimate dining halls of the house. Most of the actual food prep occurred in an outbuilding, but this room allowed for an intermediate storage and assembly area. Sally found the old door to the cellar and opened it carefully, remembering the state of the underground rooms back in the day. It was a strange thing. The magic that hit her in adolescence obscured her memories of her teen years almost completely, rendering them a kind of incomprehensible dream. But events before that were vivid. To her vast relief, the fetid stink she recalled from back then had completely disappeared, replaced by the cool, slightly damp scent of goods best stored in the perpetual chill of the cellar, including wine and brandy. Jadran took a deep sniff. So this is where Phel hides the good stuff. Don't you dare tell him I showed you. Oh, after this, he owes me. Jadran followed her down the stairs. They'd been entirely replaced since those old days, not simply repaired, and were wide and easy to navigate, with good hand railings. Exactly the sort of thing Gabriel would do to take care of Nick if they were going to be coming this way often. It boded well for her theory that this was the way to get there. The cellars were clean, neatly arranged, and free of standing water, which was always a pleasant surprise for underground spaces in watery Mericin. Contained fire elementals lit the space evenly, Alise's work, no doubt, and Sally was able to wend through the several adjoining rooms to the back wall with a tunnel she remembered so well. There was nothing there. Only a blank wall. Huh. It's a nice wall, Jadran commented. Were you expecting something else? Yes, a tunnel. A tunnel would be useful for connecting to an underwater arcanium, he said agreeably. Maybe it's in a different room. Maybe, but I was certain I remembered it here. Doubting herself, she turned to look elsewhere. Jadran stopped her with a hand on her arm. Hang on. Notice anything funny about this wall? Not a thing. It's a perfectly boring, perfectly blank wall with no tunnel entrance. Exactly. He shot a triumphant finger in the air. Every other wall in this place is usefully employed holding up shelves of goods or bracing casks of truly excellent liquor. Why not this wall? He was right, she realized. Because you don't want to stack stuff in front of a doorway you use often? Jadran tapped that finger against his temple. Exactly. If you and I were traipsing down here all the time, probably at night, sometimes to have arcanium sex, then we wouldn't want to be shoving stuff aside instead of getting busy. I don't really want to picture my brother in that context, Sally commented. The point stands, though. And he snickered, and Sally rolled her eyes at him. Can we stay on topic, please? The topic, my sweet, is on. He was running his hand over the smooth surface of the bare wall. Really, if they were smart, they'd make this a little less obvious. Hang a painting here or something. Because a painting hung in the cellar screams totally normal, Sally observed. True, he replied, unruffled. What do people hang in cellars? Dried herbs? Haunches of meat? No. She watched him explore with careful fingertips. There's a hidden door in this wall, I know it, he said, stepping back. If you were to use your water or moon magic to disguise something, how would you do it? I'm not a wizard. How should I know? You understand your own magic, he answered patiently. If you were a wizard, how would you do it? She felt oddly cranky contemplating the question. Most of the time, she didn't think about not being a wizard or being only a familiar. She was happy to be bonded to Jadran and be his partner. She loved her alternate form, and she was really happy not to be crazy anymore. Maybe it was because her mother had wound her up with the grandbaby talk, but Sally felt an unusual sense of frustration, even as she tried to wrap her mind around Jadran's question. What did she know about using magic?
nothing, which was pretty annoying now that she thought about it. That made her sound like a pretty potential baby maker of a walking magic reservoir. All right then, how would you use the magic to do this? Put some thought into it. Though she'd asked herself the question, Jadran watched her with sparkling wizard-black eyes, as if knowing full well what she struggled with internally. He probably did. From the beginning, even when he'd been entirely snarky and insulting, he'd seemed to know her better than she knew herself. Avoiding his knowing gaze, she turned away and studied the stupid blank wall. Water magic couldn't do anything, could it? Gabriel used it to make rain, sometimes whether he wanted to or not, and he could purify water, heat or cool it, or move it, making the water like a weapon with the force of it. And even the most minor wizards could generally move water. Water magic had persisted in the denizens of Mericin even after the fall of the more powerfully gifted members of the Phel family, with many householders able to wick water out of their homes, a useful skill in the damp and humid climate. But she didn't see using it to disguise a door. What about moon magic, then? It seemed like the most usual manifestation of Gabriel's moon wizardry was how it solidified into silver. Again, often without his wanting to, but they'd found useful ways to apply the moon silver. He used moonlight as illumination at times, bending the light and... I know you didn't feel anything, she said, but what if Gabriel somehow used moon magic to bend the lights so we can't see the seams? Excellent insight, Jadran replied with such warm approval that she blushed. His approval shouldn't matter so much, but, well, fine, it did. Let's see if we can change things so we can at least see the door, then go from there. He held out a hand to her, and she placed hers in his, appreciating the affectionate squeeze he gave her before turning his attention to the wall. See if you can concentrate on feeding me only moon magic. They'd been practicing this kind of technique, at least, neither of them officially educated in wizard familiar dynamics. Jadran thought that gave them a creative advantage. Commonly accepted wisdom was that familiars were entirely passive, requiring a wizard to draw magic from them. But Nick and Gabriel had found that she could deliberately push magic into him, so Sally had been working on doing the same. She thought about that now, the feel of the moon magic in her, that silver-white light so much softer than the sun, but reflecting the sun's intensity with a kind of refined purity. Good, Jadran said, his clockwork magic ticking with well-oiled precision down the bond, partly drawing from her, partly receiving what she offered. It was sensual and sexual, the magic intertwined with her passion and desire for him. His hand heated in hers, a finger tickling her palm to show her he felt it too. He couldn't actually wield the moon magic, but Jadran plucked out a lens of glass from one of his many pockets, using his Eladril magic to enchant the artifact, blending the moon magic into the disc. Jadran held up the lens, and a stream of moonlight played upon the wall. Sally caught her breath in amazement, and Jadran threw her a pleased grin. Then they both emitted yips of excitement when a round door manifested, silvery white against the whitewash seamlessly flushed with the plaster. Like magic, Jadran crowed. Is it moon silver? Not exactly. Sally, still holding on to him, laid the palm of her free hand on the door. It still felt like the rest of the wall. It might be just plastered over? Then there's some sort of trigger to open it, like with any physical door. She looked, the moonlight shimmering over the surface as Jadran changed the angle of the lens to better illuminate the section she studied. Aha! It was a simple bolt, also flush with the surface, this one made of moon silver. I think you have to use wizardry, she said, but it's a simple device. Jadran shook his head. I can't see it. Where your finger is? Yes, a horizontal slide. She traced the outline. Jadran handed her the lens to focus the light on the right part, then touched the bolt. A small spark of wizardry, a miniature Eladril lightning bolt that was the house crest, and the bolt sprang back, the door opening inwards. "We are the champions," Jadran declared, giving her a swift kiss. "After you, my lady." She stepped inside, still carrying the lens, because they needed the light to illuminate the shadowy stone tunnel. It was both as she remembered from her childhood and completely different. It was dry, for starters, with no water dripping from the ceiling, as she recalled, though the scars of moss persisted in places, darker stencils against the scrubbed stone. A raised walkway travelled down the centre of the tube, which sloped downward. "Are we under the lake?" Jadran asked in a hushed tone, after securing the door behind them. She calculated, shook her head. "Not quite yet, but we will be." "It's kind of creepy," he noted. "I'm glad we don't have a subterranean arcanium, though that sounds cool to say. Subterranean arcanium. Subterranean arcanium. We could set it to music." He began crooning to a popular tune. "Subterranean arcanium." She only half listened, knowing his chatter was partly to soothe her nerves. Sally didn't do well with enclosed spaces. All that time in her youth when her well-meaning family had tied her up to keep her from wilding off into the marshes for days on end had left her with a dread of being trapped. This didn't feel the same, but she appreciated Jadran's thoughtfulness and concern so much that she didn't say anything. They were nearing the end, the silvery light from the lens showing the tunnel pinched closed. Very like House Elagel did, with the hallway she didn't want anyone to traverse. "It looks like a dead end," she observed doubtfully. Had she led them wrong after all? "There must be a way to open it," Jadran replied with easy confidence. "I don't know. Seems like it could just be what it looks like, a dead end." "Why would anyone build a tunnel that goes nowhere?" he asked reasonably. "And why would the notoriously practical and efficient Lady Veronica Phel go to the trouble and expense of maintaining a useless old tunnel? This place has been obviously fixed up, cleaned, and kept dry. It's just another hidden door. Besides, you had the intuition that all of this was here, and you were right." "I was guessing." "Intuition," he corrected, taking the lens from her and examining the join of the stones. "That's a wizard thing." "How do you know?" he argued absently, playing the light over the closed end. No silvery door appeared. "If Anciella's data proves correct, which I suspect it will, your brain and magic are the same as any wizard's, with one small block. If Gabriel can access ancestral Phel knowledge, so can you." She didn't know about that. She didn't feel all that intuitive. "No luck on the light," Jadran informed her, unnecessarily. "What should we do, intuitive one?" "You're not funny." "I'm being perfectly serious." And he was, she could see. "Well, I think we need to apply moon and water magic together. If you're right, and this is the entrance to the Arcanium, we'll need both." "Good thinking." Jadran looked around. "We should have brought some water." "There's some right on the other side of these stones," she suggested helpfully. "A whole lakeful." He grimaced. "Don't remind me. I can practically feel the weight of the lake overhead." "How about your water flask?" She grinned at his stunned expression, feeling very clever indeed. "You're a genius, Celia mine." Jadran dug out the moon-silver water flask from one of his pockets. He'd helped Gabriel redesign the flasks for production by House Phel and kept this one as a nostalgic prototype, but also because having a flask that was always full of cool, clean water came in handy.
The flasks weren't all made of moon silver. That was a fancy version Nick had insisted upon for the cachet for the nobility and those who fancied themselves noble. Her marketing savvy had proved true, and the silver flasks were bestsellers. Jadran and Sally had gotten so used to having this one that they'd taken its magic for granted, but it was a stellar combination of moon and water magic. Jadran held Sally's hand and asked her for a blend of the magics this time, and splashed the stone wall with water from the flask. The stones glowed and changed texture, swirling like a whirlpool as the cracks between the stones bent and spiraled. A grinding sound echoed through the tunnel, and then the wall vanished, opening up into the most extraordinary room Sally had ever seen, an underwater dome. Gleaming tiles formed the floor, spinning in a dizzying pattern of silver and myriad shades of blues and greens, evoking the swirl of moonlight on water. Stone walls inlaid with silver runes framed sheets of thick glass, the water beyond them deep blue, growing lighter near the surface with the sun now at midday. An enormous round lens of glass, or crystal given its luminosity, sat in the centre of the ceiling, focusing sunlight on a circle formed by the tiles, an echo of the window above. At night, it and the glass panels curving from it to the floor would glow with moonlight. Various cabinets lined the walls between the windows. Strange tools, mostly moonsilver by the look of them, hung in orderly rows. Sally had no idea what they might be used for, but Jadran surveyed them with interest, looking as if he itched to test a few. Her attention, however, was riveted to the piece of furniture occupying the tiled circle under the moon window. It was a bed, made entirely of moonsilver, radiating moon magic, and made up with pillows and various coverlets, and silver chains at the 4 bedposts. Too late she clapped a hand over her eyes. "Can't unsee it," Jadran taunted. "Why is there a bed in here with chains?" she got out, firmly turning her back on the sight. She would unsee it. She'd proved Jadran wrong there. He was methodically searching the cabinets, scrutinizing the rows of tools, and especially documents and diagrams stored in shallow drawers. She should probably be helping, not speculating. Curse it. "Oh, I think you know," Jadran said in a teasing sing-song. "Does it give you ideas? Maybe some fun with sex magic?" "No," she answered emphatically. "I am decidedly not picturing Nick and Gabriel in here drumming up sex magic in that—" She couldn't bring herself to say it. "Sounds to me like you've a pretty vivid image in your mind," Jadran commented so blandly that in itself that became as suggestive as an eyebrow waggle. She glared at him, which he didn't notice because he was busy being useful. Determined to put the silver bed and sex magic out of her mind and to be useful herself, she applied herself to searching through the cabinets on the opposite side of the dome from Jadran. "This feels so invasive," she muttered as she did. "Yeah," Jadran agreed. "I get why Alise and Cillian didn't want to be the ones. At least your family, so there's a level of being in the inner circle. Still, it's generous of Nick and Gabriel to give us permission. The cause is important to them." "True." So they really needed to make this effort count. "I don't know what I'm looking for," she complained. "Is it going to be a book titled Key to Alise Elal's Encrypted Data?" Jadran snorted. "I'm serious," she said after a moment, straightening from bending over a drawer with all blank sheets of very nice calliope stationery. "We're looking for something that we don't know what it is in a place where only guessing has it. How does this make sense?" "We're unravelling a 200-year-old mystery," Jadran answered equably. "I don't think any of this makes sense. As for what it looks like, I know you're being sarcastic. Clearly you've been around me too much, poor thing. But No, it won't be titled because there will have been the same need for secrecy. And before you make any more of those frustrated growling noises at me, cute as they are, it will look like probably something as equally innocuous as those journals about ball gowns or boring pamphlets on fruit wasp larvae. But it will have those elements in juxtaposition with something else. Like one side it says one thing and on the reverse it says another, but one is actually a translation of the other. Or an inventory of dressmaking supplies with numbers attached? Sally asked. I suppose. I wouldn't confine yourself to... Why? Did you find it? I might have, she breathed, holding the little book apparently made of moon silver that had been shoved to the back of a drawer. It was as lovely as a piece of jewellery, with tiny hinges and even various precious jewels decorating the slim spine. There were several of the chapbooks in there, and she handed another to Jadran. Pretty, he commented, and made to last. This one's all about fruit. Jadran, Sally closed her book, heart fluttering with excitement. I think we found them. He grinned, then gave her a hard, enthusiastic kiss. We sure did. Will we get a medal for it, do you think? You'll have to savour the internal validation, I'm afraid. She studied one of the little books. I still don't get it, though. These are as obscure as the other documents. Cillian had let them look at those, theorising it might help them recognise the key. I think we have to get these to Convocation Academy safely and see what Cillian can do. He sobered. It would be nice to have backup copies. How would we do that, though? She wiggled the silver book so it caught the light, gems flashing. Even House Xerograph only copies paper. Anciella, you cagey witch, Jadran muttered in frustration. Why make it so difficult? She made them to last. True treasures hidden away. At least Cillian was able to copy the other information. It feels safer to bring that here, keep these hidden in the Arcanium. She shook her head. We don't have time for that. We should leave right away. Hopefully we can get these safely to Convocation Center before anyone figures out we have them. I suppose you're right, he conceded glumly. And here I was, hoping to have a nice meal, maybe a real bath and a good night's sleep. A bolt of panic struck her. Dark arts. Dinner with my parents. We'll have to send our regrets. No, she decided. I want to ask my mother about her pregnancies and if she ever met Nick and Alise's maman. We'll just have to make it quick. He presented her with a bag he'd extracted from a pocket of his leathers. Good thing I thought to bring this for our heist. Feeling a bit as if she sullied precious objects with bad handling, she set the little books in the bottom, watching Jadran seal the bag. If you have another, I can put it over my mother's head when she starts with the baby talk. He chuckled. Courage, fair one. 18. Gabriel went with the garrulous Bertie to where Lady Alise Harahel was interviewing the various Harahel wizards employed by Convocation Academy. She was a few days into the process, several steps ahead of them, and ensconced in the empty office Provost Uriel had provided. A number of scholarly-looking wizards from school-age to ancient cooled their heels in the waiting area, every one with a book in their hands. All of them glanced up and did a double-take upon seeing Bertie. Lord Harahel Emeritus! One young woman blurted in astonishment, jumping to her feet, trying to bow, and nearly dropping her book, instead stepping on the hem of her too long skirt and having to straighten awkwardly, lest she fall over. Why are you... it's a surprise to see you. That is everything all right at House Harahel? Bertie cackled and actually patted her on the head. No need to worry, little Louisa Harahel. Look how you're growing up. She both flushed and beamed. I'm a wizard now, she offered, just barely. Indeed, her eyes, which must have been a light cornflower blue, had just begun to darken to wizard black.
Of course you are. Well done.
Bertie beamed back at her.
Are you all here to see Orla?
Yes, Lord Emeritus,
another scholar replied, a middle-aged man.
We've all been summoned to report for an appointment time, but,
he coughed politely.
Lady Harahel must be running behind schedule.
Gabriel suppressed a smile, remaining gravely standing just behind and to the side of Bertie, aware that he towered over everyone in the room and that they cast him surreptitious, curious glances. He wore a brooch with the House Phel crest, a silver moon over still water, but unlike most citizens of the Convocation, these scholars all seemed to recognize it. House Phel was too newly resurrected and, he had to be honest with himself, too irrelevant to the political and social scene for anyone to have memorized either the crest or what the current head of the house looked like. People were far more likely to recognize Nick, something that didn't bother him in the least.
Is that so?
Bertie gave the room a smile, not bothering to introduce Gabriel, which was also fine with him.
I'll speak to Orla about that. We can't have our valuable wizards sitting around waiting on her to get organised.
Oh, no, Lord Emeritus, I didn't mean,
the wizard stammered, but Bertie had already cheerfully charged toward the closed door and flung it open.
Orla!
He bellowed. Alise Harahel looked up from the massive desk she sat behind, interviewing the slumped scholar who had their back to them. An older woman with the taut skin of a wizard steeped in magic and the baby-soft complexion of a person who rarely ventured outdoors, her wizard black eyes widened in what Gabriel felt sure was very rare surprise.
Uncle,
she said, almost making it a question,
what in the dark arts are you doing out of House Harahel, and here of all places?
Tut, Orla, I'm no doddering invalid who can't travel the world on his own, and I came here to see you, of course. Well, and for other reasons.
Her snapping dark gaze slid up and behind Bertie to the taller Gabriel, fixing on him with annoyance and reluctant interest.
Lord Phel, I presume,
she said in a tone so dry it crackled. The scholar in the chair before her desk skewed around to get a good look at him, something Gabriel had become accustomed to, since he'd appeared more or less fully grown amidst the Convocation citizens, a full-blown wizard from a house so long gone it was practically a myth. Gabriel sketched a bow of acknowledgement to both of them, careful not to make it too deep. Nick had tried to break him of the habit altogether, just as she'd done her best to school him in the ways of being an arrogant high house lord and ruthless wizard, but his mother's training had come first, and the farm boy in him wouldn't let him be less than polite.
Indeed, and pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady Harahel.
She didn't look at all pleased, but she flicked her fingers at the Harahel wizard she'd been interviewing, dismissing them.
Go out to the antechamber and tell everyone there will be a further delay. But, she added crisply, as the wizard hastened to flee, you're up first, and I want a much better explanation of how you're handling your free time than you've provided thus far.
Bertie watched the scholar scurry out the door and making certain it closed, then turned back to Lady Harahel with his partially toothed smile. He took the recently vacated chair and set his big book on Orla's desk. She ignored him, gaze still fastened on Gabriel, who simply stood, as there wasn't another chair available in the cramped space. Not that he minded. He'd been sitting plenty on the journey, far more so than in his usual daily life.
I suppose I have you to thank,
Lord Phel, she continued, ignoring Bertie and his big book,
for removing my elderly and infirm uncle from House Harahel and bringing him to Convocation Center. I assume this is retaliation for your ward, Alise Elal. Fine then, lay your cards on the table. What is this political maneuver? Shall I consider myself extorted?
Before Gabriel could form a reply to this extraordinary accusation, she continued,
But let me warn you, Phel, you might look down on lowly librarian magic, but Harahel has been a high house long before your ragtag ancestors thought to play with moon and water magic, and we've managed to retain our high house status, which is more than Phel can claim. Gabriel considered how to respond to this assortment of bad faith assumptions and, frankly, insulting insinuations. Before he could speak again, Bertie slid into the opening. "Now, Orla, don't be so unkind to the boy. I made them bring me along after they visited House Harahel because You were at my house?" Orla spat in indignant surprise that propelled her to stand. "Without invitation or permission? Sending that Elal girl was bad enough, but for a high house lord to commit such a transgression is tantamount to an act of war." Nick had absolutely pounded this sort of tactic into his head and had fortunately counselled him on this meeting and Lady Harahel's potential reaction. That's why Nick wasn't with him, to remove any implication that he planned to act aggressively using his familiar's magic. Of course, he didn't need to touch Nick to access her magic, but that was a secret, if not terribly closely guarded. "Orla," he said with a smile that Nick had coached him on. Warm, service-friendly, just shy of condescending, as was his use of her given name. "Let's dispense with this posturing, You were wrong to send Alise away from House Harahel, especially when you lied to Cillian and Alise about the reasons for her hasty departure. You wanted to separate them, and—" "It's my responsibility as head of my house to protect my people," she interrupted. "And to protect your grandson?" Gabriel asked mildly. Bertie chortled. "We are well aware you'd like for Cillian to be your heir and succeed you as head of the house, and that any relationship with Alise will result in him following her on her path, not the reverse." "This isn't a concern because there is no relationship," she retorted. "Older and wiser heads should prevail, and have done so. You're welcome." "Am I?" He stuck to that because Orla's antagonism was beginning to grate, and Nick's excellent advice for such circumstances was for him to be brief and enigmatic. She frowned at him, on her back foot for the first time in the conversation. "Welcome, that is," he clarified, "because I'm not grateful for your interference." "Alise Elal is my sister-in-law, and as important to me as my own sister," he filled in with a pleasant smile that he then dropped. "And she is a Phel as long as she wishes to claim affiliation with my house. Also," he continued loudly when she tried to interrupt him, "Alise and Cillian are adults and capable of choosing for themselves. I will not interfere with their freedom of choice, nor will I stand aside if someone else tries to do so. Finally," he said extra firmly, as she seemed poised to argue yet again, "I may not have been raised in convocation etiquette, but neither am I stupid. I understand very well the protocols involved in one househead visiting another, and I observed all of them. I fail to see why it would be my problem that you choose to be not at home without having made an announcement to that effect." Bertie cackled. "He has you there, Orla." She glared at her ancient uncle, a sour twist to her mouth. "Well, Lord Phel, I cannot agree, but neither will I argue further. Are we done? I have interviews to conduct." "Looking for the House Harahel librarian, currently being employed by House Hanil to add any records pertaining to Phel to the folded archive?" She drew herself up. "I was willing to discuss shared matters of our relatives and house visits, but I will not compromise the integrity of my house and business by answering impertinent questions. Toddle back to your fruit trees, Lord Phel, and leave convocation business to the actual high houses." Gabriel leaned on the desk, planting his big hands solidly and allowing a smidge of moon-silver magic to bristle the air.
not to attack, but to remind Alise Harahel he was no country bumpkin. Not any longer, anyway. Our houses and our businesses, he reminded her with pleasant intent, and my house archives. I want to know who's been taking information relevant to my house and hiding it from me and mine. She managed to look unintimidated, but Gabriel sensed the frightened rustle of her magic.
If and when I find the culprit, if they are indeed of my house, she replied, not revealing her feelings in voice or posture, I will inform you as I see fit.
Gabriel chuckled, shaking his head. You must have a very poor opinion of my intelligence, Orla, he said, deliberately dropping her title, as you still have a rather large group awaiting your attention, and you don't seem to be a wizard who wastes time on redundancy. I'm assuming you have yet to find the culprit. I'm going to sit in on the remainder of your interviews.
I'll stay too,
Bertie put in, ancient face wreathed in smiles at Orla's barely contained fury.
It will be fun. Fine, but I want it on record that I'm agreeing under duress,
Lady Harahel said sourly, glaring at her uncle, a glare she transferred to Gabriel.
And only so House Phel will have no grounds to claim House Harahel concealed information from you on the culprit.
Fair enough, Gabriel replied with a polite nod, but he wondered what it was that she was so concerned they'd discover. 19. Nick hadn't spent much time in the dark arts wing of Convocation Academy. They didn't encourage casual visitors, for one, and second, her father didn't approve of the dark arts and had forbidden any of the three of them from its study. At the time, she'd accepted it as just another of her beloved papa's edicts, as she'd believed him wise in all things, an impression she'd only later realized he'd carefully cultivated in them. Piers Elal wanted to be infallible and all-powerful, so he dunned that idea into the heads of everyone under his power until they parroted what he wanted them to. And he succeeded in making most people actually believe it. Nick certainly had, until her experiences with her angry and vindictive father pulled the scales from her eyes. And Alise had believed it. Perhaps she believed it still, or even more than ever under their father's concerted manipulations. Nick worried that Alise had overestimated their father's intentions, along with her ability to withstand his influence. But Nick couldn't do anything about that now. Once they'd learned from Ferdinand that Alise had indeed left House Elal with Cillian, Provost Uriel had lost no time dispatching Han and Ileana to intercept the wayward pair and bring them directly to Convocation Academy. Nick had nothing to do but wait, and find out what Morgana Seraphiel had to say about the brewing political conflict. She had to admit the Dark Arts wing was easily one of the loveliest parts of the Academy, reason enough to discourage visits from those not affiliated with the programs and classes there. Many people seemed to assume that the dark arts would lean towards the Gothic, as in the novels, with lonely towers and dismal dungeons. No, that was more the purview of the overly dramatic families, like House Samael, with their affection for everything black. Instead, the dark arts embraced the elements of nature as much as possible. Nick knew the theories upon which the dark arts were predicated, having studied them on her own time, out of curiosity, and thinking that someday, as Lady Elal, back when she assumed she'd become a wizard, she might need to know the strengths and weaknesses of House Seraphiel. She'd gone over their publicly available materials again when she entered the betrothal trials, in case any suitors from that house applied for her. None had, which she'd thought just as well at the time. House Seraphiel's disinclination to participate in convocation politics hadn't served Nick's ambitions. Ironic, in a way, that the fates had aligned so that it seemed House Seraphiel might be pivotal to the coming conflict. Yet another way that Nick had miscalculated. Amazing how much she'd changed in just over a year, and good to know she regretted nothing. She entered a glass-ceilinged hall, designed to admit the sky and the element of air along with the spring sunshine. The stone floor, pervasive throughout the academy, gave way to earth. Nick paused at the vestibule, nodding to the attendant, who only smiled and didn't question her. Nice to have the mantle of the provost's permission to go where she liked. She slipped off her shoes and left them in a nook designed for the purpose, then stepped onto the earth. Warmed from below and kept turned to fluffy softness by diligent apprentices, the earth felt delicious squeezing between her toes and pressing against the arches of her feet. Before she'd moved to Merison with Gabriel, Nick hadn't paid much attention to the charms of nature and going barefoot. Since then, she'd learned to appreciate the grounding qualities of sinking her feet in rich soil. Stepping into the earth of the dark arts wing felt a bit like coming home. At the thought, her breasts ached for her baby, and her heart for House Phel and the home it had become. To soothe her raw longing, she paid attention to the sights as she walked to Professor Seraphiel's office. More like a greenhouse than an academic wing of an academy, plants, shrubs, and trees flowered along the earthen walkway, tended by quiet students. Magic whispered through the air like green growing things and deep caves with dark secrets. Ponds, rivulets, and occasional waterfalls wound through the greenery, and fire pits glowed at intervals, adding the fragrance of burning wood and warming the cool breezes flowing through the skylights that had been opened to allow in fresh air. Morgana's office occupied a far corner, her door open to reveal a wall of windows that ascended from the soil to an arched atrium-style roof. An enchanted waterfall sheeted down one of the interior walls, while the other was occupied by a large fireplace with a real fire burning more of the fragrant wood. Nowhere in the entire wing so far had Nick spotted an elemental, not even the sort usually attracted to features of nature that echoed their own. It was like seeing a field of flowers without a single bee. Very interesting, and Nick would put coin down that she knew the reason why. She'd ask, but the office was empty. Odd, as she'd thought Provost Uriel had sent an inter-office Ratziel courier to notify Morgana of Nick's impending visit. "Apologies, Lady Phel," came a silky voice behind her. Nick started. She hadn't felt the powerful wizard's approach. She turned, covering her surprise. And the dark arts professor smiled slightly, enigmatically. Unlike the architecture, Morgana Seraphiel looked exactly as you'd imagine a master wizard of the dark arts to appear. She was pale as a corpse, with a build so slender she appeared almost skeletal, though a wiry strength saved her from looking unhealthy. She wore her hair in a sleek cap of iron grey that emphasized her severe ascetic face. Her bare feet shone through the soil, her long bone-white toes curling down, putting Nick in mind of a cat needing a favoured blanket. Morgana held up a teapot. "I thought you might like an herbal blend, Lady Phel, one of my own creation, to support milk production and healing of the postpartum womb." Nick stiffened a little. "I've been well tended by House Phel's healer, Asher Repharwell." "I intended no slight to Asher," Morgana replied serenely. "Please, come in." Belatedly, Nick realized she'd been blocking the doorway. She stepped aside, allowing the rightful occupant to precede her. Morgana set the teapot on a brazier, lighting the candle with magic. Again, no fire elemental. She gestured Nick to a chair, found a mug made of pure unglazed ceramic, and poured some tea, offering it to Nick, who took it gingerly, trying not to be obvious about sniffing it. "It's not poisoned," Morgana said gravely, no hint of amusement. She sat gracefully in a wooden chair, sliding her toes into the soil as another woman might slip into cosy slippers. "How is Asher doing? He's a former acolyte, you know. We sometimes correspond, but he's been understandably preoccupied since the birth of little Cornelius." "I knew Asher enjoyed a side practice of the dark arts," Nick replied with smooth courtesy, not entirely clear how she'd ended up on the back foot in this conversation. She still hadn't tasted the tea, which smelled like bitter cherries. I hadn't realised he studied with you, though I should have. Not necessarily. With a quirk of a non-smile, the professor poured another mug of tea smoothly, took the one Nick had been holding, and gave her a new one. She drank from the original mug, then lifted it in a little toast. Asher is an excellent healer, but the dark arts offer their own remedies, not within the aegis of Reborn magic or allowed trademarks. I think you'll find it helpful. A bit chagrined at being perceived as suspicious of poison when she'd been mostly uncertain of the off-putting scent and somewhat intrusive offer of the tea, Nick sipped. It was as bitter as she'd guessed, but also hearty in an unexpected way. It felt as if the tea went straight to her blood, making her feel stronger where she hadn't realised she'd been weak. Her breast stopped aching as much too, and she regarded the tea with some surprise. "I'll send some home with you," Morgana said, a real smile curving her lips. "A gift to House Phel from House Raphael." That sounded promising, and as good an opening as any. "Thank you," Nick replied graciously. "I shall arrange to send some of our fresh fruits of the season." "That would be most welcome. The fruits of Mericin are valued for good reason." Nick began to wonder if her mushy post-pregnancy brain was up to this subtle sparring and multi-layered conversation. "Asher is doing well," she said, answering the previous question, "as is Cornelis, both thriving. And your Bria? Congratulations on her birth." "Thank you." Nick had to bite back a wave of intensely missing her child. Not the time. "Asher is travelling to Convocation Academy as we speak," she added, plunging in and attempting to take control of the conversation. "To consult on a research project of interest to House Phel and to Convocation Academy." "Ah, and thus the reason for Lady Veronica Phel, née Elal, bestowing a visit here where she's never set foot before." The words oozed sarcasm, and something else barbed, except that Morgana delivered them so neutrally Nick couldn't take offence. "I apologise for any offence, Professor Raphael. My father funded my education here, and I believe his views on the dark arts are well known." "Indeed. I did not expect to have a parade of Elal progeny some day." "A parade? Has my brother been to see you also?" Morgana's expression didn't change, but she almost seemed as if she rolled her eyes. "A parade of two," she allowed. "Ferdinand Elal has other haunts." Nick very much wanted to ask what Morgana knew about how Nanda spent his time, but she couldn't afford to be derailed. She decided to go for direct. "Why did you help Alise?" Morgana regarded her with opaque wizard-black eyes. "That's my job." She made it clear she felt that was the obvious answer. "As a professor of the dark arts, I teach students here." Nick wasn't falling for that deflection. "Alise was not a student of the dark arts, and you and I know full well that House Raphael is not inclined to help House Elal. Yet you went out of your way to do so. Why?" The professor raised her steel-grey brows, considerably darker than her white skin. "I was under the impression that Alise owes her fealty to House Phel now. Am I mistaken?" She very much made it sound as if that was an impossibility. "So this was a favour to House Phel, then?" Nick pressed, staying on target. Morgana regarded her with the same implacable expression, but Nick caught a tinge of, was it disappointment? The subtle earthy magic, woven with smoke, fresh air, and a hint of water, grew stronger.
Lady Phel, I am not the head of House Raphael, nor do I speak for my house.
Which wasn't a no, Nick noticed.
Did you know that documents regarding the fall of House Phel, indeed anything to do with Phel and a great deal of Mericin, have been removed from Convocation archives?
Morgana returned her gaze steadily.
Have they? I don't believe that's common knowledge.
Clever. Clever. What was Morgana's game?
We've recovered and unlocked the hidden archive that contained all of the missing texts.
Nick delivered that information and waited, watching Morgana keenly. The wizard didn't move, except that her preternatural stillness somehow quieted further. The fire snapped. The waterfall trickled. Nick even fancied she heard the hiss of the candle flame under the teapot. Reminded, she sipped her tea. So, Morgana finally said, and very softly, Harahel failed to prevent that much. Nick dearly wanted to ask what Morgana knew, but that would only lead to more verbal fencing, and ultimately didn't matter. Yes, she replied simply, and drank her tea. Morgana smiled faintly, toes curling in the soil. House Raphael doesn't use familiars. Did you know? Nick concealed her surprise at the information that she hadn't known that despite her extensive research, and at the implication that Morgana knew, or guessed at, the explosive information the files contained. I did not know, she answered simply. Morgana beckoned for Nick's mug and refilled it. It's a bit of a misnomer, she said conversationally, calling Sir Raphael magic the dark arts. Truly, it reflects a judgment levelled by the rest of the Convocation, most of whom employ arts that can hardly be called light or bright or whatever one believes is the opposite of dark. The practice of our magic comes from and affects the natural world, the very core of life. What amounts to the socially sanctioned slavery of familiars is anathema to our practice. I'm surprised Asher bonded a familiar then, Nick said, realizing as she did that she'd have done better to withhold the observation. Morgana, however, inclined her head in acknowledgement. Asher, while talented in the dark arts and interested in the practice, is but a dabbler, and one under pressure from his house to be ambitious. Nick understood the professor's point. Gabriel had bonded her for much the same reasons. The Convocation ran on power. Without it, one couldn't compete, which was potentially a reason House Raphael declined to participate in power struggles. Ambition drives a great deal of what occurs in the Convocation, Nick allowed. Indeed, from some more than others. House Raphael remembers what others do not. That was as clear a statement on the issue of what House Raphael knew of Alise Elal's research as any Nick was likely to get from the cryptic wizard. But the implication was clear. The dark arts were the most effective, possibly the only effective, defense against a psychic manipulation practiced by House Harahel. If House Raphael remembered what happened to Alise and House Phel, then they'd escape the pervasive memory erasure Harahel wizards had employed to cover their tracks, which wasn't exactly a surprise, but it heartened her to know. Only two questions remained in Nick's mind. If Sir Raphael remembers, and is against the use of familiars, why bide your time all these years? Morgana tipped her head as if allowing a point scored in the game. Myriad reasons, Lady Phel. We are not without our own internal politics is one answer. That we are careful, as all houses are, of crossing other high houses is another. The primary answer, however, is that we were waiting. Waiting? Nick echoed, posing the question obliquely. Waiting, the professor confirmed, then relented, waving a hand, though not necessarily idle, but waiting, yes, for what's occurring now. All things in due time, in their proper season. House Raphael stands ready to serve the dawning of a new age. And that answered Nick's second question. 20. Alise regarded their approach to Convocation Academy with a sense of jaded déjà vu. She'd returned to this place, the one she arguably hadn't been supposed to leave, far too many times, and in varying states of shame and dread. At least this occasion, while not exactly a triumphant return, was one where she was sure of her welcome. After all, she'd been summoned. Fetched, even. Ileana beamed at her from the other seat, holding Han's hand and looking perfectly happy. They'd been friends a long time, the three of them, since before fate determined they'd be divided by their familiar and wizard statuses. Classmates and buddies, until Alise's early manifestation as a wizard had taken her away from the general coursework and from the friends of her youth. "It's funny, isn't it?" Ileana said, "to be returning to Convocation Academy together like this. The last time we three were in this place, we were running away from it in the dark of night." "I can't decide if that's a good memory or a bad one," Han said, giving her an affectionate glance, kissing her bright hair, then meeting Alise's gaze with his unusual teal-blue eyes. They were a startling shade, emphasized by his white blonde hair, severely smoothed into a tail that hung down his back. While the black eyes of wizardry was an obvious status symbol and a clear indicator of a magic practitioner, and even a marker of the individual's power and years of practice by the intensity of the blackness, Alise would be sorry if some of these striking eye shades were lost to magic. If Anciella's method worked, would everyone end up with black eyes, leaving the variety of eye colour to the mundanes? For that matter, a thought that hadn't occurred to her until now, would Anciella's techniques work to potentially make anyone capable of wielding magic? That was both exciting and terrifying to contemplate. "I'm amazed you three pulled it off," Cillian said, smoothing a hand down Alise's arm and snugging her tighter against him. "And that you did something so rebellious," he added to Alise. "The first step that led you away from the path you thought you compelled to travel." He had a good point. Before Ileana had come to her, asking for help to reprogram the sleigh so that they could escape the dire fates that would separate Han and her forever, a task only a wizard could do for them, Alise had been the quintessential good girl. She'd lacked Nick's boldness and Nanda's self-involved callousness, but she'd done well at behaving herself, certain that careful towing of the line would lead to success. When Nick manifested as a familiar, Alise's future as the next head of House Elal seemed inevitable. She wasn't the golden child Nick had been, more quiet than brilliant, and never their father's favourite, but she could be obedient and learn to do everything the way he liked. That had seemed like a viable future until Nick unexpectedly ran away. Her sister's escape had turned everything upside down, and Alise lost her bearings on what the world should be like. It was as if Nick's rebellion, her casting aside of all the social expectations she'd once embraced, had created a crack in the dam of Convocation society. Ultimately, Alise had agreed not only to help Ileana find the freedom to enjoy her love and life's partner, but to go with them. She'd had a grand and noble idea of rescuing Nick, who turned out not to need rescuing at all. Alise had felt foolish, but that excursion from mindless adherence to the rules governing her life had permanently changed something in her. All leading to this moment. Perhaps this was, in truth, a more triumphant return than she'd thought. She no longer had her tail between her legs, no longer needed to beg to be readmitted. Whether Provost Uriel agreed to allow Alise to graduate or to otherwise earn her certification as a wizard no longer mattered. Gabriel and Jadram both headed their houses without an academy degree, so if she did want to take over House Elal, though she deliberately turned her mind away from what it would take for her to attempt to defeat and most likely have to kill her father, then she didn't need the academy's say-so. Upon reflection, perhaps the crumbling of rigid convocation rules had begun with Gabriel becoming Lord Phel, the wild card and iconoclast empowered by Nyx's fire. "It is funny," Alise said, "the turns our lives have taken. A year ago, none of us thought we'd be taking the paths we are, or that we'd have found the love we never expected, or perhaps thought we didn't deserve." Eyes bright and misty, Ileana clutched Han's hand, and he pressed another kiss to her hair as she tipped her head against his shoulder. Cillian tightened his arm around Alise, meeting her gaze with his warm black one. "You have always deserved love, Alise," he murmured. "So have you," she countered, nearly laughing when he screwed up his face in disbelief. "Anyway," she said more loudly, setting a hand on his lean thigh and rubbing lightly, "here we all are. Ready to solve the last puzzle?" "I very much hope Jadran and Salaya find that key," Cillian said fervently. "I don't know how any of us can find out much about Anciela's method without it." "Maybe Nyx's plan will work to convert the council holdouts and get them to vote to approve researching Anciela's data," Ileana suggested. "If we get a full team of people, or multiple teams, working to break the code, we might get there faster. You said it might take a long time," she reminded Cillian, but losing steam in the face of his obvious lack of enthusiasm for her plan. Alise stepped in, feeling bad for Ileana. "In a healthy society, a normal situation, what you suggest is perfectly valid, even smart. But we're facing a situation where House Hanil, at least, and probably in collusion with multiple other houses, has worked diligently for centuries to suppress this information. They're not sitting idle right now. You can bet on that." "I agree," Han said, expression grim. "The question I have is, what are they doing, and why haven't they acted directly to stop us yet?" "Well," Cillian said thoughtfully, "if we go with the theory that Anciela herself encrypted and hid the documents, then by releasing them from the folded archive, we've handed House Hanil the opportunity to destroy the information finally and forever. They might be waiting for exactly this moment, for us to bring the documents to one place so they can act." Alise's stomach bunched with heavy anxiety. "Including the key. And we're delivering the perfect opportunity for Hanil to make sure it all disappears." "Or so that they can use it for themselves," Cillian pointed out, "to continue their work to create super wizards. That would explain why they haven't moved more decisively yet." "But most of what we have is copies," Ileana said with sudden distress. "We left the originals at House Harahel. We need to warn them." "We anticipated that," Cillian reassured her. "Or rather, Grandmother and I discussed it, and she took steps to secure the house and all our archives from any incursions by Hanil operatives or any others." "A time when House Harahel's legendary paranoia comes in handy," Alise murmured. "Your house may not appear to be fortified, but it would also be difficult for anyone to infiltrate the lands and house short of a massive show of force, and I suspect Hanil is still hoping to avoid attracting more attention to this problem. The last thing they want is to give the other houses a reason to unite against them and deliver a final defeat. No more giving House Hanil rope, if all of this proves to be true," Han said. "We might see the permanent retirement of a high house from this." "I wouldn't mind witnessing that," Alise commented, surprised at the snarl in her voice. She thought herself reasonably over what Gordon Hanil had done, and tried to do, to her at the behest of his house, but the dull anger still smouldered deep inside.
Let's just hope Provost Uriel and House Uriel are anticipating this kind of attack and are ready to prevent it.
Just the same, Cillian said, we should make sure everyone has that in mind and is prepared for subterfuge. Harahel has been 3 steps ahead of us this entire time, and they're not fools.
Do you think they've guessed what Jadran and Celaya are up to? Ileana worried.
It depends, Cillian answered slowly, looking uncomfortable that they'd all turned to him for the answer. It's logical for Celaya to visit House Phel and her family, which is one reason we agreed they were the right ones for the job. But I think we also have to assume that we're all being spied upon all the time. Alise can make sure there aren't Elal spirit spies watching us, but only while she's around. That was true. She'd gotten so habitual about scanning for and repulsing the spirits sent to spy on her that Alise didn't think about it most of the time. But spirits were as ubiquitous as the elements. She couldn't keep her father's spies, and those sent by Elal minions, away from everyone all the time any more than she could purify the air everyone breathed.
And I can't detect Harahil's psychic scanning, she commented, not unless it gets very intrusive.
I don't think anyone but another comparatively skilled and powerful psychic wizard could, Han said darkly, which is why we better hope House Uriel steps up.
House Seraphiel too? Alise pointed out, thinking of Professor Morgana Seraphiel, who taught her life and sanity-saving defences against Harahel intrusion.
They pulled up to the steps of Convocation Academy's administration building.
I suspect we're going to need all the help we can get.
21. Jadran surveyed the little cottage where Gabriel and Celaya's parents lived with considerable interest. It reminded him quite a bit of the place where Celaya had taken him to heal, a little farm off the road. Simple, rustic, unpretentious. At the time, he'd been scornful of the shabbiness and lack of elegance. Now, the unassuming ambience whispered of comfort and love, of cups of tea and snuggling under handmade quilts.
What in the dark arts had made him into such a sap in his old age?
Who is the most beautiful and magical baby in all the world?
You are, Celaya cooed. She sat in a rocking chair on the porch where they enjoyed the warm spring night, so warm that it would be a summer evening in Eladril. Bria chortled in delighted agreement, her tiny fist caught in Celaya's long dark hair, yanking with surprising vigour for a squishy little creature. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Celaya. His fatal weakness and greatest strength. As if she heard his thought, she glanced up, affection rippling through their bond. "Doing all right?" she asked softly. "Better than all right," he answered, and sipped the shockingly strong hard cider GF had handed him, clapping him on the shoulder as he did so, and suggesting that all the men of Mericin learned to love the stuff, despite the bite. And a sharp bite it delivered all right, clearing Jadran's sinuses in a blaze of heat. He hadn't expected to feel a rush of emotion at his father-in-law's gesture, as if he were being welcomed into the family. Daisy had fussed over him at dinner too, encouraging him to eat more, a maternal caring that would never have occurred to his own mother. Even though Celaya and he were both anxious to get on the road with their find, the dinner had been the right call to make. They'd both relaxed some over the meal, and it had been nice to indulge in GF's excellent cooking and the fresh produce of Mericin. But Celaya needed to ask her questions and get her answers already so they could get on the road. He was beginning to get the itch that they should be moving. Everyone would be waiting on them at Convocation Academy, in suspense as to their findings, since he and Celaya had decided not to trust a Ratseal courier with the information that they'd succeeded, even in code. So far as the rest of the world knew, Celaya had wanted to visit her family, and here they were, making it look exactly that way. The only wrinkle in that cover story was their impromptu duel with Piers Elal in the mountains, but Only Elal and his familiar knew about that, and so far the evil wizard had yet to poke up his head. So far as Jadran knew. Nothing like being in a hick backwater to have zero idea what was going on in the wider world. Reading that restlessness in him, Celaya turned to her mother. "Mum, did you ever meet Lady Elal? I mean, before Nick and Gabriel brought her here too." Celaya trailed off. Jadran suspected she'd wanted to say recover, but since no recovery had occurred, Lady Elal had instead come to House Phel to die in peace. Daisy slid her daughter a considering look. "You might be a fancy lady and head of a high house now, and same with Gabriel, but you must be forgetting that until a few years ago we were all just simple country folk working the land. Where would I have met the likes of Lady Elal?" "She would have had to come to Mericin, I suppose," Celaya answered with some frustration. "And since she never travelled without Lord Elal," she said more to Jadran, with a rueful crinkle of her adorable nose, "which Nick told us, and I forgot until just now, that can't have happened. No way would he have brought her here." "We'd certainly have remembered if such glamorous folk visited Mericin," GF agreed, putting his feet up on the rail. "But Daisy, remember our honeymoon? We travelled to Phel." "Of course I remember," she said with fond nostalgia, offering her hand and clasping it with his. "It wasn't that long ago. Not quite 30 years. Jadran felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck. By the suddenly alert expression on Celaya's face, she felt it too. "Why Phel?" Celaya asked, mostly managing to sound casual. Daisy turned a questioning look on GF. "It was your dad's idea. Some Phel tradition, was it?" He tilted his free hand back and forth. "Not my dad, but my granddad. The trip was a wedding gift from my grandparents, remember?" She frowned in puzzlement. "No, maybe you didn't tell me at the time." "I was hoping to impress you, so I might not have said anything," GF admitted. "I could never have afforded the trip otherwise." Celaya looked like she was about to jump out of her skin, and Jadran felt the same, but he restrained his questions, letting her run with it. Seems her intuition had been spot on. "I never met your grandparents, Dad," she offered. "What were they like?" "Good people," he answered, his expression softening. "Old school. Last of those who remembered House Phel before it fell. Gabriel asked me once if I had tales of the old days, before the fall," Daisy remarked, rocking her chair thoughtfully. "But my family didn't really talk about it." "No," GF agreed. "The old folk didn't much like to. A lot of grief there, and best to look forward and not back." Jadran, never all that great at patience, decided to prod the conversation along. "So, what did you do in Phel? See any sights? Dress shopping?" Daisy giggled like a young girl, and GF lifted his own mug of cider at Jadran. "We barely left our room at the inn, truth be told." Celaya made a little sound of embarrassment, and Jadran had to agree. Stupid question. "I could never have afforded an Phel gown, and even if I could, where would I have worn it?" "I did go to that spa," Daisy added. "Remember? A wedding gift from you." "Ah, yes." GF rubbed his forehead. "That was from my grandmother. She said that every young woman should have at least one day of her life where she's pampered." "Yes." Daisy sounded wistful in the gathering dark. "I was soaked and scrubbed and buffed from head to toe. I felt like a new woman afterward. It was lovely." Celaya slid Jadran a triumphant look. Yes, yes, indeed. It could be that someone applied an enchantment to Daisy, or removed a block, allowing her to conceive a new generation of magical Phels. "We should do that again," GF declared. "When the kids are back and our grandparenting duties are discharged, Let's take a little holiday, and you can be pampered again."
"But in the middle of growing season," she protested.
"They don't really need us," he pointed out. "Gabriel and Nick have everything steaming along. We should take advantage of that."
"Maybe so," she beamed at him. "And we could try for that same room at the inn. Reenact our honeymoon." "Well," Celia said, "we should be going." Relief coursing through him at being able to finally get on the road, Jadron sprang to his feet.
"Oh, do you have to?" Daisy complained. "Stay the night at least."
"Sorry, Mom."
Celia stood and handed Bria to her mother and kissed them both on the cheek, then dropped one on her father's.
"We can sleep in the carriage, and we need to get to Convocation Center."
"You're a good boy," Alise said, appearing in the doorway. She pointed at the bag Jadron had attached to his belt for safekeeping, as he wasn't letting the key books out of his possession. Alise, with surprising speed, darted toward him and snagged the bag off his belt. Before he could react, she had it open and had withdrawn one of the little silver books. "Alise," Jadron said, trying to sound calm, "give that back." She stilled, looking younger somehow, her aged body less stooped. "You're a good girl," she repeated, then handed Celia the book and the bag. "Iblis remembers." Celia looked startled.
"What does that mean, Alise? That Iblis remembers?"
"Iblis remembers," Alise repeated. "A Phel can open the lock," she added. Once again, Jadron and Celia locked gazes, lightning excitement ricocheting down their bond. House Iblis was a second-tier house, the one Alise had belonged to before Gabriel liberated her from a cruel and neglectful wizard. Nick had been reportedly furious with him for exposing House Phel to litigation for his theft of valuable property, but in true idealistic fashion, Gabriel hadn't cared. Now, Jadron wondered. Had Gabriel been prompted by intuition fed from his Phel ancestors? It would be a fine thing to witness Veronica Elal Phel's face when she discovered that Gabriel's gaffe with Alise had been his wizard's intuition all along, leading them to solve this riddle.
"Is there anything else you want to tell us, Alise?"
Celia asked gently, holding open the bag and jingling the little moon-silver books against each other. "What have you got there?" Daisy asked, but GF quickly shushed her, saying they didn't want to know. Alise simply patted Celia's cheek, her face wreathed in a beaming smile as innocent as Bria's. "You're a good girl," she said. "Iblis remembers. A Phel can open the lock." And that was clearly all they were going to get. After enjoining Celia's folks to send a courier if Alise said anything else, anything at all beyond her usual refrain, Jadron hustled Celia into the carriage and set its course for top speed to Convocation Academy. "Wait until they all hear we've solved the puzzle," Jadron crowed.
"We haven't solved it yet,"
Celia cautioned, but her excitement shimmered down the bond between them. He seized her in an enthusiastic kiss. "Yet being the operative word. We're on our way, Celia, darling." She seemed to understand he meant more than on the road, kissing him back, the passion between them heating, as it always did. A miracle he never ceased to appreciate.
"Yes,"
she breathed, hands caressing him.
"Yes, we are, Jadron, darling."
22. Cillian could understand Alise's mixed feelings about returning to Convocation Academy, the scene of so many tumultuous events for the both of them. On the one hand, this was where he'd first seen Alise, gliding through the Convocation archives late at night, pale as a ghost and lovely as the moon. And this was where they'd fallen in love, even if Alise had only admitted it to herself and out loud to him later, the setting for so many firsts for them. It was also the scene of many crimes and harrowing events, culminating in that midnight fire in the archives and battle with Gordon Harahel, and their subsequent flight to House Harahel, Cillian feeling so broken in mind, heart, and magic that he thought he might never recover. And yet, somehow they'd survived to this point. Perhaps, arguably, stronger than ever. Alise could wield her Elal spirit magic with even greater skill, and he'd discovered aspects of his own magic he'd never before imagined. And the lovely, elusive Alise held his hand as they walked into the workroom set aside for their project by Provost Uriel. Sensing him watching her, Alise slid him a look, not a sharp one, her eyes instead full of sparkling amusement. "Who knew?" she murmured to him, and he smiled in agreement. Cillian recognized the workroom as one of many in the wizards' wing of the academy, designated for students learning to master their magical skills. Not that Cillian had ever practiced in one. This sort of heavily shielded and privacy-protected workspace was for amateur wizards learning fire magic or other similarly dangerous and potentially explosive techniques, not library magic. Still, Cillian found it interesting that the Provost had sent them to this space. Surely no one expected the decryption process to pose a threat to the structure or denizens of the Academy, so Provost Uriel must be concerned about Harahel spies, even though she'd supposedly cleaned house following the debacle with Gordon. The fact that the unflappable and meticulously thorough Tandia Uriel worried that she'd missed something, or someone, that could pose a danger to them inside the secure walls of Convocation Academy gave Cillian pause. Not that he'd expected House Harahel to give up on stopping them from decoding Alise Elal's data, nor was he naive enough to hope that they'd escape notice from those plotting against them. But with the formidable houses that might belong to that conspiracy, he was deeply afraid that their side might not be able to withstand a united attack from the others. No shielded workspace could protect them from that kind of concerted might. Although, he looked around the room at the truly stellar assembly of powerful wizards and familiars. Nick and Gabriel sat side by side at a large desk, apparently going over House Phel business while they waited, their intertwined magics like red wine, pure water, and roses under moonlight. Celaya and Jadran, looking road-worn but wearing triumphant grins, greeted the four of them and waited until Alise sealed the door and invoked the enchantment to prevent anyone from entering until the occupants decided on it. As Gabriel and Nick stacked up their documents and joined the rest of them around a large table, Jadran set a jangling bag in the center. Several boxes stacked nearby held copies of the documents they deemed most likely to contain Alise data, copied at House Phel's expense and brought from House Harahel. "Is that the key?" Gabriel asked, giving the lumpy sack a dubious look. "Keys?" Celaya answered, inverting the bag to dump the contents on the table. Cillian eyed the pile of silvery boxes with considerable surprise. They radiated moon magic. Moon silver, which made sense for a Phel wizard wanting to create an enduring set of clues. "May I?" Alise asked. "Of course," Celaya answered. "These belong to all of us. That is, if Nick and Gabriel agree." "I echo the of course," Gabriel said with a nod, and reaching for two of the moon-silver boxes, giving one to Nick. Following suit, Cillian took two and gave Alise her choice between them. As it happened, there were 8. A coincidence Cillian decided not to give too much thought to. "They're books," Alise commented with surprise, opening hers. "Like jewelry books," Ileana agreed. "So lovely." "And enduring," Nick commented. "How do you encode information so that it lasts forever in a watery climate?" She tapped the edge of the book on the table. "Engraved moon silver. Brilliant, Anciella." "You found these in the House Phel Arcanium?" Gabriel asked. "Yes," Jadran answered, "in the back of a drawer." Nick and Gabriel exchanged looks. She shrugged. We never did get around to searching through everything in there. No, because you always get distracted, he returned warmly. You do, she shot back, although a blush darkened her brown skin. We both do, he agreed, taking her hand and kissing it. Celia, her skin as brown as Nick and Gabriel's, blushed even more deeply. We, did our best not to look around too much, at stuff that was clearly not relevant. I looked, Jadron offered jauntily, actually waggling his eyebrows. I might need arcanium tips from you two. Tell me, do you think something like the moon silver bed would work for any wizard and familiar enjoying kinky sex, or should I— Jadron! Celia interrupted, aghast. Alise turned to Cillian, her own black, elegantly winged brows raised in amusement. He took her hand under the table and squeezed, suppressing his own laughter. Ileana, face as crimson as her bright hair, put a hand over her eyes. Han cleared his throat, patting her on the back. Perhaps, he said, we should focus on these books. Are we sure they're the keys? As sure as we can be, Celia answered with dignity, ignoring a still snickering Jadron. Cillian studied his, the thin metal pages shining, undimmed and untarnished, even after all these years. The magic of moon silver. It did look like jewellery, with engraved script decorating the pages of the book. However, as often seemed to be the case with engraving on jewellery, like the inside of his parents' wedding rings, the script was illegible. He adjusted the perch of his spectacles on his nose, moving the lenses away and back in an attempt to get better focus, but nothing made the letters assemble into words and sense. I can't read mine at all, Alise complained, and I have good eyes. She gave Cillian an archly smug look as she teased him. It made him indescribably happy that she had recovered enough of her natural resilience to want to poke at him. You have incredible eyes, he told her with feeling. She rolled those incredible eyes, but looked pleased. No one can read these, Nick declared in a tone ripe with frustration, tossing her book down with a clatter and pressing her elegantly tipped fingers to her temples. I have good eyes too, and these aren't even letters, not even in a cipher or another language. It's just scribbles. Like waves of water, Gabriel said, taking up the book she'd discarded and comparing it to his own. But they were hidden in the House Phel arcanium, so they must be important. Nick lifted her head, expression full of dawning suspicion. Do you think that is why my father was so determined to break into our arcanium? Because he suspected the key to Anciella's data was in there? Or all of Anciella's data, Gabriel said with a sharp nod. But I have to agree with Nick that we're no better off now than before, with keys that are as indecipherable as the coded documents. Am I wrong, Cillian? But Cillian had been watching Jadron and Celia, who looked no less pleased with themselves than before. They exchanged smug glances. Do you want to tell them? Celia asked Jadron. I kinda do, he answered, if you don't mind. I really want to see Lady Phel's face when she hears this one. Nick jerked her head up. What? She demanded with sharp suspicion. If you did something to my arcanium, Jadron Elal, I don't care if your house does outrank ours. Dark arts help me, I'm going to— Gabriel set a quelling hand on her, waiting for Nick to notice Jadron's reddening face, brighter than his auburn beard, until the wizard burst out laughing. He waggled a finger at Nick. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it turns out your foolishly idealistic wizard saved all our asses. Nick flashed Gabriel a disbelieving look, and he held up his hands in innocence. Just tell them already, or I will, Celia said. Please, Nick demanded, slapping her hands on the table. Narlis gave us the key, Jadron told her, gloating. Narlis? Nick echoed blankly.
Our Narlis at House Phel. We love Narlis, Eliana exclaimed, clapping her hands together.
Gabriel, clearly mystified, asked, "What does Narlis know about anything?" So Jadran and Salaya explained the conversation with GF and Daisy and what Narlis had told them. Before they'd finished, Cillian was exploring the book he held for some kind of Iblis enchantment. Alise bent her head toward his, quietly discussing the problem with him, while the others exclaimed and argued about whether Gabriel had followed his wizard's intuition or if it had been a coincidence. Or would any House Iblis member be triggered to give that reply upon seeing the key books? "I just knew it was wrong to leave her there under those circumstances," Gabriel insisted. "I didn't have any special sense or intuitive tickle."
"You know what?"
Nick said, cutting off Jadran's next point of debate.
"It doesn't matter. What I don't understand is why you didn't try taking off the Iblis lock or encryption or whatever it is before dragging us through this whole suspenseful ordeal."
"It wasn't a very long ordeal," Jadran replied sulkily, "and the suspense was fun." Before she could retort, he held up a hand. "Besides, it has to be a Phel wizard, obviously." He shook his head for her obtuseness, pointing at Gabriel, and Nick fumed silently at him. Everyone slid their books to Gabriel, who surveyed them in apparent shock. "I don't have Iblis magic."
"You don't need it," Nick told him, her magic still snapping. "It should feel like triggering any Iblis lock that's been preset. Just use water or moon magic."
"Probably both," Cillian advised. "It could be uniquely set for the Phel combination of both."
"Both,"
Nick agreed with a nod of thanks. Everyone held their breath while Gabriel focused his magic, a shimmering blend of moonlight on water, feeling as if it floated through the air of the contained room. Something magical clicked. Nick seized one of the metal books, her face lighting like a flame.
"I can read it."
Cillian quickly snagged a couple, passing one to Alise, and began to read. "Columns of words," he confirmed. "Translations of silk colours to numbers."
"I have wasp larvae to magical potential scores," Alise said with excitement.
"Peaches," Gabriel confirmed, "and correlations to familiar versus wizard starters."
"We've got it,"
Nick breathed. "And now the work begins," Cillian told them. "Time to make a master list and begin decoding the experimental data and results." They all groaned, and he laughed. This was the real fun. 23. Alise walked back to Cillian's apartment alone. She was wiped out, but he seemed to actually thrive on the work of decrypting Anciella's files, looking as bright-eyed as ever. Alise knew full well that there was no stopping Cillian once he was on the scent of solving a puzzle, so she hadn't bothered to try. They needed him to do it, and he wanted to do it, so she wouldn't get in the way. Also, his grandmother had sent a courier saying she'd completed her interviews of the Harahel archivists and wanted to speak with him privately about her findings before taking them to everyone else. Alise had no desire to confront Orla again, really, ever, after the manipulative wizard had engineered separating her from Cillian so effectively. Cillian had gently reminded her that she'd have to deal with his grandmother at some point, since their lives would be intertwined, which she knew, but she had elected for it to be after she'd gotten some sleep. So she was going to her own bed. A few of the others had protested that she shouldn't walk alone, but once she pointed out that one of the group's plans was to have her defeat Lord Elal in a duel, and that if they thought she could do that, then she could probably walk through Convocation Academy by herself. That, along with the fact that everyone else was tired and busy too, had put paid to that argument. Winning that point had been gratifying, a boost to the confidence in herself that had flagged so markedly under her father's debilitating hold. It was nice having a home of sorts to return to, a familiar place that wasn't her old dorm room. Although not technically graduated, she also no longer felt like a student with the certifications Nick had obtained from Provost Uriel. Nick had been so happy and proud to deliver them, happily discussing a real graduation celebration when they'd finished all of this. Alise had hugged her back, aware they both simply wanted to savour the moment of accomplishment and normal life joy, rather than contemplate what it would take for them to get through this. Especially since a large part of the plan rested on her defeating her father, only the most powerful wizard in the Convocation, and taking over House Elal. Sleeping in her narrow student's bed in the room she'd occupied since manifesting as a wizard would just feel like a step backwards. And Cillian's apartment had much more room, especially for the both of them. Provost Uriel had previously threatened to reassign Cillian's previous set of rooms at the academy and have his things put into storage, but she hadn't done so. Something that had made him happy, but not as happy as Alise had expected. "My life is with you now," he explained with a shrug, most of his mind consumed with the ongoing decryption. "Wherever you want that to be. I can always have my books and things shipped there." As a simple statement, especially as absent-minded as it had been, his words felt like a more profound declaration of love than anything else he'd said to her. With him beside her, she could maybe accomplish what everyone hoped she would. Funny to think back on when she'd first returned to Convocation Academy, when she'd been so consumed with obtaining the document she now carried in a long pocket of her cargo pants. She'd been running on fumes, barely sleeping, traversing these same dark and abandoned corridors in the wee hours of the night. The academy itself hadn't changed in those few months. As an ancient complex of buildings steeped in magic, both deliberately and via the ambient magic often flung exuberantly and fragrantly about by undisciplined young wizards, the place had the same sense of aliveness as any of the equally old high houses. Alise had never been to House Eladrel, but she'd listened to Jadrin and Salaya's tales and concluded that living in a fully sentient house wasn't for her. House Elal was crazy enough as it was, with all its added-on wings and hidden staircases, including the invisible tower containing the Elal Arcanium, without the structure having the ability to make changes on its own at whim. Those in charge of Convocation Academy had their own methods for handling the excess magic here, which included regular cleansing by House Zoman to bleed off the residual magic and diffuse anything that seemed to be becoming too animated. Thus, when the shadows in the high ceiling and from around the deeply set windows seemed to coalesce unnaturally and coil towards her, Alise immediately paused. This wasn't the Academy's magic, but something else entirely. She'd seen this before, and she hadn't been ready then. But a lot had changed in the interim. The one thing that could be said for those crushing weeks with her father, she'd learned a great deal and had levelled up her skills. So she didn't bother with summoning a spirit warrior, as she'd done the first time this happened. Instead, she coalesced a force field of spirits, a very handy trick that used the same methodology as for the barrier around Elal. When the shadows parted and Courtney Ariel stepped out, accompanied by her gloriously terrifying tiger, Alise simply encircled them with the shield. Wizard Courtney, chestnut hair cut so it fringed around her face and just brushed her shoulders, also wore a snake that seemed to be an emerald green necklace until it lifted its head and flicked its forked tongue. A falcon perched on the wizard's shoulder, on the opposite side from the snake. Wearing her usual smug smile, Courtney advanced on Alise, ran into the wall, and goggled. It was truly satisfying to watch the wizard's smirk vanish into a sequence of shock, consternation, and outright irritation, if not anger. "Hello again, Wizard Courtney," Alise said, making sure her weariness sounded like boredom. "Do you have a message for me this time, or will this be a tedious repetition of our previous conversation?" Courtney frowned, her dislike of Alise very clear.
Teen Wizard has learned a few new tricks, I see.
Alise nearly said that apparently Courtney hadn't learned anything since their last encounter, but swallowed the words. She wanted out of this conversation quickly, not to waste time bickering.
How about you spit out whatever you've come to say, and don't— she held up a hand to stop Courtney's undoubtedly snide reply— waste your breath carping about my manners. What do you want?
Courtney huffed.
I don't know why I bother, as you clearly ignored my previous warning. I imagine you bother because whoever sent you requires it, Alise replied dryly. We both know you're merely a minion. Which warning are you wanting to reiterate? I warned you to beware House Harahel, Courtney pointed out imperiously, and yet you have been wary. As I told you then, House Harnahel's conniving isn't a secret.
Courtney looked disgusted.
And yet you're blind to what's going on right in front of you.
That put Alise on alert. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she began to regret having been impatient with Courtney.
And what is that? She asked as politely as she could.
The aerial wizard smiled.
Aha! I thought that might get your attention, Miss High and Snotty. I will tell you, in exchange for an answer to my question.
Alise suspected she knew what it would be.
That would depend on the question. We know it's you who severed the bonds between those familiars and their rightful wizards,
Courtney declared with more venom than her snake possessed. Alise mastered her astonishment, successfully concealing it. Really, she shouldn't be surprised at all, as Courtney had asked very pointed questions about the severings of Maman's and Larin's bonds during her previous visitation. Too many people knew it had been Alise's doing for that to stay a secret. Even if those people would all loyally protect that information, and her, the coincidences were too great. Anyone who looked closely at what Alise had been doing, then and now, could do the math and come up with the correct conclusion. Courtney had said on her previous visit that House Ariel suspected Alise of being hip-deep in those events. Clearly, they'd settled on their verdict. The question of the moment, then, was whether to admit it. Now that Alise thought about it, all of her previous reasons to keep her ability secret no longer mattered. She'd been worried that the power could potentially disrupt Convocation Society and cause the High Houses to attack her, but what they were doing with Alise Elal's data would do that to a far greater degree. And on a practical standpoint, Alise could defend herself. In fact, her ability was a weapon that other wizards should and would fear. Not that she'd use it that way, but they didn't need to know that. Most important, she was finally at peace with herself on the subject. She accepted that she possessed this ability and that she would use wisdom in employing it. If she was ever uncertain, Cillian would be there to advise her, and that calmed something in her, deep inside. She could always count on him, and she could own up to having this ability and how she'd used it in the past.
Was there a question in that statement?
Alise inquired coolly. Courtney coloured.
So, you admit it?
Yes. She left it at that simple answer, rather enjoying the spectacle of Courtney sputtering.
You monster! Courtney finally hissed. How dare you violate the sacred bond between wizard and familiar?
Oh, come on, Alise replied with a shrug. It's hardly sacred. It's convenient and serves the egos and hungers of Convocation wizards. Courtney practically foamed at the mouth, the emerald snake around her throat hissing angrily, and the falcon mantling, while the tiger growled with bone-melting menace. Last time, Alise hadn't been sure which of three animals was the wizard's familiar in alternate form, and which was simply normal animals under Courtney's control. A wizard couldn't access their familiar's magic while the familiar was in alternate form, but touch was necessary to convert them back to human, and the process didn't take long. So Alise laid her bets on the snake or the falcon, and probably the snake. Again, not that it mattered. Even if Courtney took it in her head to send her animals to attack Alise, she wouldn't be able to penetrate the barrier. Besides which, Alise suspected the errant wizard didn't have that kind of latitude to act.
"How do you do it?"
Courtney asked, regaining some of her composure as the same sequence of thoughts clearly occurred to her also. Alise shrugged, making it extra insouciant. "How does the bond work anyway? I undo it." Courtney studied her.
"You haven't graduated from the academy yet, which means you have not been taught the enchantment that binds a wizard to their familiar. You don't know how it works."
She stroked the tiger's head with affection, making Alise wonder anew how much the spell invoking the wizard-familiar bond was built on the same magic that the aerial wizards used to bind their animal companions. If so, that would explain House Ariel's intense interest in the subject. That would be a handy way to defeat an aerial wizard, by loosing their animal guardians and depriving them of both shield and weapon. It's my understanding that the exact mechanism of the enchantment isn't well understood, or understood at all, even by those who've been taught. In truth, Alise had gotten the impression that graduating wizards were embedded with the method somewhat subconsciously, like his psychic suggestion, interestingly enough, as that pointed right back to House Harahel. Certainly, they were all bound with a geas that prevented them from speaking anything about how it worked, which absolutely smelled of Harahel shenanigans. Why keep it secret? Seemed like the answer to that question was always, in order to maintain power. Courtney didn't exactly smile, but her lips twitched.
"Most people don't need to know how. They simply deploy the enchantment as their right as a wizard certified by the Convocation."
It occurred to Alise that the mystery of this mechanism, too, might be covered in Anciela's notes. If so, Cillian would find it. "We all have our secrets," she acknowledged with a serene smile. "I intend to keep mine also."
"We'll be taking this to the Convocation Council," Courtney declared. "You will be tried and condemned for this heinous breach of protocol."
"I look forward to that debate," Alise replied, meaning it. "It should intersect nicely with another issue we plan to bring before the council." Courtney stilled.
"What other issue?"
"Ah," Alise wagged a finger at the aerial wizard. "We agreed that you would explain your enigmatic statement about not seeing what's in front of me. To get another answer from me, we need a new bargain, and I'm still waiting on you to uphold your end of the first one." Wizard Courtney paused, her annoyance fading into smug pleasure that returned the chill to Alise's spine. Whatever made the aerial wizard so happy boded ill for Alise.
"The influence of House Harahel is felt not only in the presence of their wizards, but in the people who've been contaminated by Harahel magic," Courtney informed her.
"Are you talking about me?" Alise asked. She'd rid herself of everything Gordon had tried to plant in her mind. She was sure of it. Well, mostly sure. As sure as one could be of the sanity and inner workings of one's own mind. Courtney laughed.
"You're so naive, so young. It's kind of adorable. No, I would look to someone you trusted without thinking. Who would be so highly placed that they could control access to the Convocation archives? Lady Alise Harahel, who was meeting with Cillian even now." Without another thought, Alise spun and ran to Cillian. 24. Cillian hated to break away from the work. He was making actual progress. After all this time of beating his head against the wall of Anciela's multiply encoded legacy, the progress felt like finally being able to breathe. The keys had all been translated, and the ciphers were working to decrypt the mountains of data and results. It turned out the pamphlets on peach production that had seemed so off to Gabriel were the summaries of Anciela's final findings.
Since those were the critical pieces of information to take to the council, the others who would be handling the politics had been concentrating there. It was still a lot to work through, complicated by the fact that only one, perhaps two, people could work on any single document at a time. Cillian himself had been rather imperiously assigned by Jadran to work on the pamphlets that appeared to delineate Ancilla's methods. To be fair, Jadran knew more than any of them about scientific method and the experimental process, even if it had been from the lens of being the subject of those experiments. Apparently, Katika Eladril, whether oblivious to Jadran's pain or sadistically enjoying it, had shared a great deal of her thoughts with him, even inviting his input from time to time. The thought made Cillian feel ill, and Jadran had certainly taken on a greenish tinge while discussing it. But he'd also pointed out, in no uncertain terms, that what they most needed to be accurately decrypted and recorded was the how of turning familiars into wizards. Regardless of all else, they needed that information so Asher and the others could begin testing. Everyone agreed that person had to be Cillian, which only intensified his desire to keep working through the night. It was an uncomfortable feeling, having everyone waiting on him, poised to act and implicitly trusting the information he gave them. He fretted that there might be critical pieces in the document still at House Harahel that hadn't gotten copied, but nothing to be done about it right at that moment, except perhaps appeal to his grandmother to transport the files in their entirety to Convocation Center, preferably as fast as possible. So he'd agreed to her request for a private meeting, all the others taking the opportunity to grab some sleep. Their accuracy would be improved by proper rest. Alise had given him the hairy eyeball and said that applied to him too, and he'd agreed to come to bed as soon as he spoke with his grandmother. Gabriel had sided with Cillian, though somewhat reluctantly, agreeing that Lady Harahel would be far more likely to tell her grandson about who'd been the newest archivist to contribute to the folded archive than to tell Lord and Lady Phel. He'd suspected Orla hadn't been transparent when he briefly sat in on interviews, so he'd left Bertie to assist, hoping Lord Emeritus Harahel would play them fair. Cillian had assured Gabriel, and the rest, that his grandmother was cagey and paranoid by nature and nurture. She habitually kept house secrets, regardless of their import to anyone else, but she wasn't malicious. She would be on the side of right with the rest of them. Still, he put away the moon-silver keybooks and covered up any information that could be observed with a casual glance. It made sense to meet with Lady Harahel in the shielded room, but that didn't mean he was ready to expose the fruits of their hard labour yet. He opened the door at her knock, admitting his grandmother. Statuesque and imposing, Orla Harahel gave the room a good, long, sweeping look, making Cillian glad he'd said anything pertinent out of sight. "I didn't give you permission to leave House Harahel," she informed him, before saying anything else. "You weren't there to ask," he replied mildly. "Lady Harahel," she corrected, after a long moment. Oh, so that was to be the way of it. "You wish to speak with me, Lady Harahel?" he asked, gesturing to a table with 2 chairs set away from the main work area. She glanced, rather longingly, Cillian thought, at the table of stacked documents, but followed his lead to the chairs. Settling herself into one, she crossed her legs and gave him a piercing look. "So," she said, whirling her fingers in the air in a come-along motion, "give me your report." "I was under the impression that you were going to tell me what you found from the interviews," he countered, feeling uneasy for no good reason. She huffed impatiently. "What I have or have not discovered falls under my private aegis as Lady Harahel. You are not privy to house business unless and until you agree to be my heir, which will require you to take certain vows of discretion." Increasingly, Cillian worried about what his grandmother, and more importantly, in her role as the head of his house, was getting at with this interview. It seemed very odd. "And House Phel? What about your responsibility to them to report what you've discovered regarding the systematic removal and concealment of the archives relating to their house?
She waved that off. That's the responsibility of Convocation Archives. They employ Harahel wizards, and thus they, and you, as you should recall, become the responsibility of Convocation Center. He paused a moment, feeling as if he'd stepped into a maze of twisted reasoning.
Wait, which am I? Your minion or an employee of the Convocation?
Your status is quite unclear at the moment, isn't it, Cillian?
She pierced him with sharp black eyes that were all high house wizard.
You have not obeyed me as a minion of my house, nor are you actually employed by Convocation Academy any longer. You seem to be more of a hanger-on to a dangerous crowd, especially that Elal girl. You are young, but you should know by now that the world is not kind to a houseless wizard.
Cillian rather suspected that Tandia Uriel, if pressed, would claim him as an employee, rather than allow him to be considered adrift and houseless. For that matter, he was certain Nick and Gabriel would immediately take him on if his legal status was called into question. House Phel had already gained a reputation for taking in the iconoclasts and outcasts. It rather amused him, the staid, quiet librarian, to qualify for those ranks. But his grandmother wasn't going to press that matter, he felt sure. This was about Alise, and about something else even more fraught. He played along. I don't mean to get myself into trouble like this, he said humbly, averting his gaze as if ashamed, but watching her in his peripheral vision. I don't quite know how I get drawn in, but then I am, and I don't see a way out. She smiled in satisfaction, as she wouldn't have, he thought, had she known he was watching for it.
You've always been vulnerable to these beautiful wizard girls in apparent distress, she said soothingly, sliding back into the nurturing grandmother he'd known all his life. First Seraphina, now Alise. But these girls are not in the least helpless. They're using you, twisting you around and getting you to humiliate yourself by serving their whims like you're their familiar.
He had to bite back the retort that there was nothing wrong with being a strong partner to a wizard, nor anything humiliating about being a familiar. As much as House Harahel disdained the use of familiars, though he suspected that moral position would change if Harahel wizards truly needed the extra punch of magic, his grandmother would likely be ashamed of him offering to effectively be Alise's familiar, to share his magic with her whenever she needed. Never mind that Alise had unstintingly given her magic to him when he needed it most. Lady Harahel wouldn't see it that way. In her eyes, Alise was ever and always an Elal predator. But that wasn't the only thing going on here. He worried that this conversation had the stink of Hanil manipulation, and he'd been the one to let it in the room. He regretted, now, the privacy that prevented him from accessing help. I don't know what you want from me, he said miserably, which was a lie. Her next words proved it. I'll help you, boy. She clasped his shoulder with a firm grip. I can help you understand your findings. Let's go through the data and I'll counsel you on what to do next. I know that Elal girl has her claws deep into you, but you don't need to be her puppet any longer. I helped to extract you from Seraphina's clutches. I'll help you get out of this. You can trust me. She gave him one more squeeze, then pushed to her feet and strode to the work table. Cillian fancied he could see the greed in the lines of her posture, which seemed unlikely, though her library magic reached out with palpable avidity. What was certain was that he could not trust her, but he also wasn't sure how to stop her, other than bodily throwing himself across the documents she'd eagerly begun sifting through. The door burst open, and Alise entered, seeming much larger than her usual diminutive self. A spirit boundary swirled around her, and her wizard black eyes practically sparkled with her powerful magic.
She might not have direct access to the Elal Arcanium at the moment, but that tutelage with her father had changed her and somehow expanded her ability to absorb and retain magic. Han and Ileana had given to her generously, and Nick and Celaya had offered, but Alise also seemed to have increased her native ability to generate magic. He had no idea how she'd known to come and save him, but he sagged in relief that she had. "Alise," he began, wondering how to explain without tipping off his grandmother, or the wizard controlling his grandmother's mind. She flicked him a glance and returned her attention to Lady Harahel, who'd whirled to face Alise, keeping her body blocking the precious documents. "It's all right, Cillian," Alise said, slowly advancing after ensuring the room had resealed. "I know." Of course she did. "Let her go," Alise advised calmly, speaking to and through Orla. "You are found out. Lady Harahel won't be allowed to see anything of import, nor will she be trusted again until she's been cleansed of your influence and her mind healed." His grandmother drew herself up, fully the regal head of an ancient high house. "I still outrank you, Alise Elal, and I will not abide your corrupting influence on my grandson and heir. You do not give me orders." "Second warning," Alise said softly, her magic intensifying, heady as red wine, lethal as the thorns of the full-blooming roses scenting the air. Another element wove through her magic, something he'd only glimpsed in her a few times just recently. The deep-rooted vines of the dark arts, steeped in earth and fed with underground rivers, reaching for the sky and sunlight. "We'll find out who you are regardless, but you let this wizard go, or you will regret the opportunity to flee that I've so generously offered." Orla's mouth opened, widened, and emitted a hiss. When her voice followed, the tenor of it had changed unmistakably, an eerily different personality channeling through the same vocal cords. "You cannot defeat us. We are everywhere, and we have power you cannot imagine, baby wizard. The final conflict is coming, and we will win. See what generosity means to us when you and every wizard in the Convocation is mentally enslaved to us." "Great speech," Alise commented dryly, "and we'll just see who will triumph. In the meantime, this wizard is no longer yours." The thick vine of dark arts magic snaked out, and Orla briefly seized in a convulsion. Cillian darted to catch his grandmother before she fell, the spasm dissolving as she fainted. Alise joined him on the floor, kneeling beside the unconscious wizard, the dark arts magic diffusing into a wide array, the sunshine of it heating, balanced by the other elements. "I can do something to help her now," Alise said, "but we'll need Jonathan Raphael to heal her mind. By the feel of this, those evil Hanil psychopaths got to her quite a long time ago, so the compulsions are deeply embedded." "I didn't know you could do this," he marvelled, watching her work with his wizard senses. "I mean," he amended when she glanced up in surprise. "I knew Professor Raphael had taught you the dark arts as a defence against further Hanil attacks, but I didn't know you could do this." He waved a hand at the prone form of Lady Harahel, looking oddly collapsed and fragile, a far cry from her usual proud and vital self. He felt a twinge of dread, as if something in his world that he thought immutable had suddenly shattered. "I've been practicing," Alise admitted, colouring a little. "I like the rituals of the dark arts. I find them soothing, like they balance me out. They make a good contrast to I don't know how to describe it, the abstract nature of working with spirit magic." "That makes sense," he told her sincerely. "Maybe I could learn that too." "You could," she replied with enthusiasm and a pleased smile. "I could teach you the basics, though I'm just an amateur." Orla released a sigh and seemed to subside into a natural sleep. "There,
Alise said. She's free of them. Better summon healer Jonathan.
Cillian got up to do that, hesitated, looking at the precious data. Dare we let him come in? Alise tipped her head a little, giving him a sardonic look.
Well, we could drag her into the hallway.
Right, good point. He unsealed the door and summoned one of the inter-office rat-seal couriers floating around the academy for staff and faculty to use. It still responded to him, confirming he hadn't ever been officially fired, which was nice to know. He stood by the door as a kind of guard in case anyone happened by. Unlikely in the dead hours of the morning, but how many others? He asked Alise bleakly, watching the still waxy face of his grandmother. Alise stood and came to him, putting her arms around him and leaning her face against his chest. He held her close, breathing in her scent, physical and magical, roses and the silky sweetness of her hair. He felt stronger with her in his arms, though it made no sense. Maybe it didn't need to make sense. He just needed her, and that was the beginning and end of it.
We won't know until we look,
Alise murmured against him, answering the question he'd almost forgotten he asked.
And it might take deep scanning via the dark arts to discover everyone who might be carrying the influence of some Harahel compulsions.
She tipped her head back to look at him.
You couldn't have known, Cillian.
Do you think? He hated to consider this. Is it likely that she separated us because of that compulsion?
Alise smiled ruefully and lifted a hand to run her fingers through his curls.
He leaned into the caress.
I think it's very likely. But it wasn't her fault. That's the good news. She wasn't doing those things for any reason other than because Harahel was pulling her strings.
He kissed her, savouring the sweet yielding of her mouth, the softness of her perfectly bowed lips. Thank you for helping her anyway.
Of course.
Alise shook her head a little.
I, of all people, know what it's like not to be in control of your own mind.
He shuddered, feeling the truth of that. The short time he'd spent under Gordon's absolute mental control had been a grueling, gutting experience he'd never forget. Alise had resumed her favourite embrace, leaning her cheek against his chest, so he brushed a kiss over her sleek hair. He knew. Worse, he worried that before this was done, more people would experience that nightmare. If Lady Harahel had been compromised a long time before today, then a terrible thought occurred to him. Shit! When Alise looked up in alarm, he shook his head at his idiocy. The Phel archives at House Harahel. My grandmother set up the seals to protect them. If Harahel was manipulating her even then they could have gone and taken everything by now, Alise finished grimly. That just means we have to work faster on the decoding. And on testing the methods, he agreed.
We need to take proof to the council to convince everyone to stand against House Harahel, or we'll find they've already won and control us all.
They couldn't let it happen.
25. Things moved faster than Sally had imagined they could. Granted, she was no scholar or scientist, but it still amazed her at the way her companions could decipher the documents and so rapidly reconstruct years of Anciella's experiments. Jadron, in particular, displayed a gift for understanding the methods and results Anciella had so carefully preserved for them. Oh, she'd always known Jadron concealed a brilliant mind under that fuckboy attitude, but he'd clearly inherited more of his mother's scientific genius than perhaps even he'd realised. Sally didn't say anything about that, of course, unwilling to invoke the sadistic spirit of Kataka Eladrel for either of them. Besides, the thought had no doubt occurred to Jadron, and he'd valiantly set it aside, focusing his considerable attention on solving the problem at hand.
Watching him work so intently, Sally marvelled at how sexy she found him. Asher had arrived, and discovering that healer Jonathan Raphael had necessarily been admitted to the inner circle of secrecy regarding the project after the incident with Lady Harahel, had immediately recruited his fellow Raphael wizard to assist him and Jadron with recreating the lab equipment and other necessary tools to begin the trials of the Diana method. They decided to call it that for Anciella's beloved familiar who didn't live to benefit from it. The three of them were inspiring to watch, all such handsome men and so clever, so committed to making this technique work. She could watch them all day. And Sally kind of regretted that she didn't have a brain that would make her a useful contributor, but even before she'd gone crazy from magic poisoning, she hadn't loved that kind of thing. She liked nature and growing things and being out in the bogs and marshes, in tune with the other wildlife. Part of her would always be that wild girl Jadron still liked to call her from time to time. She really loved taking her alternate form and giving herself over to the marsh cat, which was a major reason this decision had been so difficult for her. But she wasn't one of the brainy scientists, nor was she a powerful wizard like Alise and Gabriel, nor was she critically needed for the ongoing deciphering like Cillian, nor was she the mother of an infant like Nick. They needed someone to volunteer to be the first test subject, and she was the best choice. She was very clear on that decision. The only real obstacle was that Jadron wouldn't like it. Not one bit. "Are you insane?" Jadron demanded, nearly levitating from his chair at the table in the lab workspace where they'd all gathered for the strategy meeting. "I've been tapping your magic regularly, so I know you can't be reverting to crazy girl status, but you're clearly out of your mind, Celia." "It has to be me," she replied simply, gazing around at the circle of surprised, sympathetic, and rueful faces. Of them all, Nick seemed to be the least surprised and most sympathetic. Sally didn't doubt that Nick had been wrestling the same internal debate. "We need a familiar for the first test subject, someone in our inner circle. I'm volunteering." "It could be me," Ileana put in. "Or me," Hans said. "We fit that exact same criteria." "With the additional perk that neither of us is important," Ileana added earnestly. "You're Lady Eladrel." "That's right," Jadron agreed, jumping on that option. "Let Han or Ileana be test subjects. I'd be fine with that." "Jadron?" She gave him a meaningful frown.
"What?"
he demanded, pale skin flushing with flags of colour on his cheekbones. He thrust a hand at the young couple.
"They're risk-takers. They don't have anything to live for but each other. They're the perfect volunteers."
"Jadron!" Sally gasped, appalled by his callousness.
"Oh, let Nick do it," he continued,
not at all chastened.
"She wants to be a wizard so badly."
"No," Gabriel said with quiet authority, backed by the mantling silver and water magic in the air, a rumble of thunder outside. Nick laid a hand on his forearm. "It has to be me for two other reasons," Sally told Jadron.
"Oh, I can't wait to hear those," he snarled at her.
"Then sit down, be rational, and I'll explain," she replied with extreme calm, very glad she'd practiced this in the mirror. Jadron looked about as if surprised to find himself standing. Cillian reached up and patted Jadron's shoulder. "Sit and listen," he advised. Somehow Cillian got through, and Jadron sat looking bewildered.
"Why?"
he asked Celia, almost plaintively. She'd known this would hurt him, but she also knew with profound certainty that this was the way it had to go. "First of all, Han and Ileana, while absolutely and solidly members of House Phel, they are not of the Phel bloodline. I am. We don't know how much of our current coincidence of events are a product of those started decades or centuries ago,
but it seems clear that Gabriel and I were born as a result of a deliberate effort to rejuvenate House Phel and the Phel family.
Gabriel's black gaze met hers somberly, the dark streak in his silver hair startling. He'd been through a great deal to re-establish their house. Now it was her turn. He dipped his chin in acknowledgement, and she smiled back gratefully.
All my life I've been the problem child, she continued, transferring her gaze to Jadran and willing him to listen. The wild girl, the crazy one who had to be tied up for her own safety. I have to believe that I am more than that troubled girl, and that I am more than your familiar and lover and lady, Jadran. I love being those things, but I don't want the history books to have me as some kind of footnote saying, oh, and Cillian Harahel was there too. Finally, she said forcefully as Jadran opened his mouth to argue, I believe I'm meant to do this. House Elal told me.
That stopped whatever he'd been about to say.
The house told you, he echoed with dripping sarcasm. And was that conversation? Do tell. That day in the courtyard she made for us, Sally answered, giving him a moment to assimilate that. The peaches on the espaliered trees meant that message was for me too. You don't know. I do know, Jadran, she interrupted. And you do too, if you'll get over your fear for me and just give it a moment's thought. The other way I know is at the sculpture in the centre, remember? That was Alise Elal, and that gaze hound was her familiar.
She let the shock that whitened Jadran's face settle in, nodding for Cillian to slide the document he'd decoded to Jadran, more than grateful that Cillian had recognised its importance and shared it with her. Numbly, Jadran picked it up and gazed at it with unseeing eyes.
Alise Elal's familiar was a woman named Diana Phel, whose alternate form was a gaze hound,
Sally explained for the benefit of the group.
They were lovers and beloved to one another. Cillian found the story in one of the peach harvest pamphlets, one of the odd ones that mentioned the seasons in strange ways, she added to Gabriel, who nodded thoughtfully. Alise Elal wrote it in a different way from all her other notes. It's more of a story, even a love letter. I think she wanted us, whoever eventually decoded her work, to understand why she sacrificed so much to this project. She devoted her life to finding a way to help Diana become a wizard also. So romantic, Ileana breathed, then elbowed Han in a most unromantic way. And I was right. Remember how I predicted this?
I remember, Han replied with warm affection.
Sally met and held Jadran's bleak gaze.
He understood now. He didn't like it, but he wouldn't fight her.
The house was telling me, she said softly. She was letting me know that I'm like Diana. I'm the gaze hound, beloved by her wizard. I'm the espaliered peach tree, distorted into an unnatural form for most of my life. It's time for me to play my part in this.
It seemed that everyone around the table held their breath. Nick cocked her head to the side slightly and smiled at Sally. Beautiful, full-figured Nick, who'd told Sally the story of the princess locked in the tower. Sally's first friend, and now sister. Nick understood.
It's funny, Nick commented, stroking Gabriel's forearm, how we always reference the saga of Silas and Lindella as the great wizard familiar tragic romance. But the story of Alise Elal and Diana is truly about love and sacrifice in its purest form. Maybe Cillian will write the novel someday, Alise commented, a new story to guide a new convocation.
Sally smiled at her.
I like that idea. You won't be writing anything if his experiment kills you, Jadran said,
his voice grating harshly.
"It won't kill me," she answered him softly. "At worst, it won't work. If I'm harmed, you can put me back together."
"You're asking a lot," Jadron replied, so coldly that her stomach clenched.
"I'm giving a lot," she corrected. "And this is mine to give. It's necessary. You've been over the methods. You know we need to test this on a person. There's no intermediary step. I want to do this, Jadron, and I want your blessing. I want you beside me and ready to be the first person to congratulate me on becoming a wizard."
He held her gaze for one long, excruciating moment, and a deep, insecure part of her wondered if he didn't want her to be a wizard, if he feared her becoming equal in magical ability with him. Certainly, it would change their relationship, potentially disrupt the wizard-familiar bond. She was asking a lot of him, and Jadron was so deeply scarred that this might be more than he could give. He too was like the espaliered trees the house had shown them, twisted out of a normal, healthy existence. Sally was well aware that she had been the saving of Jadron, even though he never said so. She knew he feared she could be the destruction of him. Finally, he nodded. "I'll run the treatment myself, crazy girl." And by that, she knew he loved her and always would. While the treatment team prepared the supplies they needed, Sally wanted to take one last stroll as the marsh cat, just in case that alternate form would be forever lost to her. Jadron had to go with her, of course, and they walked together out of the Convocation Academy buildings, through the warm spring afternoon, to a deeper copse of trees bordering the park-like grounds. They passed groups of students, some talking and laughing, others silently studying texts. Jadron swung their joined hands. "Do you ever think what it would have been like to attend Convocation Academy?"
"Sometimes," she admitted, "but I'm not sure I'd have been happy here. Even without the magic toxicity and the crazy, I really loved running wild in Mericin. I don't think I would have liked being cooped up in classrooms and dorms."
He smiled wistfully. "That sounds very you."
"What about you?" She swept a hand at the stately campus. "Can you see yourself here as Jadron Eladrel, student wizard and haughty scion of a powerful high house?"
He snorted in derision. "I have been such an asshole. Yes, I can see it. I used to think that if I obeyed my mother, complied with her demands, and assisted willingly with her experiments, that she'd eventually let me come here. She used to dangle that as a reward, you know?" Sally hadn't known, but she wasn't surprised. "Of course, that was before I knew she'd concealed my very existence outside the house," he continued in that breezy tone that meant he concealed pain. "I think it all worked out for the best for both of us. We learned our own lessons the way we needed to."
She nodded. "True."
And that shared experience, or non-experience, had been one of the factors that bound them together. She didn't say so, but that was her other reason that she didn't care that she hadn't attended Convocation Academy. She regretted nothing about the path that had brought her to Jadron. It pained her that she was causing him so much distress with this decision. He was carefully concealing it under his usual insouciance, but she knew him well. They stopped in a clearing, well out of sight. Not that Academy students weren't familiar with familiars taking alternate form, but this moment felt private to her. Possibly the last time she would feel Jadron's well-oiled magic clicking inside to open the door for her to become the cat. Very likely their last moments alone together, if things didn't go well. Despite her confidence, Sally understood the risks. She faced Jadron, searching for words.
"Jadron,
He laid a finger over her lips, stopping her. "I love you too," he said. "It's all right, crazy girl. I know you need to do this." He sighed. "And I think you're right about the house's message. I just have to trust in that, and in you, and, you know." She smiled with sad affection. "Trust isn't easy for you." "No, but I'm working on it." He cupped her cheek. "I have the best teacher." Her eyes filled with tears at the emotion. Jadran was so rarely sentimental. "I'll miss your lovely amber eyes if you become a wizard," he whispered. "But I want this for you, for us, with all my heart." "Thank you," she said, just as quietly. "Now, go for your romp, kitty cat." Brushing a kiss over her lips, all the sweeter for its whisper-thin contact, he wound his clicking magic into her, and her body changed. She became the big black cat. Hopefully not for the very last time. 26. Gabriel watched Nick pace around the rooms they'd been given at Convocation Academy, reflecting on how often he did exactly this since first meeting her. It had become almost a form of personal meditation, watching the graceful sway of her full hips, the enticing swell of her breasts, the way her black curls bounced and caught the gleam of light. Her magic swirled with her, heady, fragrant, and intoxicating. "What is taking so long?" Nick demanded, not of him, but of no one in particular. "This wait is excruciating." "They're being meticulous," Gabriel answered her, not for the first time, and suppressing a yawn. It was past midnight. The equipment for the transformation had taken longer than expected to set up and calibrate, but Jadran had refused to be rushed, and no one blamed him, with Celaya as the first test subject. Gabriel had been impressed that Jadran was even holding himself together. Just because everyone is aware of the risks Celaya is taking, and because she truly is the best choice for the first volunteer, doesn't mean they're not going to take every precaution. You've seen how exacting Jadran can be about experimental procedure. She snorted without pausing in her rhythmic pacing. Who knew Lord Sarcasm had a serious side like that? On her turn, she pointed at him. "And how are you not eaten up with worry? She's your only sibling." Oh, he worried, all right. He'd been taking the opportunity to concentrate on controlling his magic, not letting his turbulent emotions manifest in rain or silver. Trying not to think about the worst outcomes. Mostly, he kept replaying the possible scenarios where he'd have to explain to his parents what had happened to Celaya and why. Daisy and GF would have been happier if magic hadn't returned to the Phel family, particularly to their children. Their lives had been jerked out of a familiar pattern and turned around and upside down, not just by his manifestation as a wizard, but by all that had happened since. Raising the manse, populating it, the battles, physical and political. It had all been a lot. And the one saving grace of all the chaos he had brought upon them with his single-minded pursuit of re-establishing House Phel was that Celaya had been recovered from madness and restored to them as a happy, healthy person. Losing her again would inflict a wound that might never fully heal. Images of Celaya as a toddler and a little girl flooded his mind. He'd been relieved that Nick hadn't been the first volunteer, but he hated that it was his sister. "Hey." Nick stood in front of his chair, finally, still for a moment, her emerald eyes filled with regret and compassion. "I apologize. That was a terrible thing to say." He took her hand, gazing up at her lovely, beloved face. "No, it wasn't, love. I am worried. More than I can say." He released a pent-up breath, feeling his tight ribs creak with it. Deliberately, he inhaled deeply and let it out again. It really did help. "I'm just trying to keep calm, for you and for everyone, and to avoid wasting magic we might need.
You think my father's going to show up?
He patted his knee, grateful when she sat, a sensual warmth. How can he not? Gabriel asked, almost philosophically. He won't be able to let this go without a fight. Even if he isn't already in Convocation Center or on his way here, he'll receive a notification when we convene the council.
And he won't hesitate to use might and magic to crush our chances,
Nick agreed glumly, laying her head on his shoulder. Yes. Our only chance with getting cooperation from House Elal is if Alise becomes Lady Elal, he said, putting the ball fact out there, which means either her killing him or someone else doing the job.
Someone like him.
Not that he wouldn't enjoy removing the evil scourge of Piers Elal from the world, but he'd stopped short of killing the wizard once before for Nick's sake. He wasn't sure that the same conditions applied, and he couldn't afford for the love of his life to look at him and only see her father's murderer.
No, it has to be Alise, Nick murmured, then lifted her head. Not because I would hold it against you if you did kill him. I regret that I asked you not to before, as that would have saved us so much pain and grief, but because of convocation etiquette.
He groaned and thumped his head against the back of the armchair. Not convocation etiquette. Please spare me that. As he'd hoped, she laughed, poking him in the chest with a pointed nail.
It's relevant and important, she insisted. If someone not of House Elal, not a potential heir, killed my father, it would be viewed as a political assassination, and there would be an investigation. They wouldn't simply declare Alise Lady Elal. There would be a considerable waiting period, and meanwhile, House Elal would be considered an abstention from any votes.
Gabriel took in her earnest explanation, trying to process it. That's absurd. You're telling me that Alise can assassinate her own father and assume the mantle of leading House Elal, but not if her father dies by someone else's hand?
Nick shrugged. Someone outside of House Elal, she corrected. That's considered internal house business. Outside of the house, that's falling into the realm of war and internecine violence. The Convocation, despite its many failings, is invested in preserving peace and
the status quo, he grumbled.
That too. One could argue that the history of the Convocation is the history of preventing more wars between high houses.
He didn't doubt it. Nick, he said, deciding to give voice to the conversation they hadn't had. I want you to try Anciela's method, whether it works with Celaya or not. If it doesn't work with Celaya...
He cleared his throat, firmly focusing his mind on that outcome being because the technique was simply ineffective, not because anything had gone wrong.
I encourage you to be the next volunteer. I know you want to be.
She gazed at him for a very long time. Why should I be next? Han and Ileana volunteered. There's Bria to think of, and
this is your destiny. He spoke over her. You were always meant to be a wizard, planned your whole life for it.
Her deep green eyes filled with tears. I didn't plan on you or Bria, and those things turned out pretty well.
You can still have us, he told her gently. As for why you're immensely powerful, talented, and incredibly well-trained. Everyone comments on what a stellar student you were, how exacting in learning everything you could. You're a whisper away from being a wizard, so if anyone can make the transition, I think it's you. Most important, I think you need to do this, and I fully support that.
Thank you, she whispered and kissed him. I'll think about it. They sat in harmonious quiet a moment.
What do you think it will do, he asked her soberly, if everyone can become a wizard?
Not just familiars, but possibly even mundanes, she asked in return.
I've considered that too. We don't know, do we? We're setting a bonfire to the current system, and we don't know what will emerge from the ashes until we see it. We might not even live to see the final form. It could be that we're looking at years or decades of tumult and change. But I can tell you this, Gabriel, my only love. You and I will be there in the heart of it, trying to make the best possible world for everyone. She kissed him, her love twining down the bond between them. I learned that from you, my determined idealist. Together, you and I can move mountains, he agreed, kissing her back warmly. We raised an entire mansion from the swamps. She laughed. It was more properly a marsh. Yes. He kissed her more deeply, considering another way to distract her from the weight. I stand corrected, Lady Phel. The door flew open, and Alise quickly averted her eyes. Sorry, I was excited. She paused dramatically, wizard black eyes shining with excitement. It worked! Gabriel felt the relief sheet through his body like expelling water from a flask. It had worked. 27. Alise felt a twinge of guilt at catching Nick and Gabriel practically in the act. She really should have knocked or had a peek with a spirits by, but she'd been bursting with the news. Cillian is all right? Gabriel asked, as the pair of them sprang to their feet. Alise bounced in place, unable to contain herself, clasping her hands together. She is more than all right. She feels great, and she's a wizard now. She actually wielded magic, Nick marvelled, as they nearly ran through the hallways to the shielded workroom. I almost can't believe it. Cillian made it rain, Alise crowed with delight. She grinned at Gabriel, delighted by his answering grin. Just like Big Brother's first magic trick. They reached the corridor nexus where Alise needed to turn. You go on ahead. I have to go tell Cillian. He's still deciphering documents in another shielded space. He didn't want to stop until he translated all of the conclusions for the council. Han and Ileana are with him, helping, and will want to know too. Nick touched Alise on the shoulder. You told us first. Yes. Alise looked from Nick to Gabriel. We all agreed you two needed to know first. She bounced on the balls of her feet again, unable to contain herself. I can't wait to tell the others. We'll be there soon. Alise turned down the corridor to Cillian's new workspace, practically floating on sheer glee. She couldn't wait to see Han and Ileana's faces. At last, they could become truly free. They could become wizards in their own right, be together, and choose their own path. No more looking over their shoulders in fear of being bound to a wizard, essentially enslaved, and parted forever. Or worse, used against each other. And back at House Phel, Quinn would at last be able to be a true wizard too, and resist her family's pressure to be bred by a wizard. She'd be able to have her own baby and keep the child, raise it herself, which Alise suspected Quinn wanted more than anything, except perhaps to find her own true love. This would change everything, the face of the entire world. The information was out there and couldn't be contained now. Nothing could hold them back. After so much awfulness and despair, the sensation of incredible hope buoyed her heart, so it felt like it soared and zoomed like air elementals set free. This was pure happiness, she realized, something she had perhaps never felt before in her life. She actually skipped around the corner like a little kid and skidded to a stop, her heart crashing to the floor. Hello, daughter, Alise Elal said, seeming to fill the entire hallway. I've been wondering where you'd wandered off to this time. Hello, Papa, she drawled, trying to calm her racing heart, which seemed to have crawled back into her chest to cower and shudder in sheer terror. He couldn't be here. He shouldn't have been able to penetrate the academy. But there he was. Her father's powerful magic resonated in the air as if an immense gong had been struck. Brynda Kerr knelt at his feet, her arms wrapped tightly around his leg, her face pressed against his thigh. The familiar looked smaller and younger somehow, her formerly robust Kerr sunshine and fire magic flickering as if not quite stable. She wasn't drained, so Alise wouldn't make the mistake of thinking that her father couldn't pull on Brynda's magic fully and effectively. But it was an odd sight, as if something had caused Brynda's magic to become slightly unmoored from her body. Something had interfered with the way Brynda's own spirit occupied her body, a similar effect, though a few sideways steps, to Alise's ability to sever the wizard-familiar bond. Had her father been trying to alter Brynda in some way? Perhaps he'd been looking for her alternate form and it went wrong. Or, more likely, he'd been experimenting with locking Brynda into a more convenient shape and size, like the cat that had been Maman's alternate form, while maintaining access to Brynda's magic. All possible, all horrifying. All of this went through Alise's mind in a flash as she assessed her situation. She was topped off in magic, thanks to Cillian and her generous friends, but she had no familiar to draw on. The little used hall in the quiet wing, chosen by Provost Uriel for discretion for their project, was empty. She had no way to notify the others of her predicament. It seemed she'd be facing down her father, as they'd predicted all along, but with no preparation or support. And she'd have to find a way to kill him.
"Is that all you have to say for yourself?" he demanded. "After all I gave you, all I taught you, admitting you to my arcanium and my secrets, and you run off with that wizardling bookworm," he finished on a thunderous note.
Alise breathed an internal sigh of relief. Her father's great weakness, he couldn't let go of the leash he thought he still held. He wanted her for his heir, and under his thumb, and he still believed he could make it happen. More important, he didn't believe she'd try to kill him. If he'd been wise or less overconfident, he'd have struck her down immediately. He'd have caught her unawares, skipping like an idiot around a blind corner, preoccupied with butterfly fantasies of a happy future. But his ego had done her a huge favour. She was still massively outpowered, but at least she had a chance now. Gathering her wits and assembling her best tricks, quietly, subtly, so he wouldn't notice her arming herself, she kept him talking. If she delayed long enough, one of the others might come looking for her. "What happened to your eye?" she asked, faking sympathy. She knew very well that he'd clawed out the Eladrel mechanical eye Jadran had used against him, but they all hoped Piers Elal still believed she hadn't been there. That side of her father's face was a horrific mess. It had only been a few days, but he clearly hadn't been to see a Raphael healer. The whole eye orbit had swollen like a purple cantaloupe, angry red inflammation streaking outward like scarlet sunburst low-lighted in blood red. Green bruising flowed over his forehead and down to his jaw, like stagnant water oozing through blood-soaked mud.
"I don't need Eladrel poisoning my mind," he snarled. "Elal's for Elal. You are mine. I made you with my body and my will, Alise. You're coming with me, and you will learn to be my new eye, my hand, an extension of me in every way."
He was stark raving mad, she realized in a rush. A sick kind of sympathy settled in her gut, along with a kind of relief. There was nothing sane left in the wizard, so killing him would be less like patricide than putting down a rabid animal. Not that she'd ever done that either, but she thought she maybe could find it in herself to end another creature's suffering. And Brynda would be free. Which gave her an idea. It was underhanded and highly unethical, But if she didn't do it, her father would likely destroy Alise where she stood. "Well?" her father prompted, lifting his chin in arrogance, as if he were still a handsome man and not the monster he'd made himself. "Do you agree?"
"No," Alise answered, and hit him and Brenda with a rain of water elementals she'd gathered.
She caught him off guard, taking advantage of his shock to muster other elementals. Air elementals to drag the breath from his lungs, fire elementals to sear his skin, earth elementals to crawl beneath his clothes and chew on his flesh, a children's trick she'd last played on Nanda. All of those were low level, but a good distraction from her true effort. Elementals were so basic and pervasive that they could sneak through, but while he had that shield in place, he'd be invulnerable to anything more powerful. With her wizardry, she reached in and changed the frequency of her father's personal spirit barrier, making him open to her attack. Wishing she could lob moonsilver or fireballs, Alise threw all her might into hitting her father with a barrage of soldier spirits. They manifested weapons that sliced into him, Piers bellowing with apoplectic rage that his shield had failed him. Blood ran in rivulets down his body, combining the deluge from the water spirits, Brenda ducking her head even more as she shivered under the crimson rain. Alise Elal staggered. For a brief and shiny moment, Alise thought she might succeed, that she'd successfully undercut the great Lord Elal by sneaking under his guard and taking him down before he could muster his full might against her. But no. He caught himself, drew himself up and levelled a terrifying glare on Alise. "You dare," he hissed. "You die." With a roar, he swept aside Alise's entire attack. His power billowed through the corridor, suddenly dense with spirit entities collected over a lifetime of malevolent magic, bolstered by Brenda's brilliant fire and sun magic, carefully cultivated by her wizard master through cruelty and sex. Alise used her own arsenal of spirits to battle them back, but she couldn't match her father's experience or his familiar bolstered power. So she did what she hadn't wanted to do. With a focused thought, she reached out, found the bond between wizard and familiar, and sliced through it, severing Brenda from her father. With a wail, Brenda collapsed to the floor, completely disoriented, as Maman and Larin had been when Alise had done this before. Her father shuddered, his face distorted by astonishment and the sudden loss of magic from his familiar. The spirits he'd mustered faltered, their ferocious attack abating. Alise drew in a ragged, much-needed breath, not having realised how heavily she'd been panting. "You!" he managed to say, the world holding a world of accusation, anger, and perhaps a touch of admiration. "It was you all along. She didn't just die. You—" He broke off with a snarl, bent and dragged Brenda up by her throat, trying to reclaim her magic. "It shouldn't be possible," he raged. The Kerr familiar screamed as he throttled her, as if he could physically milk the magic from her. But the bond was duly severed. She was gone from him, and he screamed his frustrated loss. Drenched in sweat, exhausted as if she'd run flat out for leagues, Alise gathered the power remaining to her. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough, she was deeply afraid. But she launched a new attack anyway, unwilling to lose the opportunity her father's tantrum and loss of Brenda afforded her. The final opportunity, she knew. If she didn't kill him now, she'd be the one to die. The thought saddened her immeasurably. She didn't want to die, but even more, she didn't want to leave Cillian. He'd be devastated. And just when they'd been on the brink of having it all. She wouldn't lose that, and him, without a fight.
Pouring all of her remaining magic into a single spirit warrior, she amplified the entity as she'd done with the carriage elementals, but on a much larger scale. Recklessly, she ransacked the boundaries of its being, giving it unprecedented ability, all focused into a single physically manifested sword to plunge through her father's black heart. The spirit blade drove forward, and Alise threw everything she had behind it. And a demon appeared. Alise had never seen a demon, but its magic screeched like the wails of the damned, and it stank of scorched meat. Towering twice her father's height, the demon shifted in distorted colours, partly physical form, and largely her human senses, trying to make sense of a fully alien magic. The demon absorbed the sword, and the spirit wielding it, along with most of Alise's remaining magic. That alone was enough to stagger her, but even worse was knowing that her father truly had summoned a demon. They'd suspected he was dabbling, but the reality of it went beyond reason. No wonder Brenda had looked so oddly out of body. Piers had been letting demons possess his familiar. Her father gloated as the demon advanced on Alise. "I cannot be stopped," he crowed. "You could have shared in this glorious, unlimited power, but now you'll just die. But I will be immortal and rule House Elal for all time." Alise stumbled a step back, but she couldn't outrun a demon. In another moment, it was on her. 28. Nick opened her eyes and at first experienced a wave of disappointment. She felt, as she always had, her magic strong and steady, but no different than before. A ring of faces watched her expectantly. Gabriel held her hand, smiling broadly. Jadran, Asher, and Jonathan taking notes and conferring quietly as their sharp wizard black eyes studied her, their wizard senses resting on her lightly, taking her magical pulse. Behind them, Celaya, her amber eyes already darkening with the intensity of her inherent magic, beamed. They all looked too happy for it not to have worked, but "I don't feel any different," she said. "You won't," Jadran informed her. He pointed his stylus at Celaya. "She didn't. You're used to having magic. The only difference now is that a door that was once closed is now open. Do something." "Like what?" She should have prepared. He sighed in exasperation. "Something, anything, you ninny. Just do magic." Annoyed, Nick grabbed a passing fire elemental and tossed it down Jadran's pants. He jumped with a howl, flashing a smile at Celaya when she doused him with magically summoned water. "Thanks, sweetie." He turned on Nick, still gaping in shock at herself that it worked, and tossed off a salute. "Welcome to the wizarding world, Lady Phel. I want you to know that it will go down in the historical record what your first act of magic was. The school kids are gonna love this story," he added with a smirk. Nick was too elated to care. She seized Gabriel's hand in both of hers, overcome. "It worked," she told him, as if he didn't know. But he grinned back at her and tucked a wayward black curl behind her ear. "I know, Wizard Veronica." Nick had to take a moment to master the swell of emotion. So many of them all at once that she couldn't put names to them. All she could think about was that crashing moment when the oracle head had pronounced her a familiar, an incontrovertible sentence that doomed all of her life's ambitions. She hadn't given up. She was too proud and stubborn for that. But those ensuing days of picking up the tiny, shattered pieces of who she believed herself to be had been the very worst of her life. She'd only gone on because she had to, because she'd been forced to accept that nothing could change. She'd had one choice if she'd wanted to continue to live: accept this as forever.
And now, forever had changed. Gabriel gripped her hands in return, his own expression a similar mix of passionate feeling. A tear streaked down his cheek, shining silver-white as his hair, and she became aware that she wept a silent rain. "I'm a wizard," she said in wonder, amazed at the power of being able to say those simple words. "Yes, you are." "We're going to have to build extra time into the schedule," Jadron said. "If every familiar we convert is going to have an existential crisis, maybe we should have counselors standing by." "Shut up, Jadron," Celia replied amiably. Asher and Jonathan Raphael said nothing, but Nick was sure she heard a snort of laughter from one of them at least as they busied themselves with resetting the equipment. "Jadron is right," Nick declared. "I have a lifetime to absorb this transformation. I'll get out of the way so you can effect the next miracle. Who's next? Han or Ileana, I presume?" "Yes, I'm surprised they're not here yet," Gabriel answered with a frown. "I thought they'd come racing as soon as Alise told them." Her lips went numb, blood draining to her feet. "They would have. Something happened. Someone has to rouse the Provost and alert her. And find Morgana Seraphiel. Wake everyone." "I'll find Morgana," Celia said, and dashed out the door before anyone could stop her. Nick started for the door, Gabriel catching her arm. "You can't go alone." She didn't shake him off, instead put her hand over his. "I need you to drag Tandia out of bed. Go be terrifying, Lord Phel. They won't give way for anyone lesser." He grimaced, clearly wanting to argue. The others were already packing away equipment. "We've got this," Jadron said. "Better hustle before the enemy horde descends." Gabriel held her gaze a moment longer, then nodded sharply, and flooded her with a torrent of water and moon magic. "But I'm finding you after. Don't be reckless." She gave him a swift kiss and dashed to the door, then hesitated. "We might need a healer." "Coming," Jonathan Raphael said, handing over his documents and hastening to her. They ran out, Nick giving thanks that she knew approximately where Cillian had been reassigned and where Alise had gone and clearly never arrived. Running through the shadowed empty halls, Nick pulled her thoughts together. She needed to start thinking like a wizard. "This is your final exam," she told herself. "All that studying and planning. It was all theory until now. This is the practicum." This was saving her baby sister. Nick almost couldn't understand what she saw as she skidded around the corner to the horrifying scene. Whatever she'd expected, it wasn't a hallway sprayed with blood and a creature of distorted light and corrupt shadow occupying the center. It was both purely magic and not of magic at all. It stank of forced death, terror, and cruel violence. A demon. Her father had actually summoned a demon. Piers Elal stood on the other side of where the demon chewed on something it crouched over on the floor. The wizard watched with a kind of horrified fascination, looking monstrous himself, bleeding from dozens of wounds. His familiar, a young woman of House Phel, as Nick recalled, lay crumpled against the wall like a broken and discarded doll. Spirits filled the air so densely that they nearly crowded out breath. It took Nick far too long to realize she couldn't locate Alise because her sister was under the demon, while their father stood and watched. "Stand back," she told Jonathan. "You don't have to tell me twice," he nearly squeaked, stepping well back. Cleansing rage filled her, along with a fierce joy that she at last had the ability to fight back. Elal, fire to fire.
It felt as if she had a lifetime of deferred power at her disposal, and she had her husband's magic too. She sent a bubble of water to encase her father's head, the sphere turning a gruesome red with his blood, just enough to make him pass out on the floor to be dealt with later. Then she turned her attention to the demon, rifling through everything she'd ever studied about demons, jinn, and the summoning and exorcising of complex spirits. They fed off of blood sacrifice and torture. This one likely grew stronger by the moment, given that their father had willingly sacrificed a child of his body and magic to the thing. But it didn't belong in this world, and that was something to cling to. Using the purity of Gabriel's clear water magic and shining bright moon magic, both given with love, without reservation, Nick wedged a mental lever under the cantankerous blight that was a demon's unnatural existence. Finding, gathering, and binding spirits was the ancient Elal practice, but the other side of that coin was the banishing. Nick found the pulsing umbilical cord that tethered the demon to a place beyond, not the spirit realm, but an origin point anathema to both humans and the harmonious entities of the world they occupied. She couldn't sever the cord the way Alise would, because that would set the demon loose in their world with no pathway to use to banish it. Instead, she pulled, dragging the demon backwards with the tether. The monster didn't change position physically, but its ethereal self began to elongate. It fought her, clinging to the anchor of Alise, still obscured by its bulk. Nick couldn't think about whether Alise lived or died. She focused all of her considerable attention, honed when she could practice nothing else of magic, on dragging the demon back, pushing it back through, forcing it to wedge more and more of its bulk through the portal that should never have been opened. With all the strength, fortitude, and determination she'd forged from disappointment, from love, from carrying and birthing her child, Nick used everything she was and had become to send the demon back. It vanished with a boom like thunder, the atmosphere rushing back to fill the unnatural gap in space and time the demon had forced its way into. Mentally checking that her father remained unconscious, Nick went to Alise, clinging to hope that Alise had not been the final sacrifice to the grand experiment of changing their world. Bloodied, broken, and, worst of all, nearly drained of all her vital life force, Alise lay like a scrap of wilted lettuce. But she lived. "Now, Jonathan," she called, and the healer, still shaking with terror from what he'd witnessed, dashed to them without hesitation. A courage and dedication to his craft she admired. Leaving him to save Alise, firmly telling herself her sister would live, Nick picked her way across the gory floor to her father's prostrate form. She bound him with moon silver, surprised she still possessed plenty of magic, but the triad of Gabriel's and hers shone steady as a pyramid within her. Methodically, she stripped her father of every spirit he bound to himself over a lifetime of wizardry. It wouldn't stop him from summoning more, but she could match him for pace there, and he was in far worse shape than she was. In fact, he'd hollowed himself out as a living being. Whatever he'd done to summon the demon, it had fed from him too. They wouldn't have to kill him. He was already dying, from the inside out, and he'd done it to himself. Fitting. She crouched, aware she echoed the demon's posture over Alise, and shook her father awake. He opened his one intact black eye, glaring in helpless fury. "You're dying," she told him, feeling oddly gentle in this moment. "Now is the time to say anything you have left unsaid." He spat at her, weakly, a bloodied bubble that dripped down his distorted cheek. "I have nothing to say to you," he grated out, barely enough force for the sound to make it to her.
That's all right, she said in an agreeable tone. I only offered for your sake. She stood and brushed off the skirts of her Phel gown, the magic of it having kept it startlingly fresh. Wait! He coughed, a rattling, watery sound. Nick turned back. How? She knew what he asked. The hidden data. Familiars can become wizards. I'm a wizard now, just as you always wanted. Too late now, though. A pang of grief ran through her at that thought, but she also, finally, let go of that old dream, of being her father's heir and working with him. It never would have been that way, she realized. Maybe part of her had always known, but now she understood the full truth. You didn't want me to be a wizard, did you? She asked, not really expecting an answer. He glared at her balefully. No, you were too much. Too... His voice trailed off as he faded into death. Nick watched his spirit detach from his body and dissolve. Famous last words, she murmured. Maman, this was for you. 29. Cillian heard the boom like thunder and felt the jagged displacement of magic, of worlds colliding that should never touch. It jerked him from his concentration, startling him, followed by a rush of fear. Alise. He was out of his chair and running for the door before he knew he'd moved. What was that? Ileana demanded. The experiments, Han said. No, worse. Cillian was out the door and running down the hall, vaguely aware of the two familiars behind him. He'd known he shouldn't have let himself be parted from Alise. They'd vowed to stay together always. But when he'd said so, she'd teased him that their promise didn't mean being constantly joined at the hip. He should have insisted. Coming around the corner, he barely processed the blood, the devastation of the once graceful hallway. Nick stood over Lord Elal, face stark with grief and triumph. He was dead then. Beyond her, healer Jonathan glowed within a nimbus of green healing magic, Alise under his hands. He bolted forward, but Nick stepped to intercept him, taking him by the shoulders. She'll be all right, she told him firmly, holding him when he sagged. Jonathan says she'll recover, but you have to let him work. What happened? He asked, knowing she was right and making himself stand back. How did Elal get in here? Nick shook her head. I don't know. We'll find out. But we have to convene the council anyway. It worked, Cillian. I'm a wizard now. So is Celaya. Behind him, Ileana exclaimed something. Belatedly, Cillian realized Nick's eyes had already gone almost completely black. She'd always bloomed with powerful magic, but it had subtly changed. Can you still take alternate form? He asked. She blinked at him, then coughed out a laugh. For the scholar. We don't know. There hasn't been time to test everything yet, and... Nick! Gabriel shouted, running down the hallway and up to seize her in a fierce embrace. Coming down the hall behind him at a far more stately pace was Tandia Uriel, clearly roused from bed but looking calm and dignified, her far more rumpled familiar a step behind her. Gabriel's harsh gaze went to Piers Elal at their feet. Is he... Dead, Nick confirmed. Alise weakened him immeasurably. She would have defeated him if he hadn't summoned a demon. Cillian felt himself pale. Where is it? I sent it back, Nick said, as if that were a foregone conclusion. Provost Uriel, she said in greeting, Lord Phel and I formally request an inquiry into how Lord Elal illegally penetrated Convocation Academy. and we request that you convene the Council of High Houses."
Provost Uriel surveyed the assembly with interest, taking note as Jadran, Salaya, and Asher joined them, Asher going to the unconscious Brynda Kerr. With a stab of premonition, Cillian wondered if he'd remembered to reseal the data in the room, involuntarily glancing back that direction. Han caught his eye and nodded slightly, and Cillian sighed internally in relief. He knew Jadran would have locked and hidden everything else away, but he wondered why he suddenly felt so worried. They'd won, hadn't they? The technique had worked. And Nick and Alise between them had killed Piers Elal, making Alise the new Lady Elal. And wouldn't that take some getting used to? His grandmother was recovering well, so they should be able to sway the council vote in their favour. So why didn't he feel better? A thought occurred to him. "Provost Uriel, what happened to Gordon Harahel?" Her composed black gaze fell on him. She smiled slightly. "I sent him home, of course. He'd served his purpose." Understanding dawned in him. "He didn't sneak in without your knowledge," he said. "You always say you know everything that goes on in Convocation Academy. You're a powerful psychic wizard. He couldn't have fooled you." His gaze fell to the withered corpse at their feet. "And Lord Elal couldn't have gotten in without you knowing. You let him in." "You always were a smart one, Cillian Harahel," she said. The others looked on in confusion and suspicion, and she laughed a little. "You all served your purpose, so House Uriel and House Harahel, thank you. All this time, centuries, we've waited and maneuvered to locate and decode Alise Fel's data." Her gaze strayed thoughtfully to Gabriel, then to Salaya. "Resurrecting House Phel was a high-risk gamble, but it paid off." "You've pulled the strings all along," Cillian breathed, all the pieces falling into place. Nick looked grim. "House Harahel and House Uriel never had a schism, did you? You strategically divided to play both sides." Tandia's smile widened into satisfaction. "Trust an Elal to detect the strategy. Far too late. Your father, excuse me, late father, served nicely, his self-absorbed egotism blinding him to our game. But yes, with 2 votes on the council and considerable, shall we say, influence on the other High House leaders, Uriel and Harahel will at last rejoin, though we've always been united in purpose." "Let me guess," Jadran said sardonically, holding Salaya's hand as they joined the small group. "With the goal of ruling the convocation, ultimate wealth and power, yada yada?" Tangia shrugged a little. "What else is there? You caused us a bit of trouble, taking Kataka out of the picture like that, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Eladrel is but one High House, and you won't be for long. The convocation is ours now. The rest just has to play out. Even now, Harahel and Uriel wizards are moving to activate the suggestions and compulsions we've been carefully embedding all this time. You've already lost. The question is, will you all go home meekly, or do we have to kill you?" "I can answer that," Morgana Seraphiel said, strolling down the hallway, a phalanx of dark arts wizards in her wake. Disconcertingly, Bertie walked by her side, carrying his big tome. He waved cheerfully at Cillian. Morgana smiled without mirth. "Harahel and Uriel aren't the only houses playing the long game, Tangia. Even now, Seraphiel wizards are nullifying every one of your people and their nasty mind traps." At the provost's shock, Morgana spread her hands. "You could downgrade the study of the dark arts, but you can't stop us. We watched and waited." She smiled approvingly at Cillian,
than the others. We wanted the data decoded too. So did House Harahel, Bertie put in gleefully. I was starting to wonder if I'd live long enough to see the end game. Nothing could stop you, old man, Morgana said with affection. And nothing will stop us from liberating all familiars, she added to Hannah and Ileana. Congratulations, Nick and Celia. Welcome to the fold. Sir Raphael celebrates a new era with and because of you. Epilogue. Alise studied the silver-white disc with trepidation, her ankles weak, her legs wobbly. Are you sure this will be fun? She asked uncertainly. Cillian threw back his head and laughed. You faced down a demon, but you're afraid of ice skating. It's unnatural to stand on a narrow blade, she grumbled, but she secretly savoured his joy. She and Cillian had gone first to House Elal after everything got settled at Convocation Center, which would take a while, but with House Sir Raphael guiding the new government, Alise had faith that things would go well. The greatest challenges would be the entrenched wizards trying to keep their familiars from breaking the chains that had so long bound them. Houses Samael and Tadkil had withdrawn all their people to their lands and effectively barricaded themselves within, but they wouldn't be able to withstand the turning tide for long. Before leaving Convocation Center, Alise had been busy severing wizard-familiar bonds until Morgana suggested teaching the technique to Professor Chichin, master of spirit magic and former Elal wizard. He'd been delighted to learn and offered the service to any familiar wishing to be released from the binding enchantment before or after transformation. House Ariel had undergone an unexpected turnover, with Courtney Ariel taking over as head. The previous Lord Ariel had tried to maintain the house's grip on the binding enchantment taught to graduating wizards, but seeing the way the winds of fate blew, Courtney had gathered wiser heads and staged a coup. Alise still didn't like the wizard, but having House Ariel as a cooperative ally in the new regime was a gift she wouldn't reject. House Kerr too had become a surprise ally, grateful that Alise had rescued Brynda from her terrible bondage. Alise didn't mention that had been a side effect of battling her father, and Brynda had been one of the first 10 familiars to become wizards. A number of familiars had refused the opportunity to become wizards, some because it was still unclear if the transition deprived them of alternate form forever. Jadran and Celia were sponsoring ongoing research into finding out why familiars could take alternate form and wizards could not. So far, no wizard had been able to take alternate form, even those who'd been able to as familiars. It was too bad, but the familiars seemed to feel it was a small price to pay, and Alise didn't blame them a bit. Most of the familiars who'd refused so far were very likely being pressured by their wizards and houses. It would take time to sort out who was under undue influence. Houses Raphael and Sir Raphael were teaming up to begin the process of communicating with familiars and providing safe spaces for them. At House Elal, Alise had been able to start what would be her own very long process of assuming the mantle of Lady Elal, the youngest Elal in history, it turned out, something that gave her no pleasure. Her first decree had been that any familiar who wanted to become a wizard would receive safe and free passage to Convocation Center, and that any wizard even making a sour face about it would be expelled from House Elal. She'd also taken care of one very important, outstanding piece of business. Under her leadership, House Elal would honour its debts. And then she'd accompanied Cillian to House Harahel. She'd met his parents and accepted the chagrined apologies from Lady Harahel. Bertie had been the one to ensure the Anciella archive, as they'd come to call it, had stayed safe. Hanil and Uriel, a subterfuge that still stunned her, had tried their best to infiltrate House Harahel, but the Harahel traditional distrust of strangers and Bertie's vigilance had saved the day. Alise had sincerely been able to forgive and reassure Orla. sharing her own marrow-chilling experience with psychic magic and mind control. Cillian was over the moon to finally show her all of the charms of the house of his birth, which apparently including a long-held fantasy of his to teach her to ice skate. Facing down a demon had been easier. "Just watch," Cillian said, and Alise sat gratefully on the bench. The winter landscape shone serene white, and it was hard to believe that they'd already come around to midwinter again. The last months had been so very busy, flying by in a flurry of change. Cillian, dark curls a contrast to the ivory shades surrounding him, wearing a jaunty red scarf, skated around the pond, demonstrating the technique. Then he gained speed and leapt into the air, spinning several times before landing on one foot, the other leg extended. Alise clapped her mittens together. "That's amazing! I didn't know you could do that." He skated up to her, hands extended, cheeks rosy with cold and pride. "I know. All this time I've waited to show you I have more talents than reading books. Well, one other talent," he amended. She stood and took his hands, letting him guide her off the safe snow and onto the ice. "I've always known you were a wizard of many talents, but I don't know about this." "Trust me," he said, squeezing her hands and holding her gaze. "I do." And she did, forever and always. Epilogue 2. Winter in Mericin, though it wasn't as cold as in other regions of the Convocation, was a chilly, miserable season of greeting rain and persistent mud. It was good to be home. Nick laughed as Bria, who'd determinedly pulled herself up using a table leg, tipped back and fell on her rump, green eyes wide in surprise. "Every wizard has to learn the steps gradually," she reassured her daughter, savouring the sheer blissful relief of knowing her children would never know the pain of being only a familiar. "She'll be pacing around the library like you do before long," Gabriel observed. "Ha! Just wait and—" A knock came on the door, GF poking his head in. Nick, there's a delivery out here for you." "What is it?" she asked, gathering Bria up with an oof of effort. The child seemed to double her weight every day. "Let me," Gabriel said, taking Bria from her. Bria adored her daddy. She squealed and sank her little fists in his silver-white hair. "Beats me," GF answered Nick, leading the way out of the front entrance. "It's got your name on it, but I've never seen anything like it. 12 wagon loads of dead branches is what it looks like." Nick stopped on the steps, gazing in shock. Warmth spread out from her heart. "Thank you, Alise," she murmured. Gabriel came up beside her. "What are they?" She gave him a wide, supremely happy smile. "Grapevines." Thank you for listening. So many thanks to all of you listeners who've embraced this series and listened along through all 9 books and waited patiently for this one. Every one of you deserves a grapevine. And to my own cinnamon roll hero who rescued me from loneliness and forgives my crazy. This has been Magic Reborn, Warriors of Magic, Book 3. Written by Jeffy Kennedy. Read for you by Deborah Balm.